Okay, part 2. If you skipped part 1, go back. If you didn't, watch this one. If you want to learn from me personally, hit the link in the description. Anyway, here it is. We're all about that bass. If that looks unfamiliar to you, then that's fine. Don't worry. It's a bass guitar, and we need to think about it a bit. Now, this is a bit of a hot take, and bass players are going to hate this. If I had to pick one member of my band to be rubbish, it would probably be the bass player. But a great bass player can really transform a song. If the bass player just copies the guitarist, fine. It's not adding anything, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's taking away, right? If it's actively working against the guitar, then you are taking away. So the way to think about bass is, how much more can we add to what we've got? That's how I think about bass, because worst case, I can just copy the guitar, and as long as I've written a good guitar part, it'll sound all right. Won't sound very exciting, it'll just sound all right. So okay, now we've got to think, well, how do we add? And that doesn't always mean adding more notes, that can mean adding space as well. And we'll talk about all of this in the module. Quick note before we get started, so I've split this into writing for chord progressions and for riffs. Now, as things stand, the chord progression section I did with a MIDI piano rather than a guitar, because I wanted to just hear everything clearly and for you to hear everything clearly. On reflection, it doesn't sound that exciting presented like that. The ideas are good, it just doesn't sound very exciting, so I may come to redo that. Let me know if you'd like me to. Ultimately, all I'm going to do is redo it with guitars and drums instead of piano. So the content will be the same. So it should all still make sense to you, and it should all still be useful information. It just doesn't sound as rocky as it could. And then when I did the writing to riffs section, I played more fun as well, because I did it with a riff. So let me know your thoughts on that, but we can come back to that. So the turning ideas into songs module is super relevant for this, because you really need to be thinking about what we want to borrow from, where we want to leave space, what kind of rhythms we might want to lock into or avoid, what sort of motifs we want to highlight. Now, in terms of technique, I don't want to get into the playing technique too much. If you're a guitarist and you're playing the bass for your song, whether you're tracking it for your band or if it's just you writing your own music, you can program the bass. It's something you can do. If you feel like your bass playing ability isn't great, and if you're quick with programming, that's fine. I much prefer just sitting down and playing it. I like getting creative with it. I'm not a piano player, so I struggle to creatively come up with stuff. When I'm just clicking notes in, I really struggle to get creative. Now, I opt for a pick. I tend to go for a thicker one, but funnily enough, thinner picks can sometimes almost act as compressors by leveling out your pick attack. I don't honestly do fingerstyle. I can, but not to the level that I can play guitar. And with the pick, you can really attack those strings. And unless you're a great fingerstyle player, you're not going to match that level of attack with shoddy fingerstyle playing and uneven playing. So it depends if you want to sink the time in and get really good at the bass. I would suggest if you're a songwriter, your priorities should be writing cool songs. And I would suggest that perhaps just picking the bass is probably your best option. If you get on with a great bass player who plays great fingerstyle, that's also really cool. Slap bass is a really cool thing if you can get into that. I wanted to do it for one of my songs, but I just couldn't, I can do it, but I couldn't get the part up to speed and my fingers started falling apart very quickly. So yeah, in terms of things like bass tone, we'll talk about that in the mixing masterclass. And I'm planning on doing a tone chasing module where we sort of try and match tones from famous songs. We'll get some bass done in there too. So don't worry about tone just yet. You can go and look at the bass mixing if you want to get that done. Anyway, let's play around with that low end. Right, so the guitarist, or you, keeps telling you off for just playing the root notes. Well, tell him sometimes they sound good, but not all the time. So, I'm just going to map out some basic chord progressions to play along to on the bass. I'm just going to outline the different kind of options that we can play around with on just kind of a fundamental level. Ooh, it's not the sound I wanted. Yeah, let's go with a synth that's got a bit of oomph to it, because I don't want to put in... Oh, we've got guitar. What's the sound? Is that it? Nope. Just dirty chug. None of these sound like guitars. Rev up. Synth guitar. I love how none of these sound like guitars. We're just going to do this on a piano for now, so you've got chords to play along to. These rules apply whether you're on an 8-string drop-tuned whatever guitar or on it. So for now, they're going to be on the piano. And I'm also just going to have a really basic drum groove underneath, just so that we've got something to latch onto. Okay, so in E standard tuning, let's assume we've just got a basic chord progression: A minor, D minor, E minor, A minor. So the basic thing you do record that with the chords so we can hear it. Most basic thing, most boring thing in the world. Okay, so obviously that's not just all we're going to do. The first thing we want to think about is the notes we have in our chords, and this goes back to your theory. So in an A minor chord, we've got A, C, E. So let's just try starting with C, and let's try starting with E, and see how it compares to just starting on the A. Kind of works. Let's try the E instead. Something really dark about doing that E, that low open E string, which is the 5th of A minor, underneath that A minor chord. C, a bit more curious sounding. It's interesting. I quite like the E. So let's do our E, then go to D, back to E, then A. Works. So the second time that E comes in, it's coming in underneath the actual E chord. So it's interesting because now we're hearing the same bass note but with different chords on top. So roots, notes and thirds work really well. Let's just try another one just to get more creative. Let's see with the D chord. Well, F is the third. We could try E to F. See how this sounds, because now we're going to get a bit of voice leading. Suddenly quite a bit more interesting. Still pretty boring progression, but that's very different to just the root notes, which I'll do again just to remind you. I mean, the bass might as well not be there if we're doing that. Well, you know. I mean, what is there to even pick up on that? But almost nothing, but we go back to this. Completely different feel, and that's just, let's get rid of the drums just to hear it really clearly. Again, not the most exciting chord progression, but that's way more exciting now. Let's say these chords have some extensions in them. So what if we had like an A minor 9? All of a sudden it becomes a bit harder to use anything other than the root note. We still can, but that feels a bit more dissonant now. Let's go back to the A. The A feels better over that A minor 9 now, whereas the E feels a little bit cloudy there. So why don't we try and swap that A out, then have the rest doing that interesting progression. Okay, that kind of works. So now, actually, the only interesting note is the F that we're playing over the D chord. We're playing the minor third of that D. Gives us a bit of a voice lead into the E, which is that third chord, before we come back to that A. So maybe we think, okay, well, we're already doing A at the beginning, so now that final bar, where we've got an A chord, why don't we put an E there? Let's see how that sounds. So we're going to go A, F, E, E. Let's have a listen. Went up the octave with the E just to try it. Sort of works. I think that A just sounded better actually. So you see, I'm just playing around with which of the root third or fifth work most neatly. And then you'll notice that actually once we start to introduce these more complex upper extensions in our chords, it becomes a little harder to fight against what the chord is doing. Now if I wanted to highlight that, say that minor 9 in the A chord, so the note B, I can just pass by that B note. I don't have to like hold B just to highlight it, right? So I could go like, and down to the F. Okay, cool, bit repetitive. What if we went A, B, A, C, then to F? Put in the C again at the end there. Notice you don't have to just hold that one note. This kind of brings us on to arpeggios. We could actually move through the arpeggio with each chord. So if I just arpeggiate each one. kind of doing something else. So we've already got a few options. We've got the different chord tones that we could use. Got this idea of voice leading, which comes from things like chord inversions, but it still applies on the bass. So thinking about, can we use a chord tone to get us more neatly to a chord tone of the next chord? But then just putting in those more complicated chords, it does kind of bring up that problem of we've got to be careful what we hit. I mean, just test it, right? That's the thing to do. Test how certain notes sound against certain chords. So I'm going to jam this for a few runs through. I'm just going to let it run. I'm not going to get too creative. I'm just going to try and identify a fundamental movement. I'm not going to be putting in any weird techniques or funny melody notes yet. I'm just going to stick with the arpeggios and see what I like. Ha, I lied, I already put a melody in. Let's try and be stricter. Oh, got some fluff on my bass. Notice that was the octave of the open E. So still stuck with the arpeggio. We've kind of started to follow the chord progression a little bit here, and we've tried to get a little more creative. Now, I can already feel myself wanting to add more notes in, right? So let's just improvise something, see what happens. A bit lost, but yeah, that was more like an improvised kind of melody, but I was still following the fundamental movement, trying to hit those chord tones. Just started to improvise in a few little parts. I think I did a modal thing there by mistake. Now, although we're just playing along with a bit of a boring piano, it's mainly just to highlight the bass here. If we're playing along with really low tuned guitars, I mean super low, like, you know, your drop A, even like below that, so drop G, maybe even drop B, it's worth thinking about as well. The lower the tuning, the less you want to deviate from what the guitar is doing. Because when the tuning gets lower and lower and the pitch gets lower and lower, the notes become closer and closer together, it certainly sounds like it. So the difference between like a drop F sharp, you know, like an F sharp down there, and a G, it's not all that audible, and it gets a bit smeared. So things like these chord inversions, you do need to be a bit careful of if you're going to tune your guitar like really, really low. And you might want to even think about the bass as just a doubling instrument for anything that's vaguely riffy. So we've done a bit of a run through of how you can just basically outline your chord progression. It's just arpeggios. It's just knowing which of the chord tones you're playing in your guitar or your piano or whatever it is, and highlighting them in the bass. If they're stronger chord tones, you're going to hold on to them a bit maybe to give that sense of strength. If they're slightly weaker, like that B, that minor 9 in the A minor, you might want to just bounce off of it, just hint at the fact it's there. You don't have to do that, but that's an option for you. And then beyond that, if you want to bring some melody in, little passing notes, then you've got your A minor scale, or the scale of whatever key you're in, to give you some notes just to sort of bounce in and out of. Now this is really just the fundamentals. We'll get into some more interesting stuff to follow. So you've got your chord progression now, and you've got a basic idea of how you want to follow it. But now you want to add some melody and a bit more excitement. Well, obviously we can just kind of improvise through the scale, and as long as we kind of vaguely target some of the chord tones that we're going to be landing on with our piano, or probably in our case the guitar, you're probably going to be okay to add pretty much anything that's in the scale. Obviously the more we do this, the more it's going to kind of destabilize the low end of the song. By destabilize, that can just mean make more interesting, or it can mean destabilize and make it just sound a bit weak. If you want strong, then root notes are your way, but we can start to add some melodies. So what might we think about? Well, if we think about the turning ideas into songs module, or the idea generation module, an important thing is reusing ideas. That's an important concept. So let's say, for example, there's a guitar riff in the song that went like, basic idea, you know, say that was like part of your opening riff for your song. What tempo are we at? Hang on. Yeah, perfect, cool. So let's do the progression we were doing in the last lesson. I think that was it, wasn't it? And let's try and bring that in somewhere. Oh, nah. So you can see, didn't have much time to put that in there, but we managed to fit in that little lick. So imagine that's what your guitar did earlier in the song. Well, you can place it underneath chords there. As long as we just kind of pass over them, works fine. Another trick that I really like, and I cannot for the life of me think of an example, is actually doubling the vocal line. So you can, you know, highlight your chord tones, but then you can actually just latch onto notes in the vocal. Obviously, if the guitar's doing a bit of riffing, you could latch onto that too, but it's particularly relevant. We're talking about chords here, not so much riffs. So say your vocal, well, let's go. So say your melody is na 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 na, or maybe it goes just after the beat. So na 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 na. You could kind of match that with the bass. Na 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 na. Notice I went down to that F that we were doing for the D minor chord. So you could match your vocal melody. That's an interesting little melody idea to bring into your bass line. So again, we're just drawing out what else have we got in the song that we can just interject in our more fundamental part here. The thing is with your bass, I mean, no one wants to just play root notes, but equally, you don't want to be doing effectively a guitar solo on your bass, or maybe not all the time at least. So it's about picking your moment to be interesting and different. Another quite common trick is a chromatic bass line movement. It's something that you don't hear as much in metal, but if you have two neighboring notes, so D to E for example, you can do a little walk up. And notice, even though that A note wasn't neighboring anything, I just went 2 frets back and went. It's quite a common trick. It's pretty old school walking bass line type thing. But you can kind of throw that in as a bit of a bass player's trick there, just to approach your chord tones. Again, you probably want to be approaching a chord tone here, not just like a random note. You can also start to add some rhythm to your melody. We can just stop playing, right? We don't have to fill all the space. See, semi-improvised that, but leaving some space. And this leads us on nicely to our next module. Lesson, not module. So in this module, in the lesson, with the world's most boring chord progression, sorry, I feel like I should have done this on the guitar. Maybe give me some feedback. If this is okay and you understand it and you get the point, we'll leave it as is. If you feel like you need a more exciting progression to listen to, we'll redo this on the guitar, I don't mind. I thought I was going to be changing the tempo a lot, but I haven't, so yeah. So I'm going to turn the tempo up here, actually, speaking of. Let's say our drummer is doing something a little more interesting than that, right? Go faster again. So let's put in a little kick pattern. Let's just do 2 of them. Well, first thing you can do as a bass player is start to match that. Okay, went a bit off at the end there, but see, did that work with the kick, that second part? Yeah, it did. So because the kick wasn't too busy, I hit both of the kicks and then I just did a bit more on the end. So that's not too uninteresting. Yeah, whatever your melody might be, make sure it's not fighting that kick drum, unless you're doing something very purposefully abrasive. You probably wouldn't want to be doing that over a chord progression, over like a strummed chord progression anyway. So match those kick drums. And now we talked about leaving space in the last lesson. Well, we could actually do this sort of same thing, but we're going to leave more empty space. Okay, not perfect, but I came in on the offbeat there. Interesting, but too interesting for the kick drum pattern. I have to actually put this. There you go. So that's the other thing you can think about is if you write an interesting bass line, get that kick pan on it. Lock them together, because remember, bass is very often the glue between the rhythm and the harmony. And so how do we glue that? Well, we take the rhythm and we place harmonic and melodic content on it appropriately. So landing significant hits on those kick drum moments is going to be really important. We could also follow the vocal rhythm if we wanted to, but kick drum's going to be a big one to lock into here to really establish the groove and make sure that the low end is pumping together. When we think about the mix, that's actually a super important thing. Now, obviously with your riffs, you don't have to worry about that quite as much because you tend to be more locked in with the other instruments anyway. Whereas choruses, you can end up deviating and losing a bit of that low end pump that you want, where you want it to kind of give you some oomph. So a few ideas there for just introducing rhythm. Alright, get the Brummy accent out. Let's talk about basic principles when it comes to following the riff and not following the riff. I've included a brief list here of things that I think about, the things that immediately come to mind when I'm considering how I want to navigate riff territory. So I've written a short riff with a stompy drum groove behind it, and I'll play that for you now. So that's the riff. Bit of a throwaway thing, but it'll do. So we have our bass. Let's just think about what we can do. So the obvious thing is we can double the riff. And although I'm going to show you ways to deviate from this, sometimes just doubling the riff is the thing to do. You'll notice this is a slightly busier riff, so it's going to be harder to double on the bass. Anything you want to play on the guitar is that bit harder to play on the bass, obviously given the strings and the scale length of the instrument. And given I wrote it 5 minutes ago and I can't remember what I did exactly, you might have to deal with a semi-double here. Right, I remember it. Okay, this is horrible. Why did I write this riff? This is not easy to do. Okay, let's give this a go. But wrong. It's close enough. Okay, I want my bass tone to have a lot more high end, so I'm just going to boost that quite a lot. Okay, let's play this through. It wasn't a very good take, but it mimics the riff. Again, that probably isn't the bass tone I go for. That's a bit clacky. We maybe want a bit of distortion. Tell you what, this is metal. Let's go for like the dark glass sound. See how that sounds. Okay. So that does, in my opinion, very little. It just supports the riff, and it works. Without, obviously. Well, let's, you know. Okay, I've just done a bit of EQ on my bass. I want more sub and less like low mid. Okay, so that works, but just feels a little unexciting. So before we move on to something else, we'll just go over what we can think about here. So if I play the riff exactly, so all of these rumbly notes, in my opinion, you don't need to be rumbling away, particularly if we're getting faster. If we were going like, you don't need to be doing that on the bass. You can if you want, but because of the nature of the instrument, you don't hear that so much. And so I would be tempted to go for something like more like, or maybe that note there is an octave if this were intonated and in tune properly. Wow, the intonation on this is poor. That needs fixing. Okay, we'll sort that out. Anyway, so I'm more reason not to use that D string. So I'm just going to go for a simpler version. Now we got this descending part. We go. Little jumpy part. Now we'll get on to what we can do. I'll talk about what I'm going to do for that section shortly. So I'm just going to play something a little different for that you'll hear just supports a bit more. Okay. Let's hear that just with the drums. Okay, it sounds alone on its own as a bit of a simpler part, but a bit more reliable to listen to, I think. Okay, and then you can hear it just supports that jumpy descending part a bit more. The other thing we can think about is which octave we're in, right? So we're going. Why don't we do that an octave lower? Because we can. Okay, we use the 5 string there to go really low. Then I went back up the octave for that higher part. Let's compare it to the previous version with the higher octave. Oh, we're redlining, let's turn everything down a little bit. Okay, so the octave down felt a little too rumbly. Didn't feel like it had the note definition that I wanted from that higher octave. So I'm going to stick with the higher octave choice there. Then what I did on that descending line was the jumpy part actually was arpeggiating a chord sequence that went 10, 7, 5, 3, 5, 5. So instead of doing the big, which is very hard to do, I mean, we could do that on the one string, all in one octave, so we could have gone like, which might work. We could try that. I think I just want the stability of that descending, that part. So actually we did that, and that was take 7, I believe, that whole thing. So I think that was a good version. But now I can think, can we leave some space? Like, do we have to hit everything? Let's try that. Let's just try that. Okay, now we've got a bit of contrast between parts 1 and 2. And it's leaning onto that stomp, right? We just play it with the drums. Right, it's doing something different. Let's get the drums out. The guitars now feel more dynamic. They feel like they're moving because the bass is doubling them in some ways, so like it's kind of hiding itself. Just sounds like your guitar get really thick for like the right moments. Don't know if I outlined those chords perfectly. Anyway. Now, if you wanted the kind of stomp version of this, we could just land on the quarter note. Doesn't work to stomp at the end there, I don't think, but... yeah, you wouldn't want to stomp that last bit. Now the stomp kind of works, right? I didn't play it perfectly well timed. But... in isolation, that's quite cool, but I think with the guitars as well, it doesn't sound too great. You could maybe, actually, just like simple line. Let's try that on the end. See if that works on the end. It kind of works. I think I want to match the guitars more neatly there. So I think doing that kind of... that sort of thing was better. And the stomp is not exciting enough. I liked this. I think that's quite a good bass line now. Cool little trick. So that descending line there. Can we do something where we move in the opposite direction? I mean, now these guitars are pretty busy. So, but could we go like... ooh, sort of diminishing could be cool. Let's just see if that works. I messed that up, but actually I think that could be cool. Right, like that. It's a little too high pitched, but I like that. Yeah, that ascending as the guitars go down, wicked. So just going in the opposite direction is really cool, and I think now that pops out in a cool way. The diminished thing, I'd have to maybe figure out how I wanted to do that. Some sort of more interesting pattern that kind of felt like I was running out of... I was getting into too high-pitched territory up there, so I'd need to add some other notes in that ascending part. So we can think about moving in the opposite direction to the guitar as well. Again, are we opposing or are we working with? We can think about direction, we can think about techniques. Like I said, techniques, you don't need to match all of that, you know, you match what you like. You can hear, I can match the drums here. Now let's say the drums are a bit busier. Let's just put a kick drum on the 8th note. It's a bit of an unimaginative drum groove, but... so maybe you'd fill that space, right? The ending. Anyway. That's cool actually, it's got drive to it, right? It's different to the stomp. I like that for different reasons, you know? I think the stomp was more like your opening riff. Yeah, I think I preferred the stomp, but let's get rid of these again. Tell you what would be cool, if we do 2 bars of stomp. See, now we're informing the drum choices. 2 bars of stomp, but bar 3 here, let's do the continuous thing. Let's comp this in, and then we'll have the cool descending line at the end. Maybe that needs to come in just a tad earlier. See, now what that's informed is the drum pattern. Gone back, these things need to be dynamic. Cool, now I think we've got a bass line. What more could you even want? Now the last lesson leads nicely onto a brief little point I want to make about harmonization with the bass. Harmonizing melodies from your guitar riff is a really cool way just to let the instruments stand out and to provide a bit of depth, subtle depth to the underlying melody movement. And actually I sort of did it by mistake at the end of the riff here, where I did that diminished ascending line while the guitar was sort of outlining some chords on the way down. Can you hear? That's more like a counter melody, right? I wouldn't call that a harmony because they're moving in opposite directions, and I don't know if every single note lines up nicely as a harmonized part. So the thing was, before I was going like that. So let's just take that part and Let's think about, well, harmonizing, a simple way to harmonize is to just go 2 scale degrees higher than the original part and play the same movements but 2 scale degrees higher every time. Therefore, we're harmonizing in thirds. But because we're the octave below, it doesn't quite work like that. It's almost like we're harmonizing in sixths. If you invert a third, you get a sixth. So because we're below the guitar, we've gone up a third, but then we've gone down an octave. So the guitar is going to feel like it's a sixth above us. Okay. So that's the harmony. Just tag our part that we like. It's hard to really make a distinguishing sort of part there, but let's check it out. Yeah, it's hard to really notice that that's a harmony, but we are harmonizing. If the guitar were a bit more static, not jumping around quite as much, it might be more obvious that we were harmonizing there. You can kind of hear that there's a harmony going on, but again, it's a very jumpy guitar riff. Let's try it with the first part maybe. That might be a part where it's more obvious. So instead of going, let's go down a third instead. Let's try that. That's more obviously a harmony. I actually quite like that. Right, let's combine everything we've got so far. If you haven't watched the lesson before, we've got some quite cool ideas going on. So what we've got, harmony for the first 2 bars, octave just like doubling for the 3rd bar, but consistent playing with the 8th note kick drum. Then we've got the diminished run at the end. Got rid of the harmony we put on the end just now. So it does like swing the riff a bit more. The riff becomes more of a melodic thing and less of a stompy thing in my opinion now. So that harmony, we've got to be careful. Like, it's clever and it sounds interesting, but does it serve the song? And I know I've said maybe sometimes serving the song isn't always the best framework. It depends what you're trying to achieve. That to me is a very cool variation. Say we play this riff 2, 3, 4 times in the song, or we repeat this riff several times. That's like riff version 2, right? I think we need to stick with the solid versus. That's not as stable, but it is cool. If you feel like it's cool but it's not as stable, we could pick a more stable harmony. We could do a 5th harmony. Let's try this one. That might be more stable. Let's try that. Try an even lower harmony. They all just sound like harmonies, right? The highest one was probably the coolest one, actually. Harmony there is cool, that first one we did. I just think it's taken away a little bit much. It does sound more exciting in some ways than the unison. What if we did that harmony for repeat 3 where things pick up a bit? That could be an interesting take. Let's try that. Ah, now that's interesting. Yeah, now we've got something cool. And then into our diminished line at the end. Let's listen to the bass on its own just with the drums and see how that works. Bit messy, but I think that's quite cool. So the bass drops in pitch a bit in that 3rd sequence, or the 3rd bar even. So we as a listener are like, ooh, something's changing, but subtly. Hopefully that's given you some ideas of where you could harmonise. You'll need to look at the music theory stuff if you want to know which harmony notes are going to work. But there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with harmony. As you saw, it does destabilize stuff, so you've just got to make sure that you're using it in the right moment. Destabilizing on the third repeat is a perfectly valid place to do it. So glad I pursued that a bit further rather than just saying, oh, that's just going to be like, you know, variation 2 of the riff. Actually, it does fit really nicely there and makes for now what I think is quite a unique bass line. Just for comparison, let's just go all the way back to take 1, which was just part on its own. Yeah, just nowhere near as interesting. There you go, harmonization on the bass. Okay, continuing with the riff from the last 2 videos. We can talk about leaving space. Now, we've already done this a bit with the stomp, so we went for that basic stomp groove earlier. Simple, and it perhaps didn't suit this riff. It would suit others for sure, but we could leave space in different ways, right? A good thing to leave space on is the snare drum, so we could play more continuously but just let the snare drum pop out, so just don't hit anything on the snare. Let's try that. It's going to be a little tricky to figure out at first. If we just isolate that with the drums to make the point. I hit it on the second snare there. I think we want it there, but let's just play with the drums on their own. See how that sounds with the part. It might sound a bit too empty. Now it's a busy guitar riff, so it's hard to, it feels like we're staying too neatly with the drums now. Oh, that said, that would be quite cool. I'm going to move these drums out the way. That would work, perhaps. Again, this is a classic case of one part informing another. Ignore the 3 cymbals, it makes for just a big splash at the beginning. So, that would work nicely, funnily enough, over like a halftime breakdown. Oh yeah, something like this. So now, that's informed something else. Let's see if we can now fill the bass in a bit more, but let that snare pop out in the middle there. Okay, something like that's quite cool. Yeah, let's just, for now, we can do this. I'm just going to copy and paste that there so you can hear a couple of repeats. So we're now letting the snare pop through. We've half-timed things. So that's heavy, right? Again, it's not necessarily the best version of the riff in that format. But actually, yeah. I mean, again, this is another one, classic leaving space. I'll probably just do something like this as well. Something like that. Do you see that? I mean, I'm really leaving space. I'll probably just do 2 slides. Yeah. Could even do like a... So I left that snare, didn't hit the strings very hard. Let's do it again. Yeah, something like that. So hear it with the drums on their own. Kind of playing back and forth there. So notice how my choices on the bass guitar are informing the drums. The guitar riff's not changed, and there might be a moment where we're playing something on the bass and we go, oh, wouldn't that be cool on the guitar? But you can see leaving space, it might then get you to change your drums. You notice how everything I'm doing is rhythmically tied to the drums in some way. And it means that we need to be adaptive here. If you're working with a drummer, you need to be communicating this stuff and thinking about what's going to work. Quite a cool trick is following the guitar for the lower moments, and then those big high melodies, let it pop out. But hopefully this has given you a few examples of how you could leave space in a riff. Quick little note, play around with which octave you're in. The cool thing with the bass is, particularly if you have a 5 string, you can either be on the same octave as the guitar, in other words in unison with the guitar, or an octave below, or if the guitar's quite high up, you could be 2 octaves lower than the guitar. So whatever part you've written, whatever part, consider trying it in every octave you can. And you might want to do half of it in the higher octave, half in the lower. You might want to mimic the guitar and then drop into like a low, even 1 or 2 octaves below to feel everything sync in the riff. So if there's like a little melody that you want to follow, you could double it and then go straight back to your low string. You know, dynamics there are really important. So if you're going for something more melodic, go in unison with the guitar. If you want something solid, go an octave below. If you can even go 2 octaves below, that's going to really make everything feel like it sits solidly underneath the guitar part. Particularly if you can then interchange through these where it makes sense to do so. Super important. Right, let's talk about the song How Could I Have Changed by my band Pluvium. I wanted to go through the bass on this because I was pretty happy with it, and I think there are some quite unique ideas that I haven't heard many other people do. Doesn't mean they haven't been done, and maybe I'm just really talking about this genre. You might hear examples of me play, or of people playing these things in other genres of music. So I'm just going to play you the intro. I'll play it right from the beginning and then the intro part, and I want to play you the bass that's underneath because I think it's really interesting. Coffee. Okay, so this is an old mix, and it's a little different to how I would maybe mix something nowadays. I think I did make some adjustments to it. Anyway, let's just play that bass line on its own. What a mess that EQ is, eh? I mean, I guess it's not too bad. I've boosted a lot of that 100 hertz that I probably would have gone for something else. You know, I think I liked that sound at the time. Anyway, so that's the part. And I was going for, like, you know, in classical music, I don't know what you would call this type of, if you know in classical music what this sort of style of movement is. Like that continuous moving melody up and down thing. I just thought it fit really nicely with the guitars, so let's just isolate it with the rhythm guitars. So what's happening here is I'm sort of half aiming for like chord tones, but I'm half just like finding a continuous up and down the scale melody. What I'm trying to do is land on a chord tone when the chords change, but then the melody itself is kind of moving quite a lot. I'm hitting almost every note in the scale at some point. But it's when the chord changes, the exact beat that the chord changes, you should hear that the bass, I'm going to actually turn it up a bit here. You should hear that it lands on a chord tone. So just listen for when the guitars change and try and make a note of the, mentally at least, of the note that the bass is hitting as the guitar changes chord. Hopefully if I put the guitars on, wouldn't I? And then notice I just hit that final note even though the guitars don't land on it. To fade the bass into the clean part. So let's hear what this is doing against the cleans now. So you can see I'm leaving space there, not only because it's a more spacey part in the song, but actually because it's a very involved guitar part. Let's just isolate the clean guitars here. There's a lot going on. To try and mimic these would be difficult. It's so funny hearing things and how you might mix them differently. They're a little over compressed to my ear. Would have been nice to put some acoustic guitar on there as well. I won't spend too much time on the clean part. Let's go to the pre-chorus. Let's try, what's going on here? Do I have reverb on that? I do, quite a lot. So in the spaces here, let's just get rid of the vocals. I think I wanted the bass, I wanted a bit of a reverb hangover in the space. You want to feel like you hear the smack and then like a bit of a reverb drop, which you do, to be fair. It's pretty hard, that. I'm happy with that. Okay, so there's a lot of bass harmonization. So if I just play the rhythm guitars. That part there, let's hear the bass with that little turnaround-y bit. So the guitars are doing, but the bass is doing like harmonic minor harmony. Anyway, we then get onto the chorus and it's the same as the intro part. Quiet. Again, this is a bit of an older mix. I would have done stuff differently, but there we are. We get another verse and another pre-chorus and another chorus. So I want to skip to the bridge section. This is quite cool here. So what you'll hear if we isolate the bass. It's not popping out a huge amount, but it's doing something kind of cool. Let's isolate it just with the guitars. There's so many layers in this that it's really hard to make everything in your face, you know? Back in. Goosebumps, man. The way that comes back in there, ignore the rumbling, there's a vinyl effect thing going on. Listen how this comes back in, see if you can hear the bass little doo-doo-doo before it drops in. That tiny little lead in on the bass is just really cool. I think it's an arpeggio. We're back in chorus. I'm going to play the song out from here because I just, I'm interested to hear what's going on with the bass. I think it leaves a bit of space in some places. It's the vocals. Reflection of all I can never say. Okay, let's see what the bass is doing just with the guitars. Ah, it's going the other way to the guitars there in a harmony. It's harmonizing with that. And what have we got here? Oh, and then again it's doing something different. Again, this is the final chorus, is the outro, so there's room to play. Okay. Oh, went up the octave. A little slide back in, so if you listen to the drums. Oh, never mind. Should have cut that. That little. Right, there is a slide back in, which is kind of cool. Those Mike's real drums as well. We actually recorded them at the music school that I used to go to, which is pretty cool. It's Mike's actual drum kit. Happy with that. So, yeah, you notice the bass is landing on that kick drum on the way out. Even though the guitars are actually a bit more jumpy. Also, just as a side note, how cool are these synths or the extras at the end? Chuck all this stuff on the end. I love that super high synth. Which one is it? Is it here? Oh, where is it? One of these. It's lead. Ah, it's this. Just fade them out at the end, I guess. Yeah, very cool. So hopefully it's highlighted some of the bass stuff in there, just giving you some ideas for things you could do. I got distracted with some mixing. So I was working on, I was listening to the song and I was actually working on a bit of a remaster for it, just for fun, because this is a bit of an old mix. Anyway, let's talk about the bass line here in this one. Okay, so that intro, it's a bass intro. And it's the same part, sits underneath the main guitar riff. Now what I've done is I've actually outlined the chords of the guitar riff on the bass. So it's, although it's like it's mainly octaves and thirds I think I'm using. So let's just get the bass out and let's have a go at it. Okay, so what I've got here is the root, but then the third. Let's get a nastier tone. It's something a bit more aggro in it. Got some dead strings on here as well. Oh, let's turn that down a little. So now we just go to octaves. Notice I just end there on that. Oh, you can't see it there. There. Just in case you didn't see them. That's the octave up. So let's skip to later in the song. So we've got this call and response with the vocals. Now, this does an interesting thing, and I need to use the stem splitter here, annoyingly. Okay, so let's isolate these parts. I'm actually going to get rid of the vocals and just do guitar and bass. So notice the bass, you can actually see it in the waveform, comes in, it joins the guitar riff, right? Sorry, it's a little bit funny to listen to. So it joins in with that. And it matches the drums here. Can you hear it matching that kick? Sorry, it's a little bit messy there just because of the stem splitter. So what we've got is the bass dropping out, but it's not just coming in on beat one. It's like rejoining the guitar riff a bit early, and then it's matching the kicks. So you can see just by looking at it that there's this loose like call and response between the bass and the guitar, but the bass, you can visually see it, that it's joining in parts. So we get that, and then we just get to the main part again. Now let's have a listen. We do the verse again, the cool little bass fill into chorus, the main chorus. I forgot about this. Ha! Forgot about that. Yeah, so it does the... What a fill that is. Yeah, and it's just a nice little... You barely hear it underneath the vocals, unfortunately. That's all getting buried under the vocals, right? Now let's just listen to what happens in the second half. Let's isolate the bass, because I'll play it for you because I remember the part. So what's happening here underneath this here? Let's play the original now. Yeah. Okay, so we've gone from this, but then it gets into a more flowy part, and so we've got this similar kind of movement. Let me just play the first bit. So that. Now the next chord, so technically the next chord is here. That's our root note. But what I've actually done is I've got this. Now, goes here. That's the fifth of the what chord would that be? G minor. But I've put that in the bass because I wanted this ascending bass line because it's a climbing part, and I wanted the bass to reflect that. So instead of going up to, the guitars do that, but I wanted the bass just to climb up one, and it goes up another one. Yeah, so it's following the chord progression in the same way on the last bit with the... We go to the harmonic minor. But that second chord is the all-important one where we get some voice leading. So instead of going... It's like a four-chord song, basically. Instead of doing that, we go... Then we get to our sixth fret there. I think that's quite important. And we now get, importantly, the bridge part. We've talked about, okay, what do we do in our bridges in the turning ideas into songs section. We just bring in the intro riff again. Intro riff happens to be the bass part. So, let's just isolate, let's get rid of the vocals for this part now. Okay, so that there is a group of fives. Now, there's a little bit of a tool thing here. Just a little bass slide out there if I get rid of the... a little bit of a... What did I do there? Oh, like a big slide up. I think I would have recorded that separately. There's no way I went like all the way down there. Okay, so we get this big outro chorus now. Get through a bit more. So it's still on that part. Okay. You get the bass in the end though. So the important thing there is that the bass just goes to, for that final chorus, pretty sure it just does that. It's the big finale of the song, and we want this sense of release. The drums are doing this 5, it's going it's a complicated part. We don't need to be doing 5s on the bass for that, right? Goes right up here, goes up to the it goes up to the minor 3rd. So interestingly, for that C minor chord, in the main chorus we just play the part. In the double chorus we invert it and we play the 5th underneath. In the final chorus, the inversion, we play this one. So that second chord in the chord progression is the one that we altered every time, which is a little unusual because normally the 3rd one is the one you alter if you're going for like an altered chord progression. So I think it's quite cool that what's happened here is I've chosen to alter one chord in 2 different ways, so we have 3 total versions of how we hear that chord throughout the song. Quite an interesting thing to do. And then of course finishing on the little bass riff at the end. I mean, it's a cool riff, isn't it? So why not finish on it? It's funny listening back to this, there's so many things I'd redo, and part of me's like, do I re-record it? You know, got all the parts, I remember how they went. It's like, do I remix it? Might be cool to do, but I don't know, part of me's like, do I keep the original? Who knows? Anyway, hopefully that's given you a few more ideas to think about. Right, possibly the most iconic rock bass line of all time, or one of. When I say rock, I mean strictly rock, not just like a bit rock. I mean, you know, Hysteria by Muse. So there's only a couple of things I wanted to talk about with this. Really, I mean, we could analyse the hell out of why it's a great bass line, but really what I wanted to talk about and focus on with this is just the fact that it's so different to what's happening on the guitar. So we all know this. Interestingly, I think that's doubled with a synth, or there's like a synth pedal or something going on. That's not just a pure bass tone. Either way, it sounds fantastic, right? And interestingly, I forgot to mention this in my breakdown of the song Archetype by my band Pluvium. It comes in with a big boom, like a tom hit in the beginning of that song. That's an ode to when they play this song live, they come in with a like he hits the toms just to start the song, and then it kicks off the bass line. Forgot to mention it's an ode to that, so I think that's quite clever from me, and it's quite cool as well. So really all I wanted to talk about is the fact that this line carries on, and the guitar riff, which in its own right is awesome, does something entirely different. Right, it just goes underneath. The bass could easily have just doubled the guitar riff and it still would have been a cool part, but it just wouldn't have been the same song, would it? And then you got the disco beat on the drums. I mean, unreal, so cool. So it keeps going, carries on in the verse. So out of pitch in my version over there, but you know what I mean. Keeps going, but the chorus is where it does change. It's kind of jumping around a bit now. Again, it's not following the guitars. It's following the fundamental chord. It's outlining the chords, which it wasn't doing in the verse part. But that really is all I wanted to point out. It's just how you really have the freedom, if you want, to play an entirely different part. Now, if your guitar riff is really super busy, which this isn't, you might not get away with it unless you go for a super simple bass line that is doing something different. That you can do. We talk about that in the lessons where you can leave space, right? If it's a busy guitar riff, you can actually back off and let the riff do its thing a little bit. However, if you've got quite a simple guitar riff, you know, simple but catchy, think, could I really go a bit off the wall with the bass? Because you can. This is a perfect example of guitar riff, pretty simple, still good, still very, very iconic on its own. And I think it still would have been a great song had that bass line dropped out and just copied the guitar. But the combination of the two, unreal. And yeah, so don't be afraid to do something completely different to your guitars if it suits the song. This is one of my favourite parts of the songwriting process. We've done the hard work, we've written the song, or we've certainly written a good amount of it. And we're thinking about adding some layers on top and some post-production stuff. Post-production we're going to do in another module. But layering, sort of creative, you know, harmony, melody and rhythmic ideas for layering. for augmenting what you've already got. This is great because this is like the cherry on top. You don't necessarily have to do too much creative thinking here, although you can do. It's more about just fattening out your sound and really like experimenting with how can we sort of influence how it already sounds? Can we create more soundscapes around what we've got with extra instrumentation? Now for me, my bread and butter is drums, bass, guitar, vocals. And then all these layers that I add in support them. I'm not someone who writes on the piano. I don't write with synths or any other stringed instruments. I just write on those other instruments. And I like these layers to be present but not heard, as it were. That's just my preference. If you like more orchestral, like Nightwish or whatever kind of metal, if you like industrial or synth-based metal, so if you like your Bring Me the Horizon, Archetype, those kind of bands, if you like the more industrial stuff, you might want more synths in there, or you might want them louder than I have them in my songs. For me, they're just layers, you know. The main thing here is we just need to think about, are we supporting the song? You don't want to just be throwing stuff in that isn't for the sake of just having more noise, right? So we'll talk about a little bit about our approaches as well, and then we'll talk about actually how to think about layering these instruments in, these extra instruments, whether it's more guitars or if it's synths, strings, percussion, whatever. This is where we get to really sort of uncover the tonal palette of the song a little more. And it can take your song from like, it's the last 10-20% on your song beyond like the mix that is worth way more than the sum of its parts when you introduce it. I can't put into words how much better a song sounds with all these layers to my ears, even though we're just adding a small amount. It does so much. And trust me, when you get to the mix process, you want to make sure that you've done these well, because in the mix, you can find yourself wanting to fill frequencies or lower frequencies, take them out. If you get your instrumentation right and your layering right, you can do that just by bringing instruments in at the right time or taking them out at the right time. So this isn't just some like, oh, let's fill the space, and you'll find that out as we go through the lessons. It's about filling the space with intent, and you're going to make your life so much easier when it comes to mixing. So really think this through, but enjoy it. It's great fun. Okay, so what do you need? Well, adding layers, we're thinking about thickening the track out, or maybe adding interest and, uniqueness. So again, what do you need here? Well, there are a couple of ways you can think about this. You can kind of jam over your track if you're handy with a piano or a guitar. You can jam some melodies and ideas and see just what works, But also you can think about frequencies. If you want to get your mixer brain on a little bit and think about the completeness of the track, you can think about frequency space. So if I've got a big chorus, I'm often going to be thinking, what are the frequencies that I'm covering with my guitar and my bass mainly? Drums kind of do their own thing to some degree. And what am I not? If you want to thicken things up, you might consider, a medium gain guitar in the sort of lower region, lower octaves, lower frets to pad things out. If you've not got enough aggression, you might want like a scratchy, mid-range focused guitar doing something a bit more frenetic and jumpy. If you want more high-end, you might want some like saw wave synths or certain strings to go on top. Listen to some reference tracks and think, does this sound a lot brighter than mine, a lot more full body, just a lot fuller in general? If it just sounds fuller and more saturated, and by saturated I don't mean saturation, I mean like full as in like vibrant and interesting, you might just want to add stuff just to fill the space. So these are things you can think about. So you kind of got two options here, like I said. Jam things out and see what sounds nice over the top in terms of melody and rhythm, or think about frequency space, or maybe a combination of the two. Most likely a combination of the two. The other thing we've discussed in terms of putting the song together and you're turning ideas to songs, this is a prime place where you can think about reusing melodies and rhythms and ideas in your supplementary layers. So say you've got a cool guitar melody in your main riff. Could you put that as like a string melody in your chorus or something like that? Let's say you've got a cool rhythm. Could you put that on like a shaker, like a tambourine in your chorus? These are all things that you want to have sort of whirring around your head. So there's just some things to consider when it comes to thinking about what to put in as a layer. Oh, one more thing. You want to think about the consistency of the track. Does this want strings? Does it want synths? Does it want more industrial sounds? Think of the tone of the track. Don't just put strings on every track and synths on every track. Think about what you want and what is the tonal palette of this. If it's a really dark track, you're probably not going to have happy sounding like piccolos and harps and things doing all this ethereal stuff. You might do, but maybe as to create a sense of contrast, not as a supplementary thing. If you've got something really industrial, you might be going for synths and more like tactile kind of sounds, Foley sounds, things like that. We'll talk about them in the post-production section. And then if you've got a really anthemic track, you might want strings and an orchestra, that kind of thing. So think about what's appropriate for the world that you've built in your song. We've brought up this idea of with versus the grain, or with or against the grain, a few times now, and this is really important when you think about your layering. If you're stuck for what to add, but you know you want to add something, just think, are we going with or against the grain of what's happening? If we're going with it, you might want to think about harmonizing the part, thickening it out with some chord layers on, say, some strings, for example, matching the rhythm with something, even if it's just like a hit, like a timpani, boom, 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 something like that. If you're going against it, you might be thinking about counter rhythms, counter melodies. You're going to be thinking about filling the space that exists that you haven't already filled. So if you've got a busy part, you might have something that just sits underneath as a layer, like a consistent note. If it's quite a pleasant to the ear part and you want to add a bit of something, nasty, you might have a little bit of dissonance and some slightly clashy kind of parts going on. It's just a useful prompt for thinking about what do we need. If you're in your big open anthemic chorus, it's unlikely you're going to have an awful lot going against the grain, but what you might want is like a little supplementary melody, one that just sits over the top, that's completely new and unrelated. It's quite often good with like little string and high woodwind instruments, things like that, having an extra melody built in that's just its own thing, that's just moving around the scale. Whether you call that against the grain or not, I don't know. But think about tension and release. So think about what you've already done to this point. Maybe you've already added some layers in, and now you're struggling for what to do for the next part. Think, what is the part doing in the song? Is it going with or against the grain of the song? And do I want to take it further away, or do I want to bring it closer to what we've already got? Do I want to match things with the grain or against the grain? It can make quite the difference when you add these layers in. Instrument continuity. This is quite important. If you introduce an instrument, my opinion is you should try and find every place where that's going to fit in. And if you introduce a violin, don't suddenly change that for like a different stringed instrument. You can do, but what's going to happen is your song is going to start feeling like blocks and sections that don't coordinate. So if I bring a violin part in from my anthemic chorus, what I might start to think about is, could I just have that sitting at a low level in my verse? And if I don't want it to be too prominent in my verse, maybe I could just have it copying what the guitar is doing, not doing anything too interruptive or too present in the mix. So once I've brought an instrument in, I can take it out, but I don't want to introduce a different instrument in its place later down the line. It's about creating like a tonal palette and a sonic world for our song. If we've got this anthemic part and we've got all our orchestration of our orchestra, and then suddenly we go to like a synth part without the actual tone of the song changing elsewhere, it's going to sound a bit out of place. That can be a choice that you make, but you've got to be clever about it. You can always have synths and strings in the same song. I'm not saying you can't. It's just about thinking about the continuity. And it might be the case that if you want synths and strings, you need to dot them about throughout the song so that it's not a massive surprise when one comes in. You can bury layers and hide them in clever little places, and you can keep them going for quite a long time. So it's a challenge to yourself. If you've written a layer for a part already, see if you can take that instrument and make it work for the whole song. Again, think about that with or against the grain. It doesn't always have to just mimic everything that's happening. It doesn't have to go against it either. Just think about continuity. It's important that we have a sense that we've created a world and we're going to stick to it. Otherwise, the listener's going to detach. So it's about making a world that once we've decided, okay, this is our selection of instruments, we stick with them. That's what we've created. If every song you have is synth, strings, industrial elements, samples, choirs, everything, none of your songs are going to have that much variance in them, right? Created a sonic world, let's populate it appropriately. Let's go through what you can do for guitar layers. And this is going to use some of the principles that we've discussed to this point in the module. This is my band Pluvium song Disavowed. It's the latest one we've put out. So this is a bit of a time capsule, because we don't know how many songs I might have put out by the time you come to watch this. But anyway, so let's play this main riff. Yeah, let's think about what have we got in the guitars. Well, it's just the main riff, but we have got this interesting... And that's just sort of announcing each bar in the riff. So you see, this is a really busy guitar riff, and I don't want to be thinking about, all these other parts that are going on when the guitar is moving around so much. So all I did was add in just a bit of a nasty effect underneath. That's just something you can think about. There's not much else in the way of guitar layers there, so let's skip to the verse. Actually, I'm going to mute the vocals because I just want to focus on the instrumental here. So let's listen to the guitars. Clearly the layers underneath are here. Oh, we added this. We've got this basic guitar groove. Works, very simple. But I didn't want to just have empty space there, so I filled it a bit with that guitar underneath. Notice it does keep going under the chugs, but we're hitting that same root note of them. Now, the thing I've called skronkly, it's a double of the layer. Oh, sorry, that's a different part. Hang on. So it's, which part is it? Ambient guitars. Right. Tremolo picked, but, so we're kind of going with the grain of what's happening because it's the same notes, but same note here, but it's just a little more uneasy. It's building into something. So we've taken a layer and we've got like a second version of it and we've combined them. The mistake here, in my opinion, would be to cut the clean layers and switch to the tremolo. If we talk about continuity, I think that would be a mistake. I think what we need to do, and what I've done, is kept the clean layers going and introduced the tremolo as another layer. Now, because they're going at the same time, they can't fight each other too much, but I don't know, why would you want them to? So this builds us back up to the, well, builds up to the chorus. Okay, busy guitar riff again. It's the busiest chorus I've ever written. It's a bit of a one-off. I wouldn't normally do this. So let's listen to the guitars on their own. You can hear it's pretty much just the main guitar, at least it sounds like it. But listen to this. So what I wanted was a bit of a scratchy, weird effect over the melodic aspect of the riff. It's only really subtle. It just sits underneath there. Notice it's not on the chuggy low parts, it's just on the melodic movement. But on the chuggy low parts, got that. Thinking about frequency space here, there's not an awful lot of high end in that. I mixed this on another track, I think, hence the this. Realistically, you'd see a lot of high end cut. This is very low mid focused. I wanted it to beef up those main guitars. You can hear it if I get rid of them. Put it back on. It's doing a lot for that low end. It's all subtle because there's a lot of other stuff going on in the track. We combine that with skronkly. Clever, in my opinion. Oh, what happened there? Oh no, that's not meant to happen. That's in the final song. Well, we all learned something together, eh? What happens to first? At least it happens. It's definitely. Right, that's right. Is it right here? Oh no, I think we're okay. We're okay. So that's where we're on with the layers so far. Let's just go a bit further in the song. We get more of this verse and the chorus. Let's listen to the next part. Can you see skronkly? Oh, let's highlight the cleans and the layers. Are they doing anything? Ah, yes. Let's just check. Did I miss anything from that first chorus? Ah! I did. Sorry. So, it's got a lot there. We've kept the screech, but what we've also got, so we've got this. Leaders doing nothing. We've got our layers. Yeah. It's like a tremolo thing. Yeah. Nice. Now we got... Okay, so we've got some sustain on the second part of the riff, just to like fill the space a bit more. And we're just filling a bit more of that mid-range. I think probably I wanted more of the note to come through here. I just wanted more of that. Na-na-na-na. Just wanted to hear more of that pure pitch. There's almost no distortion on that. That's a tone that I've already used earlier. It's for the layers here. The same one. So clearly I just wanted the note to come through a bit more. So there's a lot going on. Let's just put all of the layers without the cleans. Let's hear them together. Yeah. I don't know if that's in the right place. That's not, is it? Well, that is in the wrong place. Right. I think I fixed it the second time, I guess. Anyway, let's get to the next part of the song. Let's check out the guitars. Get rid of the rhythms. Yeah, not much going on there. What's the skronkly guitar? Okay, so the skronkly guitar's doing a nasty little harmony there. Yeah, underneath that. Yeah, just to make that an extra bit nastier. See what goes into next. It's a bit of a break. They fade out. They're just fading out on their own. Okay, so the breakdown. Now, there's a guitar solo. Obviously, I wouldn't really call that a layer, it's just its own part. What I have done, that's tight, that sounds good, but that doesn't sound that consistent. I was aware of that when I was mixing it, but it just fills a bit of space. Flattens things out a bit. Do you have anything else going on? Just that for that section. So now we get into this nice open bridge. So let's check this out. Rhythm. Nice chord progression. Let's have a listen to what we've got in the other parts. Harmony. So we can harmonize parts. But notice when it gets back to this nasty screech, I brought back in all the nasty layers again on that screechy part. And the skronkly guitar does it as well. So I didn't forget the fact we did that earlier, because this is a little bit of a callback to that earlier part. So now we get into another breakdown. All of those nasty layers again, still doing that. Yeah, same thing, we get another chorus. And we got the outro riff, let's try that. The same business going on here. I believe here, yeah, I didn't even bother harmonizing that. It's kind of, I could have done a harmony on that maybe. Just kept the screeches going. Yeah. Final couple of stabs. Got the fatty rhythm underneath it. So it's just showing you some of the things you can do with the guitar layers in this song. There are other things you can do. It's just giving you some ideas there. I want to show you one more. So I want to show you the chorus for this song. We're going to skip straight to it. And I'm going to mute the vocals just so you can hear what's going on. So we have this guitar part. Sounds like, what on earth is it? Oh my god, how did I mix this? Ah, right. Now you'll notice on top of those guitars, we haven't just got this. We actually have a harmony there as well, by the way. We've got left and right harmonies. We have these leads. together. So we're matching the rhythm of the rhythms with our lead parts. But the reason I put this in is when I wrote the part, originally they were all as one. So I had this moving octave part and I was just sort of catching the open strings and a couple of extra notes underneath. But the problem was like all distorted and crunchy sounding. So I separated my guitar parts out into two different layers. Now you could play this all on one instrument, but in the mix it sounds way better getting a simpler rhythm part there, but then putting those upper chord extensions on a clean lead part. That's just something I wanted to show you for this as an extra or something to think about. There's parts on their own again. A few things for you to think about. Oh, sorry, you might not have seen all of that. I just realised I was full screening it. You might not have seen everything I played around with there, but I don't think it's too important, so hopefully you've caught what I was talking about. Anyway, a few things for you to think about on the layer front there. Just to go one step further with guitar layers, a bit of a shorter one here, we're just going to talk about some of the things you can do to just separate them from your main guitars. Now, the obvious thing is just have a different level of gain. So if you've got a clean part, have like a higher gain lead part that sits back a little bit, vice versa. But you can also mess around with effects. So let's, for example, let's take this chorus part I've got for a song I'm working on. So we've got this main guitar part. Just felt it wasn't doing enough on its own. It's really cool. It's Mayonnaise by Smashing Pumpkins. Didn't mean to steal that, but sort of did. So, end up with this lead part on top. And it's quite loud, right? If I get rid of it. It's filling a lot of that kind of mid-range space. Not too much gain, but a lot of mid-range in there. To create a separation, I mean, if you know what Loathe sound like, there's a lot of that kind of sound in their music here. What I've done is, obviously, less gain than these main guitars, but I've got a chorus and a phaser effect on there. So if we just isolate one of these, like, let's tell you what, let's just turn those effects way up so you can hear them. They were up pretty high anyway. Let's put them back where they were. So, or I can play the parts with and without, and then hopefully you'll hear the difference. This is with, without. You can hear that effect softens the gain. It's a cool little trick. Now, one more thing you could think about doing, and I've not done it on these. It doesn't match the tone of the song in my opinion. What you can do, really cool trick, if you want your leads to pop out a little more, you can add a whammy pedal or an octave pedal in front of your guitar amp. So this is tuned +12, so an octave, but just blend it in at like 30%. To 100%, way too much, but let's just say I wanted some of this. So let's try that. Maybe I'll keep this, who knows? I don't think I will, but let's try it on both of those lead layers with the main guitars. You know what? Just a hair less, but I actually do like that. So I think we're gonna, we might keep that. Funny, look at that, we're making progress together. Very subtle. It's a frequency thing more than anything, it's just filling a space. But see how it lifts out of the verse. So now the opposite would be if I wanted to add weight, I could do the octave down, I could do -12, or with whatever octave plugin whatever octave you're using, you'd add that in. So let's save that. There we go, that's just a little bit of what you could do with the effects on your guitar. Delay and reverb, pretty standard, you can throw them on. It almost sounds weird if you don't throw them on certain lead guitars. So delay and reverb, play around with to taste, but this is just something to do with more modulation that you could have a bit of a mess with. Let's talk guitar harmonies. So I'm not going to get into how they work, that's in your music theory module, but we're just going to add some in. So there's a couple of things to consider, and this is more to do with how you sort these harmonies out and arrange them. So let's do a basic harmony. I've got a riff here, very simple. Very simple idea, just so we can get the harmonies. So I'm just going to add in a third harmony on both of these. Go. Let's do it right. Okay, sounds pretty cool. So, let's listen to them together and get the levels right. Okay. So this is a tricky balance now, because what's happened is that harmony pops out nicely, but it might just get a bit too loud. It feels like it all pops forward, and I mean I could turn the harmony down, but now I'm not going to hear much of it. There subtly. It's fine. To glue these together, I'd maybe suggest what we could do is double track. So I'm going to have this left and right. We've already talked about double tracking, so let's just do another take of exactly that and see how it sounds. Okay, let's hear them together. Right, so it's working, you know, it's popping in and out. Still feels like a lift in volume, so it's going to have to come down again. But now we're not hearing that much of the harmony. So what we could maybe think about doing is consider what could that harmony be doing at the same time as the sort of, you know, strummed part, so that we're not worried about a boost in volume, because at the moment it feels like the strum part is quieter than the harmony part. Now if you want that, that's cool, that's a choice you can make, and in certain sections of certain songs that absolutely will be what you want the harmony to pop out. Let's say we just want a more consistent sound. Well, let's just play the part, the full part, with the strumming, but we're just going to play the harmony part on top instead of just playing nothing. So let's do this. Do it again for our right hand side guitar. Okay, so now we've got a quad track guitar essentially. So now we could probably turn these harmonies up. Now it's going to get louder. Right, now we're not feeling that drop as much because we've got our quad track guitars. Yeah, those strums still feel powerful, and the harmony is now louder. Now, if you feel like that's too overpowering, what you could do is perhaps, instead of strumming that full chord, you could do it, say, as a higher power chord. You could even just hit a couple of notes of that power chord. Or even just one note, just like the root there. So let's try that as an alternative. It's not going to sound radically different, but let's give it a go. Didn't actually do that to the metronome, but I timed it pretty well. So then we've just got the root note underneath the harmony. Now, I don't like that because I hear that part too much. I don't want to hear that because now it sounds like there's a very different guitar tone to the strums. Don't like that. So I'd maybe consider a full power chord or just strumming the whole lot. Now you've got to be careful with harmonies because they can end up sort of distracting from the melody. We talked about this in the bassline creation masterclass as well. So be careful when adding them in. Make sure that they're supplementing and not distracting from the core melody. You can harmonise literally everything. I hear it a lot with singers actually. They love to harmonise with each other because it's fun and it's engaging. But like, as I said in the idea generation, just because it's fun to do doesn't mean it's fun to listen to. So realistically, if you're going for that like Bullet for My Valentine sound that we've sort of got a bit of here, then it's fine. I'd argue what we've got here with that single note at the beginning is more Bullet. But anyway, something else to think about is your tone of your harmonies. I consider something a bit lower gain. You don't want to overpower the listener with overdrive here. So let's have a listen. Let's maybe, I mean, this is a high gain amp, but let's go for something a bit more just like, I'm not going to overthink, I'm not going to spend ages on mixing this here, but let's just get like a kind of a clean-ish tone. Go for like Brit Bite. Okay, a bit harsh that. Let's just take the treble and the mids down. Okay, and just lose a bit of this. Okay, we just got more like mid-range, or sort of low-ish mid-range that we're filling there. So let's just try that. This might not be the sound we want. We might just want that wall of sound, but okay, that's quite maybe harsh in your 2 to 3K region, but okay, so it's a little harsh there. Maybe that's not the right choice, but you can think about a lower gain option. This might in another context work better. If we want those harmonies to pop out, that might be where we want it. So just think about changing the tone of your harmonies. It's quite cool when it's just the same guitar tone in the harmony. It really glues everything. But those are just some considerations when you're doing your harmonies. Welcome to the rock and metal songwriter's secret weapon, the shaker. Trust me when I say these add a lot of energy to your sound. There's something about shakers, and I can't point out what, they just add so much forward movement to things like choruses. You probably don't want them in your stompy riffs, right? But they might just sound okay with the right sort of timing. Listen to any Nickelback song ever and you will hear a shaker in the chorus. Whether you like Nickelback or not, I'm going to play you one of theirs. So, San Quentin. I don't know if it's their latest album, but I'm going to skip to the chorus and listen for those shakers. Shakers. I think it's just the one there. I think it's a tambourine. No, I can hear a couple, I think. You don't want to go overboard with these. I reckon layering a couple in is good. There aren't many times where I suggest panning things anywhere other than left, right, or center. But shakers, I think you can get away with being a bit creative with where you pan them. Put them right on the side for an expansive feel. Keep them in the middle just to feel like you're tying in with the drums a bit. But shakers, throw them in. They're really cool. And you can get different types of shakers. I use the Clev Grand Skacker. I'll put a link to that underneath. It's like £30. It's wicked. It's really good. Chuck them in all your choruses, all your flowy parts. They even work in verses as well. Anything where you just want to sort of hammer home the fact that you've got a bit of a driving rhythm of any kind. Just make sure they're not too loud. They can become, even at very low volumes, they can be very abrasive. So just don't turn them too loud. Depends on your song, obviously. If you want them to be a feature, then turn them up. I like them there just as a texture. So think about that, but definitely include them. Let's talk about strings and horns and kind of orchestra-based things. I'm going to do this with strings, but a lot of these rules are going to apply to horns as well. I'm not an orchestration expert, so I'm just going to give you what I do. And if you want to learn more about these, there are a lot of resources online for how to program these in a realistic and exciting way. So, big thing with strings and with horns is to learn the range of each instrument. The cello and the double bass can have a very different frequency range to the violins, and a very different pitch range as well. So don't go programming in super high notes on your cellos or super low ones on your violins. Learn how the horns work as well. Now, you can just Google these, or if you download the BBC Symphony Orchestra from Spitfire Audio, the really helpful thing is, so say I wanted let's go for a violin, violins 2. It will only let me program stuff within the range of that instrument. Okay, so notice, oh, it just stops there. Why does that one sound different? I feel like maybe one of the violins in that section couldn't hit that note. Anyway, nope. Eventually, oh god, where's that even gone? There. Eventually, there you go. So C#6 is the highest note that those violins can hit. Let's see, can violins 1 hit a higher note? I don't know. No. Okay, they just sound slightly different. So, if you download the BBC Symphony Orchestra at Spitfire Audio, you don't have to worry about this so much. But anyway, so we've got this drop D riff from the last bit of the lesson. Let's say we wanted strings on those chords, maybe even the harmony parts. Let's start off by taking, for example, go cellos. I don't necessarily want to go super low with the basses here. Oh, no, let's go basses, why not? And what we want to do here is that we want to map it out. So we've got a D minor power chord, or just a D power chord as the first chord. So let's find... Oh, let's turn that velocity down. A bit overpowering, isn't it? Blimey. 400% really ranks that up. Okay, maybe I do want the octave below that. Yeah. Okay, so we're on the basses here. That's a powerful sounding thing. Oh, I know why it's all cranked. I've got this on. There we go. Ooh, it's getting loud now as well. So let's turn everything down. So you can feel the weight of that bass there. Now, if you want to program, say, the octave higher, let's actually call this what it is, basses. Duplicate this just so we've got everything on there. But now I'm going to copy this over and I'm going to change the instrument. I'm not just going to do it on basses, I'm going to do it on the cello. Take this an octave higher. This is a bit of a softer instrument actually. Cool. Now we got two together. Okay, cool. So that's our cello. We call it cellos because cello sounds weird, like jelly. Okay, now I'm going to copy another one. We're going to change this though. Let's outline the chord. Let's get the minor third on our violas. Why not? So minor third is F. Actually, I want that minor third. Ooh, let's rename this violas. And let's turn that up a bit. I quite like hearing that. A whole lot down. Okay, let's get the fifth in on the violins. So I'm going to copy this over. Fifth of D is A. Okay. Okay, now that fifth feels a bit loud. Let's turn that down. Okay, so that's the kind of balance I like. Now let's hear that with the chords. Okay, way too loud compared to the chords. So let's turn these all down quite a lot. It's bad gain staging if you looked at that lesson, but... Okay, adding something in there. Now let's say actually, okay, we want even another layer. Let's go, so it's violins 1, wasn't it? Let's go, oh, whoops, get rid of this track. Let's do violins 2. Oh no, violins 2, right, violins 1. Oh, well, the wrong way around, who cares? Okay, let's now do the octave up, D. See what that sounds like. I want that higher octave to come through a bit more. Cool, quite a big sound that. There's a lot of space. Now you notice the harmonized guitar layers kind of lose a bit of weight. The tricky thing with following harmonized guitars is that strings don't seem to be so fast response. So, do the harmony. This little fast turnaround, I don't know how quickly these strings are going to respond. This might just be this plugin, but... Oh, I left that a bit late. Okay, it kept up. Cool. What, just one of the guitars? Let's have a listen. Oh, I did it in the wrong place. So be careful if you're starting to do lots of fast movements on your strings. They don't always keep up. Not with this plugin, it seems, anyway. So that layer range, notice I've not just gone on Logic and gone with cinema strings or whatever. It works, and that will give you the right sort of sound. But being able to separate these things out and really have a choice as to how you layer and build your chords, I think is really important. It means you can also pan things separately as well. So I could pan these, you know, I could have my basses and my cellos left and right, my two violins left and right. Now there's automatic panning in the BBC Symphony thing, so the volumes can go a bit funny. Let's hear these together. Yeah, the right hand side's louder, so we need to turn that up. Yeah, okay, and then we've got a bit of stereo image now in our strings. These are great for big anthemic choruses, things like that. Something else I like to add in is, let's do it on this one, this octave up. We're going to have another one on here, another melody. I like having chord tensions and extensions on higher strings. Let's go for a minor 9, let's hear that. How does that sound with the guitars? Cool, yeah, done a couple of them off. So they can sound really nice. You don't want them too low, they're going to cloud things up. They need to be sitting way up top. So if you're thinking about filling that higher frequency space, they're really good for that. You could also have like counter melodies. So you could go something like that. I mean, you didn't hear that so well, but do it with one guitar. Yeah, a little melody. Notice it's not so fast to respond to the note changes there. So that's something else you can do with your strings. If you want to do that Nightwish thing, you can pair this with choir sounds, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, have a play around with them. So we've got our strings. I'm going to get rid of that higher extension just that I had in the last lesson and just keep this as one of them. Okay, so we've got them underneath our main guitar riff. Let's listen to them on their own one more time. Sound cool. Let's say we wanted some more movement, and this is where I think Woodwind and Things like the harp can be really cool. And duplicate this again just because it's the right plugin. So let's, instead of putting in like singular plucks or something, let's take the flute. Now we're getting into quite symphonic metal territory when we start layering this much orchestra on. But let's have a go. See how high this instrument can go. So, oh, that's quite a cool melody. So, it's quite cool. Little melody. Get a different melody the second time. Bit loud that, obviously, but also quite cool. We could have a similar thing, pan that over to the side. These are called violins one. Let's be smart. There's flutes is what that is. Right, let's do that again. I'm going to pan that to the left, pan to the right. I'm going to copy that over, and I'm going to use the piccolo, another high-pitched instrument. Same one. Let's just volume balance these. Right, piccolo's quite quiet there. More still. Notice I'm using these little meters here to get an exact measurement. And I'm just trusting my ears. So, let's say we could harmonize this melody. This would be quite cool. Accidental harmonic minor there. I think that's right. Yeah. Oh, there's one bit that doesn't work there. I think it works. Okay, anyway, you can harmonize your melodies like that. So let's say we go with them. Okay, what if we wanted some, like, we could have some harp plucks. And these are quite good for, like, faster response kind of movement. Let's do... Again, now the harp has quite a large range, but it's another one, again, I like to keep quite high. Let's go here. I want to go super fast. It's not that fast, is it? We could... What if we did this? Oh, piss off. Okay. Right. Okay, not... let's change the velocity on that second one. Now, it doesn't really sound like... I don't think a harp player would necessarily play that. But it sounds kind of cool. Almost sounds more like a synth there. So you probably want just the you know, 8th or whatever the 16th notes they are. You wouldn't want the doubles there, but it's quite a cool layer. It's not so prominent there. That little sound is pretty interesting. Again, it's all just filling the space now. It's hard to pick that out. You'd have to turn it up quite a lot. So you can turn it up quite a bit if we want. Let's just turn it up so that we can hear it prominently. Blimey, it's really hard to hear. It's so loud, it's still not coming through. I mean, we're starting to lose the guitars here, so this is where we'd need to be careful and maybe turn all this down. So yeah, harps are good for those higher up plucks, quite cool. Same goes for your woodwind. Okay, what if we want some synths? Now these are good for like fast response kind of stuff, quite wacky sounds, quite industrial sounds. They're great for getting the super high and super low frequencies. You've got to be careful with super lows, you've got to make sure you're matching things, otherwise if you start putting in all sorts of weirdness in the lows, you start to lose a lot of clarity. But you can be really smart with synths. So I think they're good for doubling, like doubling guitars. A lot of modern bands, Bring Me the Horizon, Archetypes, they use synths along with their guitars to add that nastiness. They also use like a sine wave sub bass to kind of double up with their bass guitar, so the bass is like super consistent, like abnormally consistent. It sounds too good, but it also sounds really good. That's a trick that we can talk about maybe with bass mixing, we'll get into that. So let's just make a new software track, let's put some synths on here. We're getting a bit silly really with the amount of instruments we've got. Let's say we wanted to double this guitar part. Well, let's do that. Now I'm going to pick a synth sound that's quite... Okay, there's a bit too much delay on that. And it's a bit loud. So let's turn it down. Now I am not one for synths. As in, I like them in places, but I don't know where anything is half the time. I very much pick presets and just go with what I like. I'm not your synth guy. Now where is the delay and how do I get rid of it? It's got to be under here. EQ command mod. So much stuff, man. Right, we're gonna pick. We're just gonna pick a different one because I legitimately do not know how to get rid of the delay. Let's ooh. Right, let's go with that sound. I mean, I don't really like it, but it's just to demonstrate something, isn't it? So turn it way down. It's pretty loud. Actually, let's be sensible. Let's do a gain plug-in. Turn it down like 10, 12 dB. Let's match it on this octave here. Okay, so let's match the guitars exactly with that synth there. Okay, turn it up a bit. Cool. I'd probably double track and have like 2 different synth sounds left and right that are slightly different, but for now we're just going to have the one. What we could also do is, if we want some thickness, we could go for something that's more of like a bass sound. So in the presets here, and I'm using ANA or ANA2, find bass. See what we've got. Oh, it's like stereo, that. Let's go an octave lower. Ooh, we got lots of sub in that. Ooh. Now we might want some aggression in that. We could add some distortion afterwards. I could do something like, be clever with this, multi-band saturation. Put it through a guitar amp. Give it a bit more drive on that amp. Yeah, a bit more oomph. Lead also. No, that's not the one. Lead amp. Yeah, cool. Let's do that. Let's see what that sounds like. Oops. So let's put that underneath. Oh, what did I just even record? Huh. I'm going to record this. 808 or Reese it's called. So let's record with this. Get a count in. Okay, so now we've got this big fat bass with our guitars. Accidentally deleted one of them, that's not helpful. Right. Now, realistically, we're kind of in bass guitar territory here. So if you were going to be sensible, you'd think about maybe, if this isn't what the bass is doing, or if you don't want to overload your bass, think about cutting a lot of that out. So that we're just getting like the low mids and the lower frequencies. You could even, if you don't want to invade the high end, you could do this as well. Just get some of those low mids, maybe get the upper mids in. Something more like this. That's maybe a more controlled sound that you might want. See that just with the guitars? Just fills a bit of space, doesn't it? Let's turn it up a bit so we can hear it a bit louder. Yeah, so that's another use for synth there, is that thickening kind of sound. Now synths, I mean, there are so many crazy presets out there, you can really get creative if you like synth-driven music. These are just kind of, I keep it quite basic with synths. I don't like them to be too prominent in my music, so I don't have a stupid amount of examples that I can give you beyond these. This is kind of what I tend to stick to synth-wise, it's just what I like. So one last little thing that I like is synths as like ambient layers. Now I'm not going to put this over the guitars here, I'm just going to show you this free plugin that I love. It's by Foley Sounds. It's called Prototype Antiquarian Echoes. Don't think I'm even going to record anything. I'm just going to just show you. So, oh, what? Ah, there we go. Okay. There we go. Very cool. Got the settings here. We've got all sorts of sounds. So that's all of them together. But we got what we got. This. Nice. A bit more. A bit nicer. Oh, that's cool. Now this stuff can sit so nicely in the background of like more clean ambient sections. It can sit underneath big choruses as well, you know. So you can think about ambience with your synths as well. Lots of reverb, lots of delay in there. Plenty of synth options for you to have a go at there. This is the part that I often struggle with the most, and so we're in this boat together. Hopefully it's not a sinking ship, it's a ship with water on it, but it ain't sinking yet, and we're going to patch those holes up together. So this module, like many of the others, is kind of split into more philosophical takes and just how to approach, and also hopefully some practical stuff. A lot of it is geared around practice, like anything else. I want to place a huge amount of emphasis here on the fact that you need to practice writing lyrics. People just don't seem to do that, so we'll get that into detail in the next lesson. But remember, just like any other thing, you can practice lyrics, so we'll talk about that. We'll talk a bit about techniques, you know, rhyming, literary techniques, though I mean, I could give you a million examples of these. So in the video, what I do is I walk you through a big old list, and I just give you my take on how I might use them, when I might use them, whether I like them or not. I do give a few examples, right? And you can even find out about my least favourite lyric in the world if you want to go there too. I think lyrics are more important than a lot of people think they are, not just because it's the whole meaning of the song, but also how you place them and where you place your emphasis and how they coordinate with the melody. It's really important and makes such a difference to the feel of the song. Although you might not be consciously listening to lyrics, they're happening, so it's worth putting your time in with these ones. Find your style, just like anything else. Find what you do best, find what you like and what you don't like. Play to your strengths and really figure out what it is that you can deliver that is unique to you. That'd be my advice. Good luck with this one. See you on the other side. Lyrics are just like any other skill or art form. Don't expect to be good at them if you don't practice them. Now, yes, you talk every day, so I think because you use your voice and your words all the time, you can think, I'm fine with this. But how often do you speak poetically or intentionally? Almost never. So it's going to feel like really hard work writing lyrics if you don't practice writing lyrics. I don't practice writing lyrics enough. So if you're not good at writing lyrics, ask yourself, how much time do I spend writing lyrics? If the answer is none, what do you want me to say, eh? So, how can we practice lyrics? Well, we can practice simply by writing more songs. I've talked about the emphasis I place on just writing a lot. Now, if you're churning lots and lots of songs out, you're going to have lots and lots of goes at writing lyrics. If you're only churning out one song every few months, you're only going to have a few goes at writing lyrics. But I'm just going to give you some examples of what you could practice. Take an object in front of you, or think of one, read something in the news. Oh God, don't read the news, that's not a good idea. But you know what I mean. And come up with 5 metaphors to describe what's happening. If you want to work on your rhyming, you could write a word down and write down as many rhyming words as you can in a minute. If you want to develop your vocabulary, I use a website called vocabulary.com. It's like £10 a month or something. It's interesting actually. I like to just have a better vocabulary. I like to be able to communicate well, and it's good to have. That guy beeps his horn at 7:45 every morning and wakes me up. I need to have a word with him at some point. He's dropping a kid off, obviously, from the school, whatever. Pisses me off. Anywho, the next thing is simply read. Just read more. Read things you like. Read things you find interesting. You don't have to be reading like deep sort of classic fiction, you know. Read anything as long as it's articulating an interesting point, whether it's fiction or non-fiction. You don't have to just read poetry. I don't read poetry. Poetry might help, but often it's very lofty. So just read something. Those are just some tools you can use. I mean, we talk about the idea generation module. A lot of the processes that I talk about there to do with randomization and restriction apply here. So see if you can kind of creatively apply them when it comes to practicing your lyrics as well. A little bit a day or a few times a week and your lyrics will improve. But not only that, the benefit is you'll be better spoken in real life. There's real world benefits to this. So work on your words, eh? There's something in poetry and lyricism called a semantic field. You look up the definition of this. I know what it means, but I don't actually know the exact definition. So, semantic field. A lexical set of semantically related terms, for example, verbs of perception. That's not very useful at all. A semantic field is essentially just a collection of words, or let's say a Blimey, that is actually probably a decent definition. It's a bit wordy, isn't it? Put it this way, let's give an example to describe a semantic field. If I'm singing about wizards and magic and all of that kind of stuff, and then I start talking about my car, the kind of words I'm using to describe ethereal magic are going to be really quite different to the type of words I use to describe the demeanour of the mechanic working on my car, right? Now, things get a little bit off-putting and a bit weird when you start to mix different worlds of words. I always find it quite cringy when bands throw in quite colloquial words, very day-to-day kind of phrases, when the whole rest of the song they're singing very lofty, poetic stuff. Again, the reverse can be true. If you're singing very aggressively, very abruptly and upfront, and you're just saying things as they are, and then you throw in some weird metaphor that's just completely detached from the sort of theme of the lyrics, it's going to sound weird. So we talk about these tonal palettes. We talked about it when we were thinking about layering in songs, what layers, what instruments we want to add in. Think about it with your lyrics as well. What world of words do we want? If we use a metaphor to do with the weather, very common, can we find other ways, sort of other weather-related words to tie in, or other sort of, elemental or sort of earth-related words to tie into our song? It's going to feel a bit weird if you don't, so try and create a bit of a world with your lyricism. It's really important. Okay, so you've got to think about what's your song about. Now, you really have an infinite number of possibilities here, so you can end up with option paralysis, and I always just gravitate to singing about or writing about things that I can relate to. Now, they don't need to be about me, but they need to be about my opinion or my thoughts or my internal dialogue or something that is unique to how I think and process things. You can go for that storyteller vibe where you you create a sort of a story, but for me, I think you need to relate it to you, and the more you can do that, the better. I watch a comedy show called Kill Tony on YouTube. For anyone that watches it, nice one. But Tony Hinchcliffe, the main guy, the top dog of the show, his advice to the comedians every time is be yourself, and he doesn't say it in a cheesy way, trust me, he's horrible to a lot of them, but he says tell jokes about your real life because that's the only thing that's unique to you and it's what's going to make you stand out. Sure, you can stand out just telling generic jokes, or jokes about generic things if you are funny enough to make them funny, but the best comedians, in my opinion, are the ones that can relate something to how they think about things, their life, their experiences. And that's how I feel about music as well. You don't have to pour your heart out every time, but really think critically about how you think about something. I think people skip over the step of structuring out their thoughts for the song. Now, I don't just mean thinking about what you're going to use lyrically. I mean, form an interesting opinion on something. If you don't have an interesting opinion, you can use all the words you want, all the fancy language. If you're giving some milquetoast idea, it's never going to communicate that well with anyone. I mean, maybe it will, maybe if you just write really good lyrics, even if it means nothing, But if the opinion and the experience or whatever you're singing about actually means something and is unique, and people go, oh, I haven't thought about things in that way before. You don't have to make some political statement or whatever and try and influence this, that, or the other. It can be just about you, for example, I wrote a song the other day about the struggle I have where I think it's particularly a more male experience, but I'm sure women experience this too, but it's sort of in their own way, but I'm just telling it from my perspective of sort of physical confrontation and how I feel really angry about the idea that someone could physically confront me or present a weapon or something like that. And there's no world in which it's really a good idea for me to involve myself for the sake of my own safety, potentially even the safety of the other person if I do them harm. But there's that inner conflict where you're like, nah, I want to fight this person, I can't help that. And it's all in my imagination, and I know in the moment if someone points a knife at me, I'm not going to go, yeah, let's have a fight, But I talked about the internal struggle there and that kind of feeling of powerlessness, but wanting to, and that anger towards them for forcing you into that situation where you're not allowed to make a choice anymore. And I think that's a somewhat unique take, It's not an experience that anyone else has not experienced before or thought about. But I think the way I discuss it in the song, I don't think I've articulated it very well in this video. The way I think I discuss it in the song is interesting. And that way, whether the lyrics are particularly, whimsical and deep, or if they're very upfront and honest, it doesn't matter because the idea is good, I think. Anyway, so really think about what you're singing about, not just the lyrics. Start from the ground up. Now, let's say you've written some lyrics, you're really happy with them, but they don't fit your song, or they don't fit the bar or the part of the song you're trying to attach them to. Don't force them in place. By that I mean, don't say words in a weird way that you wouldn't normally say them by stressing the wrong syllables just to fit in a lyric that you're desperate to get in there. You're much better off just picking a different word. There's a song, it's an Archetype song, if anyone can tell me which one it is. I think it might be Black Lungs, where he says the word torpedo, but he goes torpedo. And it's like, you don't, even, the thing is, you could have just changed the rhythm or the placement of where that word is in the bar to not have to say it like torpedo, with the P being the emphasized bit. To me, this is really important. Some people seem a bit unbothered by it, but you're allowed to sing words in a way that is creative. Think Rihanna, Umbrella. She didn't sing Umbrella, it would ruin the whole song. But that's because she's made this like the main part of the song. If it's just like a passing word or just one of your lyrics, don't force it in. You can either, you've got two options here, change the word or change the placement of the word, sing it a beat later or a beat earlier. Sing it a bit faster so that you don't have to emphasize things in a weird way. Trust me, it's almost always going to sound better. And also just remember, when you're singing these words that maybe don't fit, they don't have to neatly end right bang on the end of the bar. They don't have to start bang on the beginning of the bar. You can overlap, you can weave in and out of bars. So you've got a lot of room to make these words work. So in my opinion, there's no excuse for it. Can we have a moment of honesty here? I was going to do a big old module on lyrical techniques, literary techniques, sorry. And I had some ideas. I thought, right, we could talk about metaphors, talk about similes, talk about this, that, and the other. And I went on ChatGPT. I hate to admit this. I just said, suggest to me a list of, I said what I'd already come up with, metaphors, etc. I had a list of about 5 or 6. And I said, can you give me some more to think about, to suggest to everyone and to discuss? And it just gave me this huge list. And I read through it and I was like, damn, that's pretty good. So we're going to do a bit of a, what do we call it? A fire round. I'm just going to read them out and I'm going to list them underneath this. So you don't even have to watch this bit of the video, but I will try and discuss them where I can. There might not be much room for discussion. Some things are a bit obvious. I'll maybe tell you whether I like it or not as a technique. But the fact is, this is all stuff that I hate to admit you can just Google. And we talked about earlier in the practice sense of this, when I said, okay, come up with 5 metaphors, for example, for an object in front of you or something in the news or a story or whatever. You just need to treat this in the same way. Can you come up with 5 versions of this, that, the other? So without further ado, I'm just going to take you through these one at a time. And if you have any questions about them or you want to discuss them further, drop me a message. We can talk about lyrics. Lyrics are so unique to the song that you could do a great metaphor or a terrible one. And what makes a good or a terrible one is so context dependent and so hard to define that if you have a specific lyric, I'd rather you posted it in the community or sent it to me and we discussed it, right? Rather than me just giving you some sort of vague advice about what might make for a good metaphor. So let's go through them. So the first thing, simile, is when saying something is like something else. Saying like, I don't know, my thoughts are like the air, how they drift away or something. Maybe I'll see if I can come up with some just like crappy versions of every single one to keep this entertaining. A metaphor, it's when you say something is something else, or you use something else to represent your idea. So I could say my guitar is the canvas upon which I paint my ideas, right? It's not literally a canvas, but I'm using the metaphor of artwork for that. Sibilance, it's the use of S's. So the slippery snakes snuck away sneakily. That'd be sibilance. Can give a sense of like evilness and a bit of aggression, I guess. Plosives, when you go p, lots of p's. Poppy picking, plum picking, I don't know, Polish people. I don't know where we go with this. Next one. This is quite a cool one. Anaphora. So repeating a word or a phrase at the start of a line. You say, the rain, it never stops. The rain, I feel every drop. There you go. It's starting with the rain. Yeah, rain's very overused. Don't start with the rain. Then we kind of got the opposite. Confuse it with this word. Epistrophe, which is the opposite, repetition at the end of the line. I'm trying to think of an example of this. This is one I use quite a lot and I quite like. Polysyndeton. I remember this from GCSE English. Overusing ands and or. So this and that and this and that. It gives a sense of overwhelm, like you're panicking and you're scurrying for things. It's quite good for that. It really is good for emphasis. So caesura, deliberate pause mid-line. That could be if there's something that you really want to highlight, particular word that's important, you want people to linger on it in the space while the music continues. Places importance on that last word that you just paused on. Creates a sense of tension. You're thinking, what's going to come next? Enjambment or enjambment. Can I remember this from GCSE English? Thought continues into the next line. So you might have a lyric and the idea behind that lyric kind of continues for 2 or maybe 3 lines. If you have a more in-depth idea that you want to discuss and you can't fit all into one line, just consider actually fitting it across lines. It's very common, I'm going to make a note of this now, it's very common that people will try and force an idea all into one line and then a new idea into the next line. You don't need to do that. Your idea can carry across lines. I'll see if I can think of an example. I'm going to put that in the guidance section right now. Juxtaposition. This is interesting, but I think overused just a tad. Placing opposites together. You said the cold fire, right? Where you could say the coldness is more like, it's not cold, like literally cold, but it's, you could say the fire is unwelcoming. That could be what the cold fire was. But people do this just to be clever a lot of the time. And it's cool, it's tricky, and it's fun, but I wouldn't overuse it. I do use it, and I sometimes think that's a bit cheesy. A couple of sort of more phrasing-based things here. Parallelism, repeated grammatical structure. I mean, this is almost the sort of thing you might end up just doing by mistake, or not mistake, but just by habit anyway. Same with chiasmus, mirrored structure, A, B, B, A. This is something that I couldn't tell you exactly when or why I would use it. I'm sure I have done. Again, this might just be something you want to practice. Google some examples of it. A refrain, so just a repeated line or idea. I mean, a lot of catchy choruses are just like one repeated phrase over, 4 times repeating the same phrase. I mean, hallelujah, just hallelujah, isn't it? Motif, well, we talked about motifs already, repeating recurring symbolic element. This kind of goes with semantic fields, having this idea of something that continues through the song. Motifs are really important. Just make sure it's a strong motif. You don't want to just repeat an idea just because you think you should. I like this circular structure, ending where you began. You can do this with your songwriting as well, with your structuring of songs. It's a cool little trick. This really creates a sense of, well, it can create a sense of quite a few things. If the song is a song of frustration, you can feel like you've not made any progress in an interesting way. You get to the end of the song, you sing the same line that you started with. You can feel like, hang on, we're still here. It's quite cool. Equally, it could give a sense of change. You could sing that same line but over a different part of the song, and suddenly that line feels different now. I like this circular structure, ending where you began. You can do this with your songwriting as well, with your structuring of songs. It's a cool little trick. This really creates a sense of, well, it can create a sense of quite a few things. If the song is a song of frustration, you can feel like you've not made any progress in an interesting way. You get to the end of the song, you sing the same line that you started with. You can feel like, hang on, we're still here. It's quite cool. Equally, it could give a sense of change. You could sing that same line but over a different part of the song, and suddenly that line feels different now. Symbolism, so object represents abstract idea. It kind of ties in with metaphor. It's a very similar thing. But symbolism, that might be something like a continued metaphor where you make several references to it. So, like if you're an alcoholic, the wine glass might represent all of your troubles, and that symbol of the wine glass would, you could continually reference it and use metaphors around that, I suppose. It's a bit dark, isn't it, talking about alcoholism? Or allegory. I mean, again, these tie in with metaphor to some degree. Extended symbolic narrative. Oh, that's basically what I was just talking about, isn't it? Metonymy. Related thing stands in the crown. I think what that means is, for example, the crown would refer to, let's look this up, I think it's when the crown would refer to like the king. Yeah, it's exactly that. It's a figure of speech that replaces the name of a thing with the name of something else which is closely associated with it. So again, it's a type of metaphor really, but it's just a bit of a closer metaphor. The crown for royalty, or the White House for the US administration. There we go. Okay, let's carry on. So, a few more to do. I like this synecdoche, when the part represents the whole, so the hands for the workers. It's very similar to metonymy, but it's talking specifically about how part of something represents something else. So, I don't know, you could talk about the teeth to talk about the shark. I don't know, that's crap. Oh well, moving on. Personification is used quite commonly. Human traits for a non-human object, so you could talk about the I don't know, got some plants over there, you could call them, the unwelcoming plants, because they're quite pointy. Plant can't be unwelcoming, can it? It's just a plant. Or you could say, I don't know, the lonely tree. I've got one. There's a few trees out there, they're not very lonely. Oh well, you know what I mean. Pathetic fallacy. This is overused. This is just overused. Weather reflecting emotion. The rain representing sadness, or a dark night sky. Very careful when you use this. It's very overused. Very, very overused. So please be careful. If you make it work, tell me. Well done. But yeah, very careful around that one. Hyperbole, just exaggerating. mean, there's nothing else to say really. It's more than exaggeration. It's often quite extreme exaggeration, right? Litotes, understatement via negation, not bad. So I mean, this is the most British thing in the world, isn't it? Litotes should be my middle name. Yeah, you could have just been hit by a car and someone say, how's your day going? You go, not bad. Could be worse. It's the classic British one. Oxymoron, contradictory pairing, sweet decay. Well, that's a bit like earlier when we talked about juxtaposition. It's a similar thing, isn't it? The cold fire. So there's some sort of crossover here. Oxymoron, I think, implies that the things can't exist together. So I don't actually think sweet decay is the best example. For example, flowers, when they decay, smell sweet, but they smell horrible. So it's not actually an oxymoron that. You could find ways that would work. An oxymoron would be things that kind of oppose each other. A paradox is when, there you go, it's the one below, where it literally can't exist together. But I think oxymoron, a better thing would be like, well, like the cold fire, you can't actually literally, you can't have a cold fire, right? And then paradox, yeah, same kind of thing. Irony, expectation versus reality. Yeah, what is the definition of irony? I know what it is. I think everyone knows what it is. Definition of irony. The expression of one's meaning by using language that normally signifies the opposite, typically for humorous or emphatic effect. Okay, so if you said, don't go overboard with gratitude, it's more sarcasm, isn't it? Yeah, if someone were being like really unthankful, you'd say that ironically. I guess it ties with sarcasm in some ways. I thought irony would be something more like, I don't know, something like, say the bus turns up late, but the fares go up. So you pay more and you're paying more to the bus driver, like, you know, but the bus was late. That would be ironic. Be like, ironically, bus was late and I had to pay more. But it's something to do with that, yeah, expectation versus reality, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's just my understanding of it. Double entendre, double meaning. Yeah, I mean, often, you know, a word can have a few meanings. So we talk about cold fire, but we talk about warm. Warm can mean literally, you know, physically warm, but it can also mean like welcoming. It could refer to like color. You know, colors can be warm. So that would be a double entendre. Also, quite often is used. They talk about euphemism as well in sort of a dirty way, right? It's quite funny, but euphemism, softened phrasing. So it's when you find like a nicer way to say something that's actually quite unpleasant. Again, often used with sort of innuendo as well, and actually quite offensive stuff as well. You know, the often opposite, interestingly, is dysphemism, when you use hardened phrasing, like a nastier way of saying something that actually isn't that nasty at all. So again, some quite rude examples of that if you want to go and Google. Imagery clusters. This relates to semantic fields. You can see actually it's given the same examples for both of them, so I'm not going to go over that. Extended metaphors, I mean, it's just using a metaphor across a whole song. So you might use several things in your semantic field to extend your metaphor. Escalation structure. Okay, we're getting into weaker points now. Imagery intensifies each verse. It's still something to consider though. I'm not going to get rid of that as a point. Call and response phrasing. I mean, this is something you can do in your lyric writing. So yeah, have a call, have a response. Tend to be that the melodies would differ slightly. Maybe the pitch of each one might differ. You could actually have like an A person B, like think Bring Me to Life by Evanescence. It's a male and a female vocal call and response. Quite interesting. Ambiguous pronouns. I mean, yeah, that brings me on to something about consistency with pronouns. I'll make a note of that in the approaches. Concrete sensory detail instead of abstraction. Well, in other words, just being upfront, right? You know, that's all that is. So, yeah, there you go. There's a decent list of things to think about. And with all of these, just practice them. You know, if you want to use them, come up with as many ideas. Or, you know, Google some. If you struggle to come up with some, Google a few and write them down and see if you can write something like similar to that just to get yourself started. You see how much you can use here and how little a lot of people use out of these. So just think about that. It's important to consider that a lot of people don't use any of this. So if you want to stand out, there's some things to think about for you. Something I'm guilty of sometimes, and it's not a problem. It's just something that you don't always want to do. That something is forcing a singular idea to fit neatly into each line of your lyrics. So the thing is, you don't have to contain the thought that you have that you want to make work in your lyrics. You don't have to contain that to just one line. You could use several lines to express an idea. And I think I have this tendency to want my lyrics to be very dense and full of ideas and to want to squeeze the most out of every word. But you don't always have to do that. I shouldn't always try and do that, right? Sometimes you want the words to carry and have it that, you know, the ideas, maybe they don't make sense until you hear the next line. Maybe you need to hear that next line for it to make sense. That's going to create tension in an interesting way. Now, equally, if all you do is this, again, this is one of those, isn't it? It's going to sound a little bit predictable. So perhaps see if you can find ways to just contain all your ideas to one line. But if you have like idea, think about a guitar solo, for example. I always find it frustrating when I just hear like lick 1, lick 2, lick 3, lick 4, like times 8, and then that's the solo. I want them to all connect. And I feel like lyrics should kind of operate the same way. I don't just want like 4 distinct ideas. that can work, but they've got to be related at least. And there are a lot of songs nowadays where you just hear like 4 phrases about however uncomfortable or upset someone is about something, but they're not related to each other. They're just 4 expressions of the same feeling without really relating in any way. This is a little bit of a vague instruction, but I hope you get what I mean by it. Carry your ideas through. Don't just confine them to one part or one line. Short one here, simple trick, not trick, thing to consider. Pronoun and narrator consistency. If you're telling the story from your perspective, keep doing that. Don't just randomly change. Or if you're going to change, make sure it makes sense. So if you're talking, say you're talking in the second person, you're sort of talking to someone in the verse, and then you might talk in the first person in the chorus. That can make sense. But the thing to do really here is just check through and make sure that your use of pronouns makes sense. If you start switching in and out of yous and I's and we's and they's, it gets very confusing. Just for the listener to like follow the story. We're not reading this, remember, we're listening to it and it's gone. If it's written on a page, you can go back and listen, or read, unless you're listening to your books. So we need some sense of consistency. So I tend to try and stick to one viewpoint. Again, unless we're doing like a call and response, that could change things. But generally, I like to speak from one perspective, or I want to make it very clear that that perspective has changed if I am going to change it. Okay, titling your songs. This is very tricky because you know, it's the big banner above your song saying this is what the song's about, you know? I almost always have a preference for a title that doesn't exist in the lyrics. Now, I don't always do that, because sometimes I just can't think of anything or anything good. And sometimes there is a lyric that just really works and it sort of expresses what the song is about. The latest song by my band Pluvium is called Disavowed, and it's the last line of the chorus. Now this breaks my own rule, and actually it does make me cringe sometimes. I think what happens is the lyric that makes the title can become a bit cringy. That's just my opinion, because you feel like there's a meme or there's a scene in Family Guy where Peter Griffin, they're watching the film, I can't remember which one it is. Maybe it's Roadhouse. No, that's a different one. And the guy in the film says the phrase that is like the name of the film. And Peter Griffin goes, he said it. Or he said the thing. And I feel like that every time I'm singing the lyric that is the title of the song. I just try and avoid it, you know. But sometimes it just makes sense. There's just a lyric that really sums everything up in a way you want to. So you don't have to avoid that. That's just food for thought for you. Okay, so rhyming is a really key thing in your lyric writing. And I'm just going to give you a simple rule of thumb to think about with rhyming. So you've got some simple rhyme schemes. So you could have A, just where the end of each line rhymes. All of them rhyme. They could all be A sounds. So play, stay, hey, way. Right, end your lines with them, write a rubbish song if that's what you want to do. As in with those words, you can have A, and sound good. You could go, for example, like A, B, B. That's another thing we could do. Again, very close rhymes here, you know, and we've got a very clear structure. But then we can move away from that. We could go A, B. So we've got a rhyme, but then the next line isn't going to rhyme. And then we go back to the first line where that's where we get the payoff. Line 3 rhymes with line 1. So, okay, now we've got a bit of release. Not tension, but release, a bit of a payoff. The further we move from these closer rhymes of A, or A, B, and the further we move towards like non-rhyming or very little rhyming, the more mysterious we're going to sound, the more perhaps interesting we're going to sound, the less we're going to be restricted by our word choice. But there is something really catchy about rhyming. So it's a balance. What do you want out of your song? If it's a really confused and struggling and interesting part, maybe you don't want to rhyme so closely. But if you really want to hammer a point home, maybe you do want to rhyme. Just, it's up to you how you interpret the use of rhyme. So general rule, if you want catchy, punchy, rhyme it up. If you want a bit more room for interpretation, kind of back off the rhymes, go for a rhyme scheme. You could go for like A, B, A, C, you know? So you only rhyme lines 1 and 3. B and C don't rhyme. Ironically, the letters B and C do rhyme. That's irony. There you go. That is expectation versus reality, isn't it? I wasn't expecting B and C to rhyme, but they do. Huh. Now you've also got half rhymes. So if you want to rhyme everything like A, you could, I don't know, you could rhyme way with take, right? There's that A sound, but we're ending with a harsh consonant, take. So it's like, it's maybe that's quite a close rhyme still. We could have like way and maybe the word like air. So you could say like way and air. You know, it depends how you sing them, right? This is where half rhymes can be quite smart. So like, for example, if you want to sing the word over, if you want to sing like higher pitch, it's really hard to sing an O vowel high, so high pitched. So you might sing like ava. It's going to sound like that when you sing it. It sounds a lot better. So you might need to find an sound to rhyme with the O in over. You know, that's where half rhymes can come in, and they become important when you're thinking about how you're going to sing the line. So yeah, some words may rhyme even though they don't look like they do, because you know how you're going to sing them. So in other words, the closer your rhymes, the catchier it's going to sound, but you might sound a bit cheesy and a bit cliche. Further away you go from that, you're going to sound weirder. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. A technique that I love using And one that can create rhyming without feeling too cheesy and restrictive is internal rhyming. It's when you rhyme perhaps the middle word of line 1 with the middle word of line 2, or you have 2 rhyming words within the same line. That way you can move away from really restrictive like AABB rhyming structures, but still have rhyming in what your lyrics are saying. That way we don't get the cheesy ending at the end of every line where it's really predictable, but we do get a sense of cohesion because our words are making sense together. Not just like making sense as in literally, but they feel like part of the same phrase. So consider internal rhyming. Look up some examples if you need them, because it's you need to get your head around it. But it's a really great way to create a sense of togetherness in your lyrics without sounding too cheesy by just rhyming at the end of every line like everyone does. Right, you're all banned from this lyric or this metaphor. It is, drum roll please, wait. And let's get a drum roll. We're not lazy here. We have good production value. I can do a drum roll. Wait, get the drum kit loaded up. Oh, great drum kit that. Where is it? Hang on. Right, drum roll. My least favorite metaphor / lyric. Wait, right. Like moths to flames, or like a moth to a flame. You're all banned from using that. It's so overused. There's so many songs, so many artists. It's like, oh, it's an original idea. It's not original. Don't use it. It's shit. It's not shit, actually. If one person had used it ever, I'd be like, yeah, cool, nice one. Actually, I wouldn't sarcastically say it. I'd legitimately mean it. It's a good metaphor, but not anymore. I'd rather you sang about the rain outside than this. Legitimately. The reason being, this is really specific. This is a specific metaphor. The rain can be quite a vague metaphor, so yes, it's overused, whatever, but like, it's quite vague in its meaning. You can interpret it in a lot of ways. Moths to flame, it's very obvious what you're talking about. You're talking about something being attracted to something that hurts it. Obviously. It's obviously that. Rain could be a lot of things. This is just terrible. It's not terrible. It's because it's so overused, it's become terrible. So just stop. Please, don't use it. You're banned. If you do use it, I don't want to hear it. If you send it over, you're banned. And if all of the world's music disappears except for your song with this metaphor in it, in the title or in a lyric somewhere, I am not listening to it. Okay, so when you're planning your melodies out, it's really important to think about your vocal range, because I used to make the mistake of planning out melodies that I thought, these are great, this is going to work so well. And then I come to deliver them and they would just be too low in pitch and I wouldn't be able to get any power behind them because it would be this big chorus and I want to have this big moment, but it's too low in my vocal register to really like project out. Now that's fine if you're writing like a subdued verse or maybe a more kind of intriguing sort of part, or if you want to just have a chorus that sits a bit lower. But the main point here is that melody isn't the only important factor when it comes to delivering vocals, right? And it's all well and good having a good melody, but if that's delivered in a way that doesn't really fit the part of the song, you might as well scrap it entirely. I know my vocal range actually pretty strongly. I just know it on the guitar. If I go to drop D tuning, I can go to about a C, I can go to a low drop C, whatever that note is. Alright, I'll do that another time. And I can get about as high as an A sharp on the high E string before I get into falsetto. But that's hard for me, like I have to warm up to that, it doesn't just come out of nowhere. And I can go higher than that with my falsetto range. So I know at what point my voice does these things. I'm not the best singer in the world, but I just know these things. And so when you're writing your melodies, I mean, look, you might surprise yourself with, writing a slightly lower range part and it just sounds great where it normally wouldn't. But think about the energy of the part you're writing over, think about the energy that you want to deliver, and then look at on the fretboard or on the piano how that lines up with your vocal range. So you might need to spend some time figuring out where it is for you. You need to be able to do so loudly. So, if you're working with your own voice at least, if you're working with another singer, obviously ask them. You can't just put power behind something in the lower part of your voice. Equally, in the higher part of your voice, you get into that more kind of shouty territory, where it's harder to have that fullness in your voice. It's a different texture, it's a different tone. See, if you're a good singer, you still sound good up there, it's just different. So when writing your melodies, it's not just melody, it's pitch in terms of scale compared to where you are in your vocal range. Here I'm going to go through for you a sort of toolbox of creative choices for designing your melody. Now, this relates back to just like your riff writing, your bass line writing, anything creative, which relates back to the idea generation, right? How do we come up with ideas? How do we think about ideas? You could argue that writing a melody, in theory, should be one of the easier things to do. It's one pitch and it's just moving in and out of something. Let's say we've already got the song. Now writing without the song, that's one other thing we can think about. But assuming you've already written a part and you want to write, your vocal melody to it, we need to think about the kind of tools that we can employ. Now, I tend to like writing my lyrics and then my vocal melody, which you might think, well, how do you do that? If you don't have a melody, how do you put lyrics to it? And the answer is I kind of like doody-do them. I just sort of say the lyrics in the time feel or in the sort of phrasing that I hear them over, essentially like rapping really, over the song. That's just how I do things. A lot of people don't do that. You can come up with a melody and fit your lyrics to a melody, but I find it much easier to write the lyrics that I intend to have in the song and place them in a way that I intend to, and then suit a melody to that and match the intention of that melody with the lyrics rather than the reverse, which I just think is a little more difficult. So here's your sort of toolbox for some things that you can think about. So when you're writing your melody, if you want something more catchy, you're going to lean towards smaller movements across your scale. So if you're in your A minor scale, A, B, C, D, E, in that order, it's going to be very predictable. If you jump from A straight to E or F, that's going to be a bit more of a moment. And the bigger these jumps between your notes, the harder it's going to be to follow, but the more potential you have for intrigue and interest. So it's a bit of a balancing act here. If you want something super catchy, you want something that repeats, and you want something that stays in a small interval range, moves up and down the scale in a way that makes sense. If you want something a bit more zhuzh, you need to jump across the notes in the scale a bit more, have more variation in pitch. Now, the way I like to think about this is I look at the lyrics. Are there certain important words that I can go for these bigger interval jumps on? Classic one, right? If you say the word high and you sing it high, makes sense. But you don't have to just match things up like that. If it's just, an important word that you want to sort of stress, you might sing it higher in pitch. If it's a particularly moody word, you might want to have a more substantial drop in the pitch. So changing pitch on the key words by a bigger interval than just like the one at a time movement through your scale is going to be super important. This is another one where you can vary things depending on how catchy versus how unique and different you want to sound. It's chord tones. We've talked about that a little bit already, so you need a bit of your theory here. Again, let's use A minor. Say someone plays an A minor chord. Well, if you land on that chord with an A, a C, or an E, which are the three chord tones of an A minor, you're going to sound very locked in with the sound underneath your vocals. If you sing a B, the ninth, you're going to sound a little bit more different, a bit more interesting, but maybe also a bit less catchy. You don't have to just land these bang on with, like, when the chord comes in on beat one, you don't have to come in on beat one with an A, You could come in on beat one or you could come in before the chord just to let the chord fall in underneath your vocal. But what's quite cool about this is you can have your chord progression. Let's say we're just going to hit the root notes of the chord. So say your chord progression is A minor, D minor, E minor, F, and then you go back to A. So you could say, okay, I've got my A, D, E, and F, and I need to dance around in an interesting way to get myself from A to D, from D to E, from E to F, and then F back to A. So you've got this little roadmap, you're filling in the gaps now. This is a useful way if you're really stuck, just to map things out for yourself. So there's a good tool for you. Also for me, and this is mainly because I wasn't brought up as a singer and singing is not something that I found has come naturally to me, I've had to really work on it. Write on an instrument that you're comfortable with. I struggle to just sit there and write melodies, and I think that is legitimately something I need to practice more. But write melodies on your guitar if you need to, as long as you know your vocal range. You don't want to be limited by just literally not hearing the notes that you want to hit. I often find if I feel a bit lost with a section, if I try and just write with my voice, I really don't even know where I'm going a lot of the time. I know what the scale sounds like, but I struggle to hear it in my head. And again, that's something I should probably improve at, but I imagine a lot of people are in that position, especially if, like I said, you're not a singer by trade. Even if you are, it's a hard thing to do, and you might just find you more naturally write on an instrument. Just remember where certain energy levels of your voice sit, right? If you go writing low on your guitar, it might sound nice, but when you start to sing it and you're all the way down here and you can't get any excitement, you're going to have trouble. We talk about in the Turning Ideas into Songs module about carrying things over, making sure that there's continuity in your song. Well, this is the perfect part for that. I mean, the funny thing is, people do so much more great stuff than they realize in their riffs and in their chord progressions. There's so much probably buried in your song in the way of melody that you could borrow from. I mean, it might not even be, say you're writing your chorus, but there's a melody in your like heavy intro riff that's really cool. Try and sing something like that over your chorus. Like, use what you've got. What if there's a guitar layer that sits in the background, that just happens to be a catchy melody? I actually did this for the song Dorian by my band Pluvium. There's a weird sort of offbeat swung vocal with the main chords, and that initially was actually a layered guitar part that I ended up getting rid of, and then the bass ended up kind of matching that. So then say there was a verse layer that you loved, and then you turn that into your vocal melody for the chorus. You've now attributed more value to that verse guitar part by essentially introducing the listener to your main vocal early in the song without them necessarily knowing. So you're doing more than just writing a lyric here, or sorry, a melody. You're actually creating congruence in your music, which is really important. So if anything, I'd say it's a better idea than not to see what you've got. You know, you've done all the hard work, you've written all this stuff for your song. Find something out of that, steal from that. Like, why not? We want our song to feel like one cohesive piece. And you could just find a catchy melody that doesn't exist anywhere and put it on top. Loads of people do that, and it's a perfectly good way to write. But if you can take something from the song that's already good and put it on top, you're onto a winner, and it's nice and easy to do because you just find it, put it on top. Does it work? Yep, cool, nice, done. And you might edit it a bit, but yeah, might even just be a starting point for you, and then that'll set something else off as an idea. Also, if you come up with a melody but it's just not working for your chorus or verse, whatever, try that exact melody over another part of the song where you haven't got a lyric yet. If you put the time in, might as well just see if it works somewhere else, right? There's nothing to be lost. If you try it everywhere and it just doesn't work, it doesn't work. But you might be surprised. It might be that your chorus melody was destined to be your bridge melody. You never know. Especially if you spend a while on it and you think, oh, it's nearly there, but it just doesn't work. Try it somewhere else, you know, it might sound good. Again, you have to be dynamic with your songwriting. You might try it on your bridge and it works there, and then that inspires something that helps you get your chorus done. So something else we can think about is considering the tone of voice that you use when you speak. So if you were to just say your lyric, if you were to deliver that line as spoken word to someone, how would you say it? So the obvious thing is if you ask a question, the pitch goes up like that. I think I just went down, did I? If you're saying something as an assertion, as something that you're certain of, the pitch might go down for sort of ground that note. So you can still use this, but now we just have actual pitches we're trying to hit, right? So if you're stuck for a melody but you have a lyric, think about how you would say it, but then you can emphasize that. You know, the pitch of your voice varies a certain amount, but not a huge amount, not as much as your voice will, your singing voice. So if your sentence, you naturally sort of go up in pitch, then you drop, and then you go back up to the top, you could mimic that in your melodic movement. If that's just think about how you would say it to someone. The classic sort of easy one is like the call and response or question and answer. You know, the question goes up, the response goes down in pitch. Your speaking voice has a pitch, so use this. In terms of rhythm, you should experiment with the on and the off beats. So quite often, yeah, a lot of people just come in on beat one with their lyric. Can you just delay that by a beat or half a beat? Or can you bring it in before that beat one? You know, introduce the line just a hair before that beat drops. Just gives a bit more dynamic kind of movement to your piece. If you just want it to be strong, just drop it in on beat one. But consider what beat you're placing the words on. Yeah, if you've written a part and it just sounds weird, just drag it all forward a beat and just see how it sounds. The whole thing, you know. Some of those phrases probably won't work, but there might be the odd one. You go, oh wow, just moving that half a beat forward completely changes it. This is the magic of DAWs as well. If you can just drag something across. I do this all the time. I just move something and go, oh yeah, let's put that there. And there we have it, you know. It's very common as well when constructing melodies. We'll talk about structures a little bit. To follow this sort of A-B structure, and we have the hook line, which is the strong line, and the swing line, which is the slightly weaker line. But by weaker, I don't mean like bad. I just mean less catchy. If every line of your chorus is catchy, that's great. But sometimes you just want that main line to pop out and then the rest just supports it. So consider like an A-B structure. Get your catchiest line on A, put your swing line on B. So say you've written a line and it's not that amazing, or it's all right. Try it as the line 2 and see if you can bring in a line 1. This might mean you have to change your lyrics a bit. That's something you can consider. We can also think about melodic direction. Is the general trend of the melody going up? Is it going down? It's quite common to do a sort of a wave where it feels like we start low, we go high, and then we come back to low again, or we do the inverse, we start high, drop in the middle, come back to high. Map out the direction of your melody and figure out where you want it to go in accordance to the chord progression underneath it. You know, do we want to go with or against the grain of the chord progression? If the chords are going down in pitch, maybe we should go up and contrast, or maybe we should stay solid and follow them. These are decisions to be thinking about. We can also think about repetition. So we talked about structures a few times, things like rhyme schemes and song structures as well. You could have a melody that repeats twice, so A, and then have two different melodies that repeat, so B, or sorry, another melody that repeats twice. You could go A, B, A, C, so like line 1 or melody 1, melody 2, melody 1, melody 3. Repetition is important. People are afraid of it. You don't need a melody that changes all the way through your chorus. And something just to consider, works in a few fringe cases, and I give an example of something that's rather close to this. Just stay on one note. Just see how it sounds just to sing one note through the entire thing. Because you might be surprised with how little movement you need. Sometimes you do need lots, it's just how it is. But find a note that just works over every chord. and sing it over all of them. And you might only need to just move up and down out of it a few times to create interest. So don't overwork yourself. So there's some ideas for you when it comes to creating your melody. Beyond that, I mean, it's like writing anything. Go to the ideas generation module. I mean, you might even get ideas from how you write your riffs or your chord progressions. You know, if you've learned a bit of your theory, you might have some ideas from there. So there's nothing new here in terms of intention. It's just how we interpret the lyrics and mapping a melody on that suits them best. When you're writing your lyrics, there's a very good chance, I'd say more of a chance than not, that you're writing more than you need. I can't tell you how many times I've just taken a lyric out and everything works perfectly well. Where you think you need a line for every phrase, but actually you could just sing nothing. Or you could like sing a line at half speed so that it carries over 2 bars, or 2 phrases, 2 repeats of the riff. If you're stuck and you're really not sure why something's working, take a line out, or sing a line at half speed and just see if it works over 2 bars or 2 repeats of whatever you were singing over. I mean, take 2 lines out, just see what happens. You'd be amazed at how little you need when doing this correctly. Now, of course, there are loads of cases where busy parts work really well. But oftentimes, particularly I would say in rock and metal music, I'd say it's truer of these genres than maybe some others. Very true in, for example, pop music. You can really let the space just breathe. Again, if you've written a good song, you don't need to fill that space too much. It's a good song. It's got good parts, you know. Let them do their thing. Let them be heard. So if you're really stuck, you've got all your lyrics and they're not working, it's not all about addition. Sometimes it's about subtraction. Just take something out. See how it sounds. Another little tip for you, and this is less about melody. This isn't going to magically make your crap melodies great, but this will enhance your melodies a bit. And this is actually considering, to be honest, more singing technique and flair. If you're not a singer but you're writing for a vocalist, or you're writing for yourself but you're not naturally a singer and you're working on that, or singing isn't your primary instrument, you might kind of lack some of these little moments of flair. So I'm just going to give you 3 examples of things you can do. You can rise up to notes or sort of fall out of them. So instead of going like, pick a couple of notes. So instead of going da, 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 you go da, like that, or you go da, out. What else did I write down? Out, like little trills. So, you know, if we go from here, da, da, something like that. A little just visiting a neighbouring note and coming back. It's a cool little trick you can do. You know, if you're sustaining a note and it's not feeling too exciting, add one of them in. You could even kind of double. You could go da, 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 kind of go back and forth. We're getting more movement now, but the core note is still just sort of, well, C, D, C in that case. Think about what's your core melody movement, and can we just sort of dance in and out of it a bit, just flicker around it. So that's something to add in. Another cool one, and we're going to get into the case studies, is sort of dipping out of pitch and coming immediately back. It's in Man in the Box by Alice in Chains. I'll just play this quickly. I was going to try and sing it, but I can't remember what the pitch is. It's quite high, isn't it? There's the chorus. Weird thing. Oh, you can't see my screen at the moment. There's a very weird Spotify video for this song. Where is it? Gee, when he says, "I'll feed my eye." So on the word feed, so that's a high note. Ooh, that's too high for me. I'm going to go an octave lower. Kind of goes up and down out of it like that. It's a cool little thing to do. So that's just 3 little tricks for you. I mean, the thing to do here is study singers, right? We talked about in the drum course studying drummers. But if you're not a singer, study some singers. Like, how are they jumping in and out of notes? You don't even have to know exactly how they're doing it. You just have to be able to replicate it in some way. So you don't even need to be a great singer. You just need to know like what you're trying to do here. You can work on this stuff. You can practice your singing, or you know, you can say to the singer that you're working with, right, here's my melody, but I want a bit more of whatever, you know, X, Y, and Z singers are doing in their songs. You know, it's good to just have some idea of these little exciting moments. It's like when we talked about making your riffs more exciting with different types of bending techniques, things like that. There's a lot of ways you can bend a note. It's the same with the vocals. There's a lot of ways you can glide into notes or jump in and out of them. So just consider that once you've written your melody, you can still decorate it quite heavily, actually. And it might be that the reason your melody isn't as exciting as everyone else's is because you haven't decorated it enough. It might be that actually it is a good melody, it just needs a little bit. And you know, we can all get a bit ego-driven here and listen to these fantastic singers who have written good vocal melodies, but are somewhat reliant, a lot of pop singers do this, are quite reliant on these little runs, you know, riffs and things in and out of their vocals. And it might just be that you need a bit of that and that you don't need to rewrite your melody, you just need to add a bit of flair. If you find your melodies just sound a bit boring, we've already talked about quite a few things that might address that. Just a very quick tip. I often find when my melodies are too boring, it's normally because I'm not moving around enough. You might be someone who jumps around too much when they write their vocal melodies, but if like me, like I said, particularly if you aren't a natural born singer or vocalist, if you're just writing vocals, you might feel a little restricted to some quite basic movements and some quite linear patterns through your scale. So very quick tip here really, if your melody is not very exciting, just take one of your notes, map it out on a MIDI piano or on your guitar and pitch it like 3 or 4 degrees in the scale, higher or lower. Just pick 1 or 2 and see how that sounds, because that's completely transformed my melodies before. Just one note jumping and you go, that's all it needed. Again, the fundamental melody's good, we're just missing something. And sometimes all it needs is one singular jump in the melody. If you find your melodies aren't very catchy, you're probably doing the opposite. You're probably jumping around too much. So this is a specific tip. It's kind of note to self really. So I hope you find that useful anyway. Right, I'm creating this retrospectively, having just done While My Guitar Gently Weeps as a case study. Melody doesn't exist in a vacuum. By that I mean, if you've written a melody and you think it's great, but it's not working, then one of 2 things has to change. The melody or what you're singing it over. And you've got to decide what you're more attached to. It can be very hard to make yourself undo the song element, especially if you wrote that first. You tend to just be attached to whatever you wrote first, basically, don't you? But remember, songs need to be dynamic and your songwriting process needs to be dynamic. So you need to be able to let things go. And so a good melody is not a good melody if it doesn't work well with the song. Because like I said, you could sing it on its own, but unless you plan on just releasing an album of just you singing, that's not gonna cut it. And there are just some great vocal melodies, right? But it's important to remember that those melodies are made even better by the fact that they've got great songs around them. So melody doesn't exist in a vacuum. And remember that if your melody's good, but it doesn't work, you might need to change your song. And we talk about a few ways in this module about how you could do that. But if you're like, I'm sure this works, maybe it does. Maybe it does work. You just need to change the song and not the melody. Just flip the script. Well, here we are, despite me sort of giving some things about Sleep Token that I don't necessarily love. He doesn't love them either, apparently. I do actually really like a lot of their music. It doesn't all sing to me. But this one does. Alkaline, my Sleep Token. And we're just going to talk about the chorus. The reason I want to talk about this one is that it is a super simple melody. It's super simple. But what's interesting is the chords move a lot. He's also moving a lot, it seems. So the reason this is interesting is contrast, and it could be a lesson for you. So we've got a simple vocal melody, but the chords are moving a great deal and fairly frequently. So let's just find the part. I need to remember what the vocal melody is, like note for note. So let's find the... Yeah, it's like 2 or 3 notes. I'm not going to play these perfectly, but let's just find the main chorus where it comes in. Yeah, it's like 2 main notes, right? So the point being, now the chords change a lot. They change every 4 beats, I think. Let's have a listen. Can't find the notes, right? Point being, the chords, I don't know if I even hit the right ones there in my voice, but, point being, the chords are changing quite a lot, and the vocal isn't. But the vocal's harmonised, there's some really nice harmonies in there too. So the lesson from this is, if the chords move a lot, try moving not very much, and see if the opposite's true. If your chords aren't moving very much, go for a busier melody. Or if you've already written a busier melody, move your chords around less, and vice versa. If you've got a really simple melody, but your chords are pretty static, move them around a bit more, and you might find that the context of those 2 notes you're singing sounds really cool if you just play a few different chords instead of just hanging around on 1 or 2. It's the main lesson from this one. Take it away, play with it, see where it lands you. Okay, we're doing this as a case study for melodies, but I just get goosebumps listening to this song. There's something really interesting in the harmony. We go from an A minor to an A major, I believe. Let's look this up. Let's check I'm not chatting bollocks. It's chords. It's in A minor, but I think it goes to A major. Yeah, for the chorus. A bit of a key change. Very interesting. Parallel major. It's back to the minor for the verse. Anyway, this is great. So we've got examples we talked about with melody, how keeping it close and keeping it all in one place is a good way to be catchy. And then bigger jumps are how to maybe be more attention grabbing and more interesting and maybe develop the song further. Well, this does both. So let's go right from the beginning. It's all just A minor, and it's all pretty much in order, thereabouts. It's almost all in order in the A minor scale. That's such a great melody. There's a reason that people say they're the greatest band of all time. And it's like, look at the lyrics. I look at the floor and I see it needs sweeping. That's not the best lyric in the world, but when you put that melody on, it's so good. So yeah, anyway, we get some repetition here as well, right? And it's this, what do we call it? We had this in our literary devices when you repeat the line. It's kind of a call, it's not a call and response. What's it called? Nah, you guys go and have a look. Where the line, the structure repeats and the line repeats. It's not just repetition. There's a word for the literary device, and I can't remember it. Anyway, we're into. This is called the chorus. I didn't know it was the chorus, but. I don't know why. So that. It's a big jump. It's a fifth. So notice there, we get the big jump, but it's bookended by very simple melodies. So, just in A major scale, that's your jump, but then, I mean, that's super simple, right? That descending melody. So there's only one big jump here, they've been sparing with it. This feels like it could have been written on the guitar, funnily enough, this melody. So again, you've got to jump. So then you got they bought and sold. Yeah, they bought and sold. That word gets a bit higher. It's an important word. They bought and sold you. Stay there. Ah. They bought and sold you. What is it? They bought and sold you. Yeah. So this is just the lesson in the contrast. We just started simple. And then we went a bit more, not energetic, but just more exciting in the chorus. And it's in A major, so there is just a substantial change of feel there. So I suppose the other lesson is, if you really want to change your melody, substantially change the harmony underneath, because melody doesn't exist in a vacuum, you know? I'm feeling like a man in a box. Do you know how many videos I've recorded this week? I've taken the week off guitar teaching to record these videos. My God, I've done a lot. I do feel like a man in a box. If you watch these videos in order, you can literally see the changing of the day in the window behind me. Oh, anyway, Alice in Chains, Man in a Box. What a vocal part, eh? Let's figure it out together. Again, it's this classic thing of big movement, small movement. So we've got, it's an octave jump. There's a big jump. You can hear the change in the tone of his voice, not just the pitch. Then the response, it's a call and response vocal. It's that. It's the three first notes of the minor scale. So this is another classic example of doing a big jump to announce whatever it is that you want to create the excitement with. I mean, that massive note, it's just the note, it's just the octave. It's not even like difficult. It's difficult to sing that well, that's for sure, and that's a big part of what makes this, the delivery. But that octave down, you've already done the hard work of hitting the note. Let's go down to that low octave. then do that little. It's just 3 notes in the minor scale all next to each other. So again, this is just a classic example. Big jump followed by very listenable and simple melody is a really good formula for like grab the attention, keep it. Right, these things are great fun. These aren't going to make or break your song, these effects and post-production tricks, unless you're a very like production heavy band. But they are the icing on the cake and the cherry on top, whatever analogy you want to use. They're just going to give those impacts that are already good a bit of extra oomph in some way. They're really cool. We'll talk about how to make some of these from scratch, but also just where to download them from. I get a lot of samples off of Splice, simply because, like I said, I don't mix these in super loud. They're just there for texture and effect. So things like sub drops and cymbal splashes and things like that. I do sometimes make myself. It's not hard to, and I'll show you how to. But also, you can just download them if you want. There's really no pressure there. As long as they're royalty free, just use them. Have fun with these. They can be a right laugh if you get them right. You can add all sorts of stuff in. I'm talking about adding gunshots under the snares, things like that. Why not? Have fun with this one. Pretty easy to do. Just got to make sure you put these things in the right places and tastefully. That's all. Okay, this is where some of the fun stuff begins. Foley sounds. So also known as like found sounds. I'm broadly just gonna sort of approach this under the umbrella of samples, just throwing in samples. Rock and metal music, you don't tend to hear samples in the sense that like, but perhaps in more pop or like hip hop or R&B music, you might hear a whole song written around a sample. You don't tend to hear that as much in metal, but I love chucking them in where they're appropriate. So this song here, I'm going to play you the intro. Let's play the riff because I think it's pretty cool. Cool, so it's still a demo, it's not mixed yet or anything, there's still a lot of things to fix. So let me just play you what I've built underneath, and we'll go into like some of these little found sounds. And we'll talk about just how I've thrown them into the song. Yeah, this song's just a good example of these, I think. So, I wanted this kind of post-apocalyptic sound. So what I did was I found a collection of samples that just kind of fit that feeling. I wanted to feel like the nuclear bomb's just blown up and you're like sat in the rubble and you just wake up like, oh, what just happened? It's kind of what I was going for. So I'll just go through some of the samples. So we've got this drone rumble underneath. If you've not got like good speakers or headphones, you might not have heard that very well. It's very low, very subby. Got anvil sounds. Ah, no, wait. That was like a drum beat that I just time stretched really far to get this like, it sounds like a broken clock or something. This fire blaze underneath. Got this sound, which kind of sounds like a building falling down. Notice I panned it just to the left-hand side a little bit there. Okay. Oh, and it goes to the right the next time, so that's going to be automated. Left a lot of automation here. Got wind as well to layer that in. Is that? Oh, that just automatically kind of moves a little bit. So when you hear all of them, yeah, you feel like you've just woken up in a bit of a nightmare. Got a sub drop in here, just throwing that in. We'll talk about them. Just added something, didn't it? And now these little whooshes. There's a lot of automation in these. And I used them as a little riser to get into the main riff. I thought that was quite cool. So you can see I've got pretty creative with these, and as I've talked about with layers, I've tried to be consistent and maintain them. You see they pop out a lot throughout the song. So, if you're going to chuck these in, you can just throw them in as little one-offs if they are cool little moments, But yeah, get creative with your found sounds. Think about your soundscape. And you can record stuff yourself, if you want to record, if you're out and about and you hear a cool sound of, I don't know, say for this song, I walked past, a construction site. It might be appropriate to try and just record the audio, as long as no one complains at you and you don't get any builders saying any nasty words at people. But then you could put that in and that's unique to you. So there's a lot of room to make this your own. There's not a lot I can tell you about this other than just get creative, try stuff. You can think about layering, for example, snare hits with other impacts. Having these rumbles and these crackles, and go on Splice, you'll find so much stuff. That's what I'd recommend. It's not very expensive, so just go on there and download what you want. So yeah, play around with these. There's so much you can do. Get creative. And actually, this is where other genres perhaps are more exciting than rock and metal, so maybe try and listen to the production behind, you know, some more poppy songs. You'd be surprised how much of this kind of stuff they throw in as well. So this might be, I normally say don't worry about going outside the genre if you don't like it, but this is a case where you might find some creative stuff in other genres, so check them out as well. Let's talk about panning sweeps, and this is this is going to come under automation. We'll talk about that in the mixing masterclass a little bit. So I'm just going to throw one in here, just so you can hear it. If you've got a particular part, so I've got this, it's a synth, just kind of sits nicely in the middle. Let's say I wanted this, you know, in the last bar of the music to like sweep across what feels like sort of left to right or right to left. I'm going to go into my automation, so I press A. I'm going to click here, volume. Again, this is Logic. You might have to find out how to do this on other DAWs. Go to main, pan. You want absolute pan. I'm just going to click here to open an automation lane. And now 0 is just in the middle. If I go all the way up to minus 64, that's left, plus 63 is right. So let's just put it back in the middle. So let's say I wanted it to, I could just sweep it all the way up to the left. So I click to create a point and then just all the way. Tell you what, let's go all the way up to the left, then all the way down to the right, and then back to the middle. So let's listen to this. It's over there. It's kind of in the middle, and now, yeah, it's gone to the right. Now it's coming back to the middle. So that's something you can do, you know. It's a cool little trick. You can do it much more quickly. So say I chucked something in like this, where it went like that. So it's going to go up and down, and then back to the middle. Let's have a listen to this. I say up and down, left and right. You'll need headphones or speakers for this, by the way. It won't just work on a phone, or mono speaker. You need stereo listening experience for this. So you can try that in anything you like, really. It's just a cool little trick. Do not overuse it. It sounds rubbish if you overuse it, so please don't. But very good fun. And great for adding some movement, you know, if you've got like a background layer that you just want to gently pan. You don't have to go all the way right and all the way left. You can just pan it, you know, a little bit. It's a cool little trick. Now this is where you can really have some fun with your automation and EQing. This you'll need to know a little bit about automation and EQ, and I think this is easily done with the FabFilter Pro Q3 plugin. You don't need to use that, but it's good on here. So what we're going to do is we're going to create, I'm on my master channel here. You could do this on an individual instrument if you wanted to. I'm just doing it on the master. So what I'm going to do, I need to set my automation. We're going to change that in a second. So I'm going to create a high and a low pass, and we're not going to spend too much time on where we place these. You can refine these in your own time. So if I do this, the music is now, it's very close. There's no high end and no low end. Let's get rid of even more of that low end. Yeah, let's keep it really narrow. Okay, so what we're going to do, this is how you create like your lo-fi intro that sort of expands out, but we can get clever with the little trick at the end. So all I'm going to do is play from the beginning. I'm going to set my read automation here. Again, on your other DAW, you need to figure out how to change this to latch. So now anything I click and drag on this, it's going to memorize what I do. So you need to be careful here, but I'm going to press play. I'm going to click on this, and I'm just going to gradually drag it this way. So it's getting expanding, getting brighter, and right at the end. Now if we come back here, there you go, you see it moving. Now I'm going to do the same exact thing, but with the low end, same kind of movement. Let's do that. Bear in mind, I'm not pressing record here, I'm just pressing space. I'm just playing. You don't have to record anything here, it will do it for you. So don't press record, just press space or play. Gradually move it a bit. Faster at the end. Okay. So this doesn't really suit this intro in my opinion, but it's just to demonstrate it. So let's have a listen now. Yeah, this intro doesn't work. It doesn't work on the intro, but it kind of does. You feel it, you know. Yeah, yeah, I mean, it would be more appropriate for a different kind of intro, I think, but it kind of worked. So the last one that is really good fun, and we're not gonna do it until a little later in the sort of, maybe do it on the second repeat of the riff. I'm gonna bring in another EQ point here, and it's gonna be a bell here. So I'm gonna put it up high here, give it a fairly wide Q. So now you'll notice if I just say I were to just play around with this here. You can hear what that does. We can do this live, right? So I'm going to have this over here. We're going to start high. Oh no, I've got this on latch, haven't I? So, that was a mistake. Oh no, you can see I've written all that automation in. Yeah, you see, let's get rid of all of that. Yeah, okay. See, this is a bit confusing with the latch thing. Okay, so about halfway through, I'm going to throw in this thingy that you'll see. Actually, more towards the end. Just watch what this does. I'm clicking and dragging. Now, that was a little overpowering, but you heard what it did. Yeah, I mean, that was too much. Let's maybe do it in the other direction. So I'm just gonna, can I just do undo automation? Yeah, so we can undo that here. Let's do that again. I'm actually gonna go the other way and make it a bit less extreme. Let's go bottom to top this time. Oh. Okay. I think I just deleted the wrong bit of automation. I don't know what just happened. Right. I think I've just deleted somehow. It's got rid of the other automation. That's not what I told it to do. I'll watch this video back. I don't think I did. Let's just forget those high and low sweeps for now. Let's just redo the first bit. So let's just go the other way, right? We're going to forget about the widening high and low passes. Let's just do this one. 40 millionth times a chance. There you go. That was a bit more subtle, right? Cool little trick. So you can practice that and do it a bit more neatly than I just did, but it's fun. Adds a bit of impact. Don't just do it every time, but it's good fun. Okay, the radio or the telephone effect. This is where we simply just take our EQ and we just squish the track. You can do this on individual tracks, or you can do it on the whole song, depending on what sort of effect you want and where you want it. So let's say, for example, we've got this clean guitar part. Now, if you want it to sound like it's kind of coming through a radio or the telephone or something like that, it's really simple. We just take our EQ. I'm going to put another one on just so I'm not kind of undoing anything. And just, you can cut this quite tightly here. High and low pass. Did that on the wrong guitar. Right, let's copy that over to the right one. Cut that even more tightly. I'm going to boost the volume. It gets a lot quieter. We've cut a lot of what is giving it volume. Now we can also boost these kind of somewhat harsh frequencies. If we want to go for like a more nasal kind of sound, I would cut this even more tightly. Really, you can cut it quite narrow. Yeah. You can also you could add some like saturation, you know, just to distort it a little more. Yeah. So I've just distorted it just ever so slightly. That's the original, right? That's the radio effect. It's a bit harsh. I'd probably use some soothe here just to harsh out, or get rid of the harsh frequencies. Use it quite heavily actually. Yeah, so without and with. Yeah. You could even put on a little delay, like but a slapback kind of delay. So set the delay time like super low, like 10 milliseconds, something like that. Oh, it starts sounding a bit more than that. So before, it's up, after. It's kind of distorting a little more than I'd like it to there, but those are just some things you can play around with. The basic effect is actually just this. Just the EQ, right? That's the basic effect. Saturation, delay, that's more something you can just add to taste. So this is great if you want to like drop instruments out for like a bar or two and just have a little radio effect in the middle, then explode into it. You can do that for your intro as well. It's quite common to have like radio effect guitars in the intro, so play around with that one. Now these go on almost every track that I do. Sub drops. You can make your own, and there are YouTube tutorials on how to make your own. Honestly, I just get mine off of Splice. Yeah, like I said, you can make them, but like it's just a pain in the arse. I'd rather just get one that sounds good off of Splice. So I've just imported one into a file. So these are really good on the, you know, the big moments that the heavy bit drops in. And I probably will keep this in once it's here. So get the volume right on this. I often like to just isolate with the drums to get an idea of what it's doing. Maybe a bit left. Don't want too much of this. Yeah, it's just adding something, right? But a bit of a like, whoom, you feel the floor kind of sink beneath you a bit. Yeah, subtle. You can get longer sub drops. You can get sub drops that are like a bit more distorted. So you could have something. Let's do Saturn. I'm going to do a bit of multi-band saturation here. Okay, this is a very undistorted sound. Let's just put like, see what happens if I just put a guitar amp on it. Okay, I think this is a very like undistorted sound. I'd have to do some magic to make that distort. Yeah, I'd have to do some sort of production magic to distort that. So maybe just download a distorted one. I'm not an expert in these, but either way, if you want a sub drop with a bit more tone to it, lots of them exist. Just go on Splice, type in sub drop, and just keep searching until you find one you like. Just be careful that you don't overload your bass end, especially when it comes to the mastering side. You can really screw up like the limiter and duck the whole track down if this is too loud. So err on the side of this being quieter, not louder. You can actually sidechain it, if you know what sidechaining is. I could take like just the low end and I could sidechain it here against the kick drum. So when the kick drum, or even the bass guitar as well, are hitting, the sub drop ducks down. Or maybe you could sidechain the bass against the sub drop, so the bass drops out a bit while the sub drop is happening, and then the bass comes back. But you can figure out what you want to do with that. You probably don't want too much sub drop in there, so just think about how you mix it in. You have to be careful, but they do sound great, especially when you hear them live. It's cool. Okay, reverse snare. These are really cool. I will show you how to make these because it's not very hard, and you kind of don't want a reverse snare. You want your reverse snare to sound like your actual snare in the song, but backwards. You don't want it to sound like some other random snare, because normally what we do is we use it to lead into a snare sound, and this can really add a bit of drama and nastiness. So what I'm going to do, I've duplicated my drum track here, and I'm just going to put one snare hit on. I'm going to put it 127 nice and loud. Okay, so what we're going to do here, I think we're going to add a bit of distortion or saturation. Go pretty heavy with this. Oops. Okay, pretty distorted there. We've lost a lot of the impact on that. It's fine because we don't really need that. I'm going to add a decent bit of reverb. Let's go for like this one. Nice wide. Something like that's okay. So, I'm just going to take that and we're going to do bounce in place. So I'm going to right click. Oh, I don't know where bounce in place is on here. Right, we'll do it up here. So, going to have to go File, Bounce, Track in Place. Actually, no, let's do Region in Place. So we just bounce that. Oh no, Track in Place, I think is the one. So, new track. I want to make sure effects plugins are on, so don't bypass them. Include volume panel automation. Okay. Do that. Oh, it's going to do the whole... Okay, we don't want to bounce the whole track. I think what I meant was region. So if I just click on that singular item there, region in place. Right, drums, new track, original source, mute it, keep the effects plugins, include audio tail, you want that. Include it in region? Yes, I think probably. Let's press OK. There we go. Okay, so now we've got the audio tail, which is the reverb. Okay, so you can hear it. We could even add some more reverb to that if we want to. But yeah, for now, that's what we're going for. So now we need to be clever with this. So we're going to double click it, go to File, Edit, Functions, Reverse. Now, let's just listen to that on its own. There we go. So let's do this here. I've dragged it back so you can see the file ends bang on. Oh, why is that not like locking on? All right, I want that to end bang on where the snare drum hit is, which it is now. Now let's unmute this snare hit and hear these together. Very cool. So, annoyingly, I don't know a moment in this song. I mean, these are great in breakdowns, right? It sounds cool. I mean, yeah. So let's chuck this on. There's a breakdown at the end of this song. Actually, it's not very heavy breakdown, but let's just hear it in context. Let's move these. Let's try to move these damn things. Okay. No. I'm sure someone that's more savvy with this could get this better than me. Okay, so that snare drum there is a bit of a big one. So let's put it on here. I'm actually going to turn down my extra snare here. I don't want that too loud because we've already got a snare drum in our original drum track. Right, bit loud that, but yeah, let's turn that down a fair bit. Yeah, kind of cool. Still a bit loud. Yeah, subtle now. Let's just hear the drums. Cool. Cool little trick that. And you could even like add maybe a doubler if you wanted it to be like just feel a bit wider. Yeah, it feels a bit more stereo there. Cool little effect. I might even keep that actually, you know. Let's just call that rev snare. It's cool. So let's keep that there. Why not? Reverse snares for you. Continuing with the snare theme, snare bombs. So we've already got our reverse snare from the last lesson. Let's just leave that in. I'm going to turn this into a snare bomb. So what we want is we just want this sound here. Let's turn it up. To sound like a gunshot. Now, you can just type in like snare bomb on splice. So if I just type that in, let's see what comes up. Snare bomb. Yeah, okay, big snare. That's not a bomb. Okay, that first one was good, but that with some reverb might work. Okay, maybe it's not as easy to find these as I was hoping. That could maybe work. The funny one is as well, if you want to do this and be ridiculous, gunshot. Let's just download that for the fun of it. We'll chuck that on in a second. How do I download it again? Ah, yeah. Let's just chuck a gunshot on because it's... oh, that's quite a good one, isn't it? Yeah, that'd be a bit silly. That's like a Call of Duty sound. Anyway, we'll chuck that on just so we'll hear it in a bit. But anyway, let's take this. So I'm going to get rid of that saturation. There's our snare drum. So it's already pretty compressed, but I'm going to add some parallel compression on. So I've got to remember which one of these is the distressor. I think it's it's FGS. Oh, FG Stress. There you go, from Slate Digital. I'm going to just do this by ear. Let's repeat that a bit quicker. Not that quickly, okay. So without is that. With, we've got that. I think I want to, so we've got a bit of impact. I want to add some low end here, I think. Give them that sound. Okay, let's put this distortion back on. Tell you what, super distorted there, but I'm gonna now mix it in a bit less. Just a little bit of that, and that reverb. I want to take out some of the upper mids from the actual reverb. Funnily enough, I want to just cut that. So, the reverb to be quite low, you know. Okay. So compression, saturation, reverb, plus this reverse snare into it. Let's hear that. Bit silly. Yeah, so let's hear it just with the drums. You compare the sounds, there's a pretty drastic difference. Yeah, you don't want too much of this, but it's gonna sound like a bit of a gunshot. Yeah. Now my drums would have a bit more vibe to them when they're actually mixed, but you know. With that drums. Pretty cool. Super common trick, the reverse cymbal. We're going to do that same thing we did with the snare, reverse snare. I'm just going to, let's get rid of that. Just going to duplicate my normal drum here, drum sound again. Again, reverse cymbals. You can just download these off Splice if you're not feeling too creative. I quite often do, to be honest. If you want them to sound a bit more lined up with your actual cymbal sound, the way I like to do it is I create a MIDI region, or you can take an actual cymbal hit if you've recorded the drums or the drummer. Just at the end of the session, just get him to hit both of his cymbals. You know, so I'm just gonna. The way I like to do these, I want to create a really thick sound. So I'm going to hit every single cymbal on 127. So hi-hat, crash, 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 ride. Let's find the China. There you go. Right, so that's a big sound, right? Quite thick. And now I'm also going to add a bit of reverb onto this because I want it to be quite wide. So let's just get a good amount of that in there. More maybe. Okay, all we need to do now is click on that, file, bounce, region in place, okay, default settings should be fine. I'll leave the audio tail on, that's important. And now we've got this. All we need to do, double click, make sure on file here, functions, reverse, and now you have your reverse cymbal, and this is a good way to build into the next section of a song. Now, you'll notice, firstly I put that in the wrong place, secondly it just kind of disappears, right? So what we might need to do here, let's get this here. And here it kind of disappears. Now that's a bit too loud anyway, so let's just turn it to an appropriate level. See there, that's not too obvious that it just disappears. Probably even have it a hair quieter anyway. So Very subtle lift there, which is really nice. Just a hear that. If you want to like continue that sound, just bring back the forwards cymbal splash, and just match the volume. So that's, yeah, it's going to be too loud, right? So yeah, that needs to come down. I'd maybe let these overlap a bit as well. There you go, cool. So we can have that. Yeah, it feels like it goes kind of overlaps nicely. There's drums. Yeah, and it's not overpowering. It's just a nice. This is such a common trick. It works every time. Really subtle. Now, if you want a sudden impact, you don't want to put this in. You just want it to go, psh, and you could actually, funnily enough, leave this cymbal crash, but just get rid of this one. Now you've got a nice little impact here if you want it. Yeah, it's like a little wash. If you want to just keep that and you don't want the reverse. But reverse, like I said, it almost always sounds good, so I think I'm going to leave that in as well. Reverse cymbal. Nice one. This is one that I almost exclusively get off of Splice. You could create this if you wanted to, if you're a bit more savvy with synths and audio engineering. I'm just not very good at that stuff, so I just go on Splice. Risers. So, looking at gunshots. Oh, we forgot to put the gunshot in with the snare bomb. Oh well. Let's just type in riser, see what we get. Okay, that's just like a reverse cymbal, isn't it? Let's try and find something a bit more creative. It's actually got a tone to it. There you go. It's quite cool. Ooh. Well, that kind of sound is, yeah, nice. So a lot of these are reverse cymbals, right? Bit of tone to that. Oh, that's got some sub in it, that's cool. Ooh. So you can get creative with these, and bear in mind, once you've got them, or once you've downloaded them, you can play with them, you can EQ them, you can add effects, you don't have to just have them as they are. So if you find something that's nearly right and you think you could maybe EQ it a bit, add some reverb, add distortion, saturation, compression, whatever, download it and try and use it. You don't know what you might end up with. So risers are great for adding effect as well. Like I said, I tend to just download mine and just pop them in the song, so don't be too worried about making your own if you're not too creative with that. It's quite a bit to learn regarding sound design if you want to get the hang of making them. Ooh, we're in scary territory now. Mixing, mastering. What even is mastering? Who knows? I know, but anyway. Now, you might think, oh, this isn't for me, I just want to make demos. Maybe that's your end goal, you don't need them to be like professionally mixed. Or you think, oh, I'm going to send them off to a producer, so I don't need to learn to mix. I would say even just getting the basics down here is super important. Whether you have goals of mixing for yourself or not, you're going to refine your ears and your musical sensibilities through doing this. You're going to learn to create tones and sounds that really speak to you, and you're going to be able to better communicate your artistic vision. Now, there are lots of ways you can mix things to make your sound worse. That absolutely is something that you can run into if you're not careful. So hopefully what I teach you here will be useful and help you to get beyond the basics. And you can go such a long way with just some good principled approaches, which hopefully I will show you in this module. And then we'll get into the specifics of like drum, bass, guitar, vocal mixing in the separate modules that you'll see below this one. I place an emphasis on just trusting your ear. Don't look at the numbers, don't look at the graphs, just use your ear, because even some of the, certain dials on certain compressors and things, you think they're going to do one thing and then they end up sounding different to how you expect. So trust your ears and go with that and start simple, sweeping moves and just see what happens. I also place an emphasis on taking things to their extreme. If you can't hear something, good luck trying to recognize it when it's blended in at 5%. Blend it in at 100% and hear what's going on, then adjust to taste. Tips like this are all very important, so go in with an open mind, work your way through it. Starts with some simple organization, gets on to actual sort of more technical mixing. And then if you find that this is useful and you think you've got a grasp of things, you've played around with it, very important you play around with this in your own time. I mean, I don't know how long this module is, but you'll want to spend a lot more hours than however long this is in your own time playing around with this stuff. You don't have to be fully prepared before you go in for drum, bass, guitar and vocal vocal mixing, but you want to have some idea of how these plugins work and what you're going to do with them before you do that. You'll see from watching the videos that I figure stuff out as I go a lot of the time. I'm trusting my ear. There are plenty of producers and mixers out there that know far more about different types of compressors and all sorts of fancy schmancy kind of technology. I just use my ears and I get pretty close to a sound that I want almost all the time. So if that's not a selling point, I don't know what it is. And I like to think my music is commercially viable. For me, mixing initially was just getting to that point. It was going, can I just get my music to the point where people will listen and it won't impede the music? But now I think I'm at the point where I'm like, how good can I make this? And you probably know by now, I'm not a perfectionist, and I think that's what's got me so far with my mixing in such a short space of time, relatively. I've only been mixing for a few years, but I think I've got pretty darn good at it in that time. So go in with an open mind, really explore every end of it, and you should come out with a much better understanding of how to shape the sound that you want to present to the world. Okay, so we want to make sure we're mixing things efficiently. So before we even kind of think about mixing, and this is something you probably want to do throughout the writing process, is we want to think about organizing things into folders and buses. So let's say this is my guitar track. We'll call this guitar left and duplicate it. And then we'll have also guitar right. Now currently, the output of these is ST out, stereo out. So if I were to play anything, it's actually monitoring my microphone at the moment. If I were to play anything on here with an output into the stereo out here. Now, say I had two guitars, but I wanted to mix them together. You know, instead of wanting to just mix my left-hand guitar and then do the exact same moves on my right-hand guitar, and use up lots of processing power. What I'm instead going to do, I'm going to highlight both of these, or we can highlight them both here, shift and then click on Logic. And for the output, instead of stereo output, I've got lots of options here because of my interface, but I'm going to do bus, and we're just going to do bus 1. And you see you've got 256 buses. There's absolutely no way you need that many, but bus 1. So now what you have is this, and we could name this, you know, let's just go like rhythm guitars, RTM GTRS for rhythm guitars. So now what I could do is I could put, say, you know, an EQ on here, and that EQ is now going to affect both of these tracks. So I'm going to be mixing my two guitar tracks that are both panned left and right together. Because likelihood is, when it comes to EQ for things like guitars, you're going to want to mix them together. You're not going to want to EQ like your left and your right hand side differently. You might do for like specific moves to affect the tone of the instrument, but when you're thinking about mixing for the overall track, for the finished song, you're probably going to want to mix your rhythm guitars as one. And funnily enough, if you do want to, actually lots of EQs offer for example, here I could go stereo placement and I could do left or right. So I could actually EQ stuff specifically on either side. So this is super useful. But actually, how I prefer to do it in Logic, we're going to get rid of that bus. We're going to effectively do the same sort of thing, but in a, I think, a better way. So one more quick point, sorry, I'm going to send them to a bus again. What we can do, if I right click, create track, there we are. It's actually put this, and you can call it rhythm guitars still, here. So you can actually have it as a track on your thingy here. But anyway, I prefer doing this another way. What I like to do, highlight these, create track stack. And you want a summing stack, not a folder stack. A folder stack's only going to allow you to just basically turn them up and down together. A summing stack, you see here, we've got a little drop down. So we can call this rhythm guitars. Now you can see it's bus 1. It's allocated this to bus 1. So if I were to try and send these to a bus 1 is rhythm guitars, you can see. So now I can chuck all of my effects on here, I can chuck my EQ on, and it's going to do the same thing, it's going to mix them together. But now we've got a much neater layout here. Not only that, but let's say I create 2 more tracks and we have some clean guitars. Clean left, clean right. We can make another track stack, so highlight them, create track stack, and we'll create a summing stack, and we'll call it clean guitars. Now we can put these two together. So you highlighted them, shift click for both, create track stack again. Flatten stack will get rid of it, by the way, it'll just open it all out. Create track stack, another summing stack, and we could just call this guitars. Now all of our guitars are nicely divided up like so. And this, the output of this, stereo out, so that's just going out to the main output. By the way, you can actually show output track for stereo output, and you can put it here if you want. So that's how you make your summing stacks. The annoying thing is we can't go any further with this. We can't make another layer of track stacks. It would be quite cool to have 3. I don't know why they limit it. Maybe processing gets difficult on the Logic end. But yeah, so now you can see it's closed them here. That little arrow is going to open things up. your mixing gets so much neater when you apply things here. So now, if we put an EQ on this top track stack, it's going to affect the rhythms and the cleans. So just be careful you're doing everything at the right level here. So if I want to mix guitar left, I can still do that here. Then I've got rhythm guitars, but also I've just got all of my guitars. So that's how I use buses. It's just for making everything neater. That's really all it's for. And then for, well, sorry, it's not just for that. It's also for mixing things as one, rather than having to like EQ everything separately when you just want to apply one big sweeping move to it all. You can have track stacks for your drums, bass, guitar, vocals, you know, so for example, vocals, I'd have lead vocal, vocal harmonies, and I'd have within those stacks, you know, the vocal and the vocal double. The harmonies, I'd have my left and rights and all my different harmony layers. And then those two stacks would be folded into just vocals. So I would have something like this where we have the layers within layers. You can see how much neater that looks than this. And you know, if you've got like 100+ tracks and you're just scrolling through, way quicker if you can just close things down like that. Well worth doing. Game changer if you haven't done it before. Okay, so now we can talk about sends. These are a little bit like buses, but they do something very different. So you can see here, sends. It's if I press X to bring up my mixer, it's here. Now I've got a very basic guitar line. Let's say I wanted to put some delay or some reverb on this. Now, obviously, I could just put, you know, a reverb on here, and it works. And we have this mix or dry/wet here. I can decide how much I want. So that's one way that we can blend in sounds. But not every plugin has a mix dial like that. And sometimes we might want a plugin that we're going to apply to several of our channels across the entire mix. So say that reverb, for example. Say I wanted my snare to have that reverb, and I also wanted my guitars and my vocals to have that, and maybe some other effects as well, you know, to create a sense of continuity in the track rather than having like loads of different reverbs going at any one time. I'd use a send. So sends get allocated to buses, but we press bus 1. Okay, we created a send. It looks like this. As before, you can create a track, so you can actually have that here if you want to. Let's just call this reverb, and we're going to put our reverb that we had on there. I deleted it, so put it back on here. Now, what we can do at the moment, the volume is at 0, so I'm going to turn it up. If we press Option, click, it's going to put it to 0 there, as in unity gain. So you can hear now we've got reverb on our guitars. If I turn it off, it's doing nothing. So we can send this to our reverb here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to turn the fader down of the reverb, so you're not going to hear anything. We're sending the signal, our guitar signal, if I option click, it's not at the volume it's at, into this send. So it's parallel processing. So if I play this, you're not going to hear anything, and as I turn the fader up, you'll hear it come in. So we can adjust to taste here. So loud, so down. Cool, so maybe that's the amount of reverb we want on our guitar. Now, you probably, it depends how many different instruments and tracks you're going to send to this, because I can adjust it on the fader here, but the problem is I might then want to send another track in here, and might be the case that the reverb's too loud or too quiet. So the better place to adjust the volume is probably here. You adjust how much of the track you send to the reverb. So I've left the reverb on 0, and we'll adjust it here instead. Turn it up, right, turn it down a bit more. It's about right. Without, a bit dead. With, just thickens the sound, widens it out. So that's how we can use a send here. Now, the important thing is, remember we had a mix, the dry wet dial here. When we've got it on a send, we want it all the way wet. So we're not hearing any of our dry guitar signal. We don't want any of that because we've already got that on our normal guitar sound. So wet 100% or just mix 100%, and you blend it in. So this is really cool because, like I said, you might want to send several instruments to the same reverb. Equally, there might be an effect that you just want to blend in. So let's do something different. Let's say, I mean, this is a very unusual sound, but let's say I wanted like an octave underneath. Actually, this isn't that unusual. I'm going to use the Archetype Kajira plugin here, and I'm going to just use the pedal section. So let's say we just wanted like a wacky effect. I'm going to chuck loads of stuff on here and just see how this sounds. This might sound awful, I don't know. So let's hear that on its own. So we'll do the send all the way up, and we'll just blend this in, because the fact is you're probably only going to use this on one instrument, so you could adjust it here if you wanted to. Whoa. How does it sound on its own? We can't do it like this, so we have to press mute. Yeah, if you want to hear that on its own, you have to solo it. So don't turn anything down. So this is very loud, so I'm going to turn the output down on the actual plugin. That's very loud. Very weird sound, right? So I've soloed it. We're not hearing anything other than that at the moment. So let's blend it in. I mean, very weird effect, but you could do that, right? So this is how I think about using sends, because it's going to be a nightmare trying to blend this in, and we might end up with, like, 5-10 plugins in a row just to get the tone we want on one channel strip. So sends are really useful for just neatening things out, blending things into taste. Make sure you use them. Let's talk about the basics of panning, and there's not too much to discuss here. Panning is just how much we hear of the signal out of either one of the speakers. So if we've got this guitar part that we had with our weird effects on. That's not reverb, that's a strange effect. Let's at least put it back to something reasonable sounding. Okay, so panning, if I just pan this all the way to the left here, it's just coming out of my left speaker, pan it all the way to the right, right speaker. And 0, which is in the middle, is an equal amount in both. So it feels like it's in the middle. So most people have a bit of a grasp of that. Now, the way I like to think about panning, and not everyone agrees on this, you can deviate from this, and there'll be plenty of cases where you do. Most of the time, I go left, as in all the way left, all the way right, or in the middle, and not much else. There are some cases where I break those rules, but I'll explain what they are. There's something about, for example, a lot of people, and I love the idea of being able to do this, they want to create a soundscape. They want like a guitar, like a bit left over here, and then one a bit over to the right here, and then, and then they want other things, hard right, hard left, something just off center. And don't get me wrong, you will hear those things in those places. And if your mix isn't too dense, you can get away with this stuff. But if you're making rock and metal music, chances are you have a very dense mix, just by the nature of like distorted guitars and how they sound. And it very quickly becomes cloudy. So anything that isn't left, right, or center, let's politely call it the mess around zone. If I were you, I'd just mix left, right, or center. If you have 2 of something, left and right. If you have 1 of something, center, probably. Now, there are some use cases where I don't do that. Drums, things like the toms, we do want them to move across the mix a little bit. Bear in mind, they're very much like ornamentation, and you can make grooves with the toms, right? But almost like one of the key things about toms is the movement in the stereo image. So you do want that. You don't want just like 2 in the left and 2 in the right. It would just sound a bit weird, especially if we're just using one tom. You're just going to hear it all the way in the left speaker, and that's it. So toms and other cymbals, drum kit pieces, you might pan around. But the bass, bang in the middle. Guitars, hard left or hard right for me. Vocals, bang on in the center. This is just good practice. You don't have to stick to these rules, but this is just what I do most of the time. Get an 80-20 rule, right? If I am going to pan something else in the center while there's a vocal, I will pan it slightly off because I don't want it to clash with the vocal. So say I've got a lead guitar that is just a singular line, but I don't want it like all the way in my right speaker. That's a use case where I might just pan it like, plus 20, minus 20, or even less, like maybe 5 either side, just so it's not bang on in the center with the vocal. You'd be amazed how much difference it makes if you just go a little bit off. Also, if you stick to this left, right, center thing, you can get a really wide stereo image in your mixes. It can sound a lot thinner when you keep it all in the middle. If you can just pan it all the way to the side with basically everything, it can sound pretty wide and pretty cool. Like I said, I love the idea of this soundscape, having this over here and this over here and all the, but I've just not found that it works like that. It's a lovely idea, but I think in reality, left, right, center, and then some use cases for anything other than that, but generally speaking, I just stick to those. Let's talk about the basic principles behind EQing. We're going to try them on guitars and on a snare drum. I think that's probably a good couple of things to try them on. So if you're new to EQing or you feel you're not very good at it or not very experienced, this is a good place to start. Now I'm going to do what we did before, create a track stack to EQ these guitars. Gurs, let's keep it as gurs. Right, Pro Q3, FabFilter Pro Q3 is my favourite. Pro Q4 is out now. I think you have to buy that and it's more expensive, but worth getting. They have an educational bundle. If you are a student, definitely do that. Or email them and you can get a discount. It's worth doing. So we're just going to think about a few key areas first. We're going to think about the high end, the low end, and then we're going to split the mids into 3 areas. But really, you want to start with high and low end. So let's take this sound. Very basic guitar part. Let's take this and think, does it sound too bright or too dark? Because this is how we're going to think about our high end. So let's argue, we say, okay, that's a bit too dark sounding. So I'm going to bring in a high shelf here, and I'm just going to turn it up, and I'm going to use my ears a bit. The high end, I would say, is anywhere from like 6 to 8 kilohertz, or 8,000, 6,000 to 8,000 upwards, roughly speaking. So let's just press play, and we're just going to boost this up and use our ears a bit to hear when it gets to the sort of brighter sound that we want. Okay. It's a lot brighter. Let's just turn it off. Yeah. They sound quite dark. We've got a lot more of that hiss now. Obviously, when you hear that in the context of the song, you might not get so much of that hiss. That hiss might not sound so abrasive. I don't think it sounds too bad. Try higher up. Maybe do a lower, like a lower shelf, but let's go further down into the mids, like the upper mid region here. That's maybe more balanced. So we could do this one. We have this one, where we boosted like the higher highs. Or one. Where we boost more of the mids. They sound pretty similar, right? Especially to the average listener. If we wanted it to be darker, we just simply do the opposite. Blatantly darker, right? Now, the other thing we can do if we want to get that to be darker sounding is we can actually use a high cut, which looks like this. So let's say, for example, we don't want any of that fizziness in the high end of our tone. We'd use one of these probably. And I'm going to listen until I feel that fizziness disappear. Now this is going to sound pretty dark, and I probably wouldn't mix this dark in a song, but let's just have a listen. Okay. We've got rid of a lot of the fizziness. If you click the headphones here, this is why Pro Q3 is good. That's what we're getting rid of. If I put it back, so now we've cut a lot of that fizziness, and you might find that your track has too much of that, so you can do this. A lot of people do this automatically on guitars. You don't necessarily need to do it. It's only if you want that sound. So let's look at the other end, the low end. So let's think, do we want more or less thump? So we need to be careful with guitars here, but let's do a low shelf. Oh. So it's really catching those palm mutes. That's something we can talk about, but that's that. So your low end is going to be anything from like 200, maybe 150 hertz downwards is what we're going to call sort of low end. Let's say it's a bit too low end and we just want a bit too bassy, and we just want a bit more of the sort of higher frequencies. Let's do the opposite. Combine this with a bit of a high cut just to get a much more controlled sound. Maybe boost the volume back up a bit. It's a pretty restricted sound, but you know, might want that. So this actually, funnily enough, brings me on to a point I nearly forgot, which is volume matching. I've just looked, we'll talk about that later, we'll come back to that. Okay, so we've talked about high and low end. So what you want to do, and take these to their extremes. We talked about that as a principle with writing, but actually it applies to mixing. How fizzy can you make it? How dark can you make it? How thumpy and full can you make it? Or how thin can you make it? You can go so far. Trust me, if you're not very good with this yet, your mix will improve drastically if you can just take those 4 parameters, up or down with high or low, and just get them right for starters. A lot of people tend to mix too bright or too dark, and you'll have to figure out which one of those people you are. I tend to mix too dark. I would say these guitars benefit from a bit of that high end. maybe there. They get more in your face there, right? So I would say they benefit from that. Probably leave that on now. The low end actually jumps a bit, and we'll talk about how to fix that in another lesson. So now let's think about the mids. So let's talk about sort of group 1. We're going to call these the low mids. This is anywhere between sort of 200 and maybe like 600 hertz, something like that. Sounds like this. Let's boost it up. It's quite that. It's that kind of like boxy sound, they call it. So this is where a lot of the body of your instrument often sits. So you don't want to just automatically get rid of it. It sounds very cloudy if you have too much. So let's just see how much of this we want. So we've got more body there, but it does cloud it up a bit. Let's take some out. Right, immediately it starts to sound harsh when we do that. So I don't think we want to take any out. I think it actually adds a bit of body having some of that in there. That might be a decision that in the mix I come to regret and actually want to take back out, but... yeah, we've added a bit of fullness there, I think. Notice as well, I'm using very broad Q here. I'm not doing like a super thin movement here. It's wider because we want to make these kind of ideally slightly broader movements. I'm only going to make subtle adjustments here because the tones already sound pretty good. So let's leave that kind of roughly where it was. Okay, let's talk about like the mids, or the central mids, I guess maybe is a better place to call it. Think about like guitar, football, or soccer. We're going to boost these if we want to get a bit more of that kind of nasally aggro sound, and a lot of presence exists here in the guitars. So this is going to be anywhere from like that 600 mark all the way up to, I would say, 2K, 2.5K, or 2,500 hertz. So let's listen to this. So we're at 1.2. Up to maybe 2K here. There's a nice bit of bark in the guitars there. I like that. We get rid of it, they sound a bit thin. Now, you've got to be careful adding too much of this in because it can start to sound quite cloudy. And these have got louder as well, so I'm just going to turn the volume down a bit so we're not just deceiving our ears by making it louder and sound better just by being louder. Let's turn it off. Yeah, we've added a bit of presence and we've taken out some low end from these guitars, right? If we were to cut this out, let's hear what it sounds like. Very hollow. Yeah. I think we benefit from a bit of a boost there. It's 2 dB, it's not too much. These are going to be more present in your mix, sounding like this, probably. Let's talk about our upper mids now. So this is going to be anywhere from like 2.5 kilohertz up to 6-ish, something like that. So here we go, 2.5 is about here, 6 is like here. Let's see how they sound. Let's just sweep across them. Immediately you hear that like what would we call that sound? Like that very acidic, abrasive sound. Now, you get a lot of fizz here, that quite harsh fizziness, but there's a hell of a lot of presence in the guitars here, and people just automatically cut this because it sounds harsh. That sounds more pleasing to the ear immediately. Let's turn it back up a little. But is that going to cut through in a mix? Might not. So if we boost it, I think we can get away with a tiny bit more of it, maybe. Again, this is really going to be mix dependent. I can hear a bit of a like whistle. It is like around here. So maybe we do want to get rid of that. It's hard to say without the context of a mix. So we've got your sort of, we've got your 5 frequency ranges. We've got your lows, your highs, when we've got your low mids, your central mids, and your upper mids. So 5 ranges, and I would do them in that order. Well, low or high, see which one you think needs addressing most, and then play with the mids and wide Q. Don't go for like some super thin stuff. Don't try and get too surgical with things. We'll talk about that, but keep it wide, broad brush strokes with this for now. And, you know, don't mix with your eyes. Like if you need to boost like that much, then you've probably got your source tone wrong, or like, yeah, or there's just a lot missing in the source tone. That's not always the case, but yeah, if you're boosting more than like 3 or 4 dB, it might be that you want to address the source tone first before we just go EQing, like creating frequencies out of thin air. So keep your moves broad for now. Let's try this on a snare drum. I've already got a snare drum. I've already actually kind of semi-mixed this snare drum anyway, but let's just hear how these, we'll quickly sort of breeze through how these frequencies sound on a snare drum. So, oh, let's just let that repeat a bit more quickly. Okay, let's just do the exact same process. I'm just going to let you listen. So boost the highs. Oh. Get rid of that. A little more of that snare wire that's coming through. Sounds a bit more in your face. Let's cut that. Sounds a lot more distant. It's over there now. Much closer. Let's do the opposite. Let's talk about the lows. This is where we can maybe get a bit of oomph into our snare. Let's get the shelf going on. Yeah. Way more body in that now. I like that. I think my snare might need a bit more low end. Yeah, not maybe that much, but... So talk about addressing source tone, maybe I need to reconsider how much low end I have in my snare. So we can take some out, I mean, don't know if we want to, but... Very thin. To be fair, you might want a more snappy kind of snare, and that's going to give you that sound. Okay, let's talk about like the low mids. You're going to get a lot of body here. You're going to get the actual ring. That's the ring of the snare is somewhere there. I think it's here. Oh. It's like there. So anyway, body of the snare. Bit of that is good. So this is more like the fundamental whack of the snare versus like the subby low end. That's kind of a bit more of a thump, whereas here, yeah. Boost quite a lot of that to feel like our snare gets closer. That might be a bit overpowering in the mix. Let's cut that out. Very slappy, papery snare now. So again, you might find that this all is going to be sample and snare drum dependent. You might have got a snare drum that sounds like this from the beginning, in which case you're probably going to cut some of that out, right? So yeah, let's go for like the mid somewhere here. Ooh, bit more crack in that now. It's got more, yeah. Take it out. Sounds kind of cool. It's just a very scooped sound. That's more reasonable kind of scoop. Again, you're going to lose attack if you cut that too much. Let's go for the like upper mids, somewhere around here. Those kind of upper mids are giving us a bit more fizz. Hear the snare wire. So bear in mind, this stuff on the individual snare drum might not sound great, but in the mix you might need a bit more fizzle out of your snare, a bit more high end. Let's take it out. Hearing a lot more of just like the fundamental woomph of the drum now. Something like that is not unreasonable. You might compensate by boosting the other bits in the high end. I kind of like that a bit more actually. I've gone quite substantial on the airy sort of high end, but I've cut these mids here. So yeah, these are all choices you can make. So those are your 5 parameters to play with. Start low, then high, or high then low, just see what needs addressing the most. Then you've got low mids, central mids, and upper mids. Really good place to start. And I would actually strongly advise trying out, I believe it is the, which one is it? It's the Logic EQ. Damn. Is it Vintage Graphic EQ? Yes, right. So these are going to be, this is also your friend, right? You've got your high end, turn your drive down to 0, just so that's not messing with it. But output model, probably just off. And then, yeah, phase natural. So this is going to be a high end. There you go. Low end. That's your sub, there's not much of that in your snare. Low mids, kind of mid-mids, still mid-mids, like getting towards the uppers, upper mids, and then this is your high end. So that's a really good way to play around, a graphic EQ. Or I might just clip the output and you might have, don't know how good that sounded. So play around with graphic EQs as well, so that you don't mix with your eyes, you just mix with the sound. Try on a few different instruments. We've just done guitar and snare, but you can try kick drum as another good one. Bass can be a little tricky because you're obviously restricted to the low end really with that. But guitars and snares are a good place to start, I would say. Right, let's think about compression, and we're going to do it with a snare drum. Now, first off, compression is really, it's one of the hardest things to understand, but also to be able to use. And I was toying, I was kind of debating with myself, because I find a lot of people aren't heavy-handed enough with compression, but then also a lot of people just over-compress things. So it's really hard to know what to tell you. I think it seems to be that when people have a basic grasp of compression, they seem to dive into either over-compressing everything, or they know how powerful a tool it is and they under-compress. So I don't know how to tell you how to figure that out. We talked about exploring the extremes, so, you know, over-compress things massively, under-compress them, listen to how they sound. That's how you're going to hear compression, is by exploring the extremes, and we're going to try that here. So I'm going to use, now there's all sorts of different compressors we can use. I'm going to use the FabFilter one, because it's quite clear what's happening here. We're going to leave it on the clean style. This is like a very transparent compressor. So let's just hear the snare drum. Oh, it's already acting on. So let's go through what everything does. But before we talk about any of these controls here, there looks like there's a lot going on here. There's actually only 5 main things we need to really think about. Before we talk about anything, the main thing you're going to do with compression is just listen. Don't try and figure it out. Just listen to it, because that's going to get you way further than knowing what different attack time settings do. The first thing we're going to talk about is the threshold, because this does matter. So this is just at which point the compression kicks in. So if my threshold is at 0, that means if I hit that snare, you can see, I think it's just touching there, but it's basically not acting at all. I'm actually going to turn that down a bit. So, actually, sorry, let's turn the plug-in down. I don't know how. Where's my mixer? Right, master bus. Let's just turn it down a bit so that it's not. Yeah, so you can see, look, it's registering these hits, nothing happening. I'm going to bring the threshold down. You're going to see it's going to slowly catch the snare hit. And actually, oh, can you see, this is why this is so useful, this plugin. You can see it's peaking, what is it, here-ish? So you can see that's where, look, starting to act now. If I bring more in, you can see that compressor's acting harder and harder till eventually, like, there you go, okay. So, again, don't worry about what those sounds were just yet. The threshold is just going to affect essentially how much of that core sound we are going to compress. Are we going to compress just the loudest peak of it, or are we going to compress more of the body of the sound? So if we just catch like this top bit, we're just going to be compressing or acting on that tiny little peak, the very loudest moment of the snare. If we compress like way down here, you can see it. See how quickly or slowly that line returns to zero. We're catching a huge amount of the body of the sound of the snare there. So with the threshold, what you want to be thinking about is, what am I trying to do with my compression here? Am I trying to just shave off a bit of the tip of the sound, or am I trying to really affect the tone of the fundamental instrument? If you're just trying to control the volume and stop it from like spiking out, you probably just want to be catching the sort of the peak here. If you're fundamentally trying to affect the tone of the instrument, which compression absolutely can do, you want to be cutting that like way lower. Maybe not way lower, but a fair bit lower. So the ratio is just how much we compress by. So 1:1, you notice nothing happens. It does nothing. So if I set that even to 1.02, it's starting to do something. Almost nothing happening there. So the ratio is how much compression we have, basically. So a good way to set this, set it, there you go, 100. I would maybe go to 100, set it to like 20 or something. Still high, that's still a lot of compression. We're not going to talk too much about how the ratio works. The way to probably think about it, 2:1 ratio is kind of light-ish compression. 4 to 6 maybe is like heavier, and then like 6 plus 10, 12, 20, you're getting into like really heavy compression. So we're going to set it really high so we can just hear what happens, and we'll start turning the threshold down. So, you see what's happening? Let's have a listen. Let's just bring it back. So, it's affecting quite a lot of the sound there. Let's pull this right down, but let's move the ratio around. Not doing much at all there. It's really smashing that sound. So what can you hear? Well, I can hear more of the tail of the instrument. I can hear the snare kind of landing or lasting longer. If we go really low here, or take the threshold right down, all we're really hearing, we can hear that, like that initial like splat of the snare. If I bring my attack even faster, you're barely even hearing that now. So we'll talk about what attack does in a bit. Now with ratio and threshold, I don't really want you to think about the technicalities of them. I just want you to use your ears. So I'm just going to use my ears to try and get a sound that I like. And I can't even tell you necessarily what that's going to be entirely. I'm going to set this release a bit faster and we'll talk about it. That feels a bit more aggressive now. It's not doing a huge amount. It's subtle. What do I do? 5.21 to 1. Let's try the classic style. Feels a bit more explosive. I feel like I'm hearing more of the room there. It's just a bit more aggro in that. I think I've overcooked that a bit, maybe. We're losing a bit of that initial smack there though, so this is a tricky one to figure out. Bear in mind I've already compressed this snare drum, so I was just playing around with that a bit, but let's talk about the attack time. So let's just go extreme with the threshold, whack the ratio right up. Let's talk about what this attack time is going to do. I'm going to set it super fast, and now the release is fast as well. You notice we're not getting, it's completely shaved that initial thwack or the transient off. Let's let some through. Can you hear we're starting to get some of that, like that actual attack now? So this is telling me that actually if I wanted to bring some of that attack of the snare back, sounds like a Star Wars title, Attack of the Snare Back, doesn't it? It was around here that it started really coming through actually. Okay, I'm starting to actually feel the impact, like that thud, that thwack of the snare. So maybe that's probably, I want my attack about here. Let's see what the release does. Well, that's not what we want, is it? But see how much more of that room sound we get now? The tail of the snare, we could also call it, the sort of the sort of the end of the sound. So we can control, well, how much of that do we want? Okay, let's try that. Now, this threshold and ratio are a bit ridiculous. Let's get a bit less of this snare. You know, we don't want to compress this much, so let's just bring this to a more reasonable place. Okay, let's think about this ratio. Doing nothing there, maxing out there. Again, I quite like that. Yeah, a bit of aggro at 6 to 1. Now you might not be hearing a massive difference, and that's like I said, because I've already compressed this snare. So as you can see, I'm just experimenting here, and there's not a huge amount more compression that I want. I don't even know if I want this on. It's just to play around with what could work. I've got different styles here. So the key takeaway with compression is play around with it and find what you want. Take things to their extreme. Take that threshold all the way down, you know. Take that ratio, keep the ratio quite high just so you can really hear what the compression is doing. The threshold you can use a little bit more, what's the word, systematically. Like if you know what the purpose of your compression is, you can think about threshold a bit more before you start listening. So like I said, if you just want to chop the loud, if you'll find your snare is popping out too much, you know, you can just sort of adjust it sort of just so it only just catches the top, or you can get more of the body of the snare going lower. So then this is how much of that effect we have, essentially, your ratio. And then your attack and release. So attack is how quickly it comes in, release is how quickly the effect goes away. Don't worry about those things, just listen to what they do. So we've just done it on a snare here, because transient heavy material like drums are good for working on compression. So spend some time on this. It's not easy to get the hang of. And if you're not sure, err on the side of under-compressing, but just trust your ear a little bit. It's hard to get, and you have to just try it on as many different instruments as you can. Go to those extremes, see what they sound like, and just use your ears. Okay, we've done the nasty part. We've done the discussion of compression. So let's talk about saturation. This is something that I want to be careful with. You can ruin your track with it, but it's awesome if used correctly. So let's start on the guitars, actually, and we're going to use a plugin that is pre-existent in Logic. Pre-existent, weird way to phrase that, isn't it? You know what I mean. Chroma Glow. It's wicked. I love this plugin. I use it myself. You can obviously pay for the customizable, all these different emulations of saturation tape plugins and all sorts, but this is good. So let's go for the modern tube. Let's go for the colorful sound. We'll get into what it does. So I'm going to play my guitars. We put it on here. Let's just hear what it does. Very boring guitar part for the record. Don't get too excited about that, but let's just turn it up. Okay, you heard what it did. Let's just blend a bit in, see what it sounds like. Okay, so that sounds pretty good to my ears. So what we're doing is we're adding harmonics, we're adding extra frequencies, and we're filling out the sound. So it is going to, the perceived loudness is actually going to go up there without perhaps the actual volume going up. So to me, they definitely sound louder. So you can hear something that's going on there is we're adding some aggro and some upfrontness. They definitely feel closer now, those guitars. But it's also controlling the low end in a weird way. It's not popping through as much. The funny thing is, low end, let's try a different plugin. Let's try tape saturation. Let's go with the virtual tape machines. Sounds great. So again, we've really thickened the sound out there. I don't know which one I prefer, they both sound good. The Chroma Glow is much more present. The tape machines has more fatness to it, low end. Quite like the tape. So this is an interesting lesson as well. Saturation can very much act as EQ in some ways. Different saturation plugins are going to affect different parts of the frequencies and emphasize different things. So saturation is great for adding fatness and fullness to a sound. If you have a sound that you like, but you want to give it a bit more power and a bit more presence, this is great. Now, this isn't going to fix a crappy guitar tone. It just isn't. But it might help, and it will enhance an already good guitar tone. Don't just chuck it on all your guitars, use it to taste. Again, if I turn this up to... Now, the good thing with the virtual tape machines, it's kind of hard to overblow it, particularly on guitars, but... Right. We don't want that, do we? So let's try a different, out of interest, let's try a different one of these. Let's try the, have they got tape? Don't know which one though. Let's try another. Like that. can push that retro tube a bit harder. I like that. Definitely feels like it's more perceived volume for sure in those virtual tape machines. There actually is a little more volume from the tape machine. So, I've not really told you much about what saturation does. I've just tried to demonstrate it for you. It's essentially distortion. It's you can think of it kind of like that. Now let's try it on something that's more transient heavy, like our snare drum here. So, let's try that Chroma Glow again. Let's loop this here. Let's just turn it up. So, it's important to listen to not just, it's pretty obvious what's happening there, right? But it's important to recognize what is happening. Let's just turn it off. Now, if you notice at the level where it's peaking, this is an important thing to note. Have a look at the stereo output, and this is a useful tool when it comes to saturation. Look at the stereo output. Peaks around what? Minus 10.6. Let's reset it. Now, this sounds really loud, but... oh, that little click, you can ignore that. It peaked around minus 15. We've shaved 5 decibels off the sound. But I'll tell you what, that sounds louder. Sounds very loud, right? But it's not. I actually have to check my ears when I'm doing this. It's amazing. So, there's a few things we can gain from saturation. There's perceived volume. And you know what? I'll be honest with you. I'm just learning how much perceived volume you can get from saturation. And I'm thinking I need to use this more. Because I do use saturation in most of my plugins. But I'm starting to think I could really take the mickey with this a bit more. So, push it until you feel like, I don't know, you've got the sound you want. There's a couple of options here, so we could just keep blending in. Getting a bit more upper mid-range there, I think. It's really crushing the sound a bit more there. Now what we're losing is that transient, so you might want some of that, so don't destroy it. So it's smeared the sound a bit now. What we could do, smear it quite a lot, but blend it in. It sounds wider to me now. It sounds like we're getting that room is kind of coming through. So again, I'm just using my ears here. I'm not doing anything technical, really. I don't know if that compressor... oh no, that's not how I wanted it, I don't think. Maybe set it around here is kind of a more sensible place. So, compression and saturation, that's giving it a bit of whack now. Feels like it's lasting longer, that tail is drawing out longer. So there's a lot you can do with saturation on both your guitars and your drums, and do any instrument you like. You can even chuck it on your master bus, and we'll talk about that when we get to the mastering section. So play around with saturation, it's your friend. Just don't overcook it, because otherwise everything's going to sound all fizzy and horrible. But remember, it does quite a lot of things. It affects your volume. Don't always trust your ears with that, because quite often it sounds louder, but it actually isn't in real terms. It also affects the transient, how much whack we get. It kind of cuts that and smears it. It can add fullness, it can add a bit of harshness if you want that. Depends what kind of saturation you pick. Try different plugins, try those different modes on the Chroma Glow if you're using Logic. You've got a few up here to pick. Mix it in at different amounts, so you can have parallel saturation essentially. 74% would be too much, just all the way up. Oh, right. I like it around the 20% there maybe. So Play around with your saturation. Don't go silly with it. Again, err on the side of caution here, but have fun with it, because it's a really important tool in your mixing arsenal. And between EQ, compression, and saturation, you can get a professional sounding song. That really is almost, well, you know, you need a few other things, right? Delays, reverbs, and all that. But in terms of like pure mixing tools, because I think EQ, compression, and saturation, they're not effects, so they can be used as effects, but they are mixing tools to me. And just those three, they're your three core ones, as far as I can tell. So get used to them, experiment, again, take it to its extreme, hear what it does, and pull it back if you need to. You go a long way like that. Make sure with any changes that you make that you aren't just putting something in because it makes the thing louder. Louder always sounds better, almost always when you're mixing. And so if you're EQing, you know, let's take these guitars. Let's say I put an EQ on, Pro Q3, and I went like this. Brought some high end in. Let's bear in mind, these are getting louder when I do that. That's a 7 decibel increase of the high end. Let's hear how much volume, extra volume we get in one bar. So I'm going to play this with it on. They're peaking at -10. Let's turn it off, see what we get. So we've added 0.5 of a decibel of volume. Now high end is a bit less heavy on the volume front, so if we add that in, we need to take off half a decibel to get an accurate representation of what that's really doing. So I think actually maybe about halfway there is probably what I want for my sound. So let's turn it off and see what volume we've got. Let's set this back to 0 here. So -10.5. Let's turn this back on. 10.2. So we need to just go 0.3 decibels down. Cool. We just add a bit of that sort of blistering high end to our guitars. You need to do this with compression. You need to do it with saturation. The whole business. So there are gain match plugins. I have this one by it's Let It Mix. I'll link this in the resources. It's a bit funny. There's a few things you need to play with here, but you need to put it at either end of your signal chain here. This is on the after, so before and after. Now with my EQ, if I do this, can you hear it? It's adjusted it. If we look here, the after -4.7. So it's taken that there, although it's a 10 dB boost at 500 Hertz, obviously we're not boosting everything, we're only boosting 10 dB there, has given us a 4.7 decibel boost of the full volume of the guitar. So this plugin has taken it down by 4.7 dB. It wasn't immediate, so it takes a second or two to fix it, but gain match plugins are really useful if you can find one that's good. This is pretty good, but you can't just have it on every. I think when you start to have it on more than one channel, it can play up. You can just do it manually, obviously, but there's a bit more back and forth. These plugins are great. They're great for training your ears. Just make sure they're working properly. Yeah, gain matching, super important. You don't want to just deceive yourself into thinking it sounds better because it's louder. Super important with things like compression. It's really noticeable with compression. You can just think it sounds better because you've just like essentially boosted the volume by compressing and not matching the gain. So be really careful to think about that. You need to train your ears to learn what things like compression sound like, not just what a louder thing sounds like with compression on, right? So spend some time working on this. Automation is a great tool for adding excitement to your track, but also just balancing things. So say, for example, I've got my rhythm guitars here. We've been playing with this very boring track for a while now. Oh, with some very odd things going on. Okay, so let's say, for example, this is our chorus. What we might find is that we've got our rhythm guitars in our chorus, and then we go to our verse part, and we think, hang on, these guitars are too loud. But we want to keep them on the same channel, and we don't want to change the tone or like put another one in. And that's where automation can come in handy. So let's say we have a super short chorus, it's just 2 bars long, or even 1 bar long, and this is our verse. Very short, but press A for automation. Automatically it's on volume. Now I'm going to click to enable automation. I'm going to click where I want it to start and click where I want the automation to kind of come in. But so we'll go over some ways to do this. If I click here and I just drag this down, you'll notice the automation, what you're going to notice is it slopes down in volume. Now, you might not necessarily want that. You might want that if you want a gradual drop in the volume, but we can use a thing called the marquee tool to do this a bit more accurately. So, oh, that's already my secondary tool. So if I hold Command, and I'm going to drag across here, notice it's locking to the bar lines. Now, if I just click and drag, see, look, I can now adjust the volume of this second part. So, drop in volume without any change to the tone or anything like that. So automation is really useful for things like controlling levels of instruments that are continuous throughout the whole track. You know, if you're in a metal band, your guitar is probably in the whole song, or most of it. So you might need to just think about, I mean, dropping by 5 decibels is actually quite extreme. If you're going from your chorus to your verse, you might want to think about just dropping by 2 decibels, maybe even just 1. Generally, say I were coming out of a chorus, I might just want to like fade it out like this and just gradually have the guitars drop back into the verse volume, whatever that is. You can use that marquee tool, you know, and just have it as a sudden jump if you're suddenly coming in and out of parts, if you want that. Automation is also super useful if you just want like a particular part to pop out. Say, for example, if I had a really cool little guitar moment here, I could just boost that up by like a decibel. See, it popped out a bit. You know, drum fills, bass fills, guitar fills, boost them up by a decibel or 2 and just let them come forward and have their moment. That's what automation is really good for when it comes to volume. We talked a bit about this in the post-production thing, but you can automate the panning. So I could pan things left to right. You know, have them move around the stereo image, cool trick, but you can overuse that, so just be careful you don't overuse your panning automation. What you also want to consider is that you should be designing a track in such a way that automation requirements are quite minimal. By that I mean, if your instrumentation and your choice of layers is good, automation should just be fine-tuning with volumes. If you're finding your chorus is substantially quieter than your verse, or like way too loud in comparison, it might be because actually, firstly, you might just want to adjust some volume somewhere, but it might be because your selection of instruments and the density of each part isn't set out right. If your verse is full of instruments, then your chorus is really empty. You know, if your verse is full of layers, then your chorus is just like guitar, bass, drums. It's going to feel like it drops, and that's not really the fault of, you know, your mixing. That's just the nature of how you've produced the track. So mixing isn't just about mixing, it's about production. You know, thinking about, right, well, if I want my chorus to get louder and fuller, I don't just want to boost the volume. Maybe I want to think about those layers, and you can look at the layers and supplementation module to think about that. Automation is important, but don't overuse it. It should be something that helps your track, not something that completely structures the volume layout of your entire track. Now, there will be moments like, you know, if you want to fade out the end of a song, obviously, then you're going to have to do that with your automation, right? You do that here, like that. Oh, what have I done there? Right. You know, if you wanted to fade out at the end, like that. There. Yeah, if you just wanted to fade your instruments out totally, obviously you need to do that with automation. There probably are other ways, but it's the best way to do it. So volume automation, very important, but again, use sparingly, and I would say exhaust every option you can before you do volume automation. Like, okay, have you thought about the instrumentation? Have you thought about the tones that we're picking to get the appropriate volume and the appropriate perceived sort of volume and forwardness of the instrument? And then if you think, no, I'm happy with how everything sounds, I just want the verse to feel a bit quieter, those guitars are just too in your face, then drop the volume. But remember, why are the guitars too in your face? Well, maybe there's too much high end, maybe there's too much low end, you know. But automation is a very valid tool, and it's one I use it in every single song. So I'm not saying don't use it, absolutely do. If you're confident that you're happy with your mixes or your mix, then use it. Okay, let's think about delays. So I'm going to put a delay on something that you almost never put a delay on, which is a snare drum. The reason being, you're going to hear what it does. When you hear a singular like thud or a click, and you hear the repeats of that, it's going to be very clear what the delay is doing. I don't hear anyone putting delay on snare drums. There's no reason, I guess, why. Well, there's a lot of reasons why not, but you could. But I'm just going to use it to demonstrate what delay does. So if I just type in delay on my list of plugins, there's a few. Now, a delay is just a repetition of your signal. We've got a few different types of delay, but that's all you need to think of of it as. So a digital delay would just be a perfect recreation of your sample or your signal, whatever it is. So I don't actually, funnily enough, know which one of these would be just a digital delay. Delay designer? Sample delay? Oh. That's weird. Oh, so that's fully like... That's not the one I wanted. Maybe delay designer. What an ugly UI. That's so old. That sounds like a digital delay to me. Right, this is a digital delay, but it looks disgusting. So you can adjust... Oh god, right, we're not going to use this. What a horrible delay. So let's look at the tape delay built into Logic, because this is actually quite good. Now, there's a lot of stuff here. Ignore this whole modulation bit. You can just totally ignore that for now. Maybe set that to 0. We're going to put dry on 100%. Dry is just the sound that we've got. So if I put wet on 0%, we're not going to hear any delay. We're just going to hear the snare drum. There it is. So put it on wet 100%. That was our delay. That's the delay volume at 100%. Now you hear, obviously that's not the exact recreation of our snare drum anymore. So let's just go through what it's doing. So we have different delay values. If you know your rhythm, this is useful. So a quarter note delay means that the note is going to repeat a quarter note later. Again, snare drum's helpful for this. Can you hear it's on every metronome click? If I were to set it to 8th notes, it's going to happen in between them. So it's going to go dut, 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 dut. There you go. 16th notes would be... There you go. So you can decide how, sort of intermittent you want your delay to be. Turn the metronome back off. So let's just have a think about what we want our delay to do. So we can control the feedback. That's how much that delay is going to, how long it's going to last for. If I set it to 0 or 7%, let's say 10 maybe. Faded very quickly. Let's set it to like nearly 100. Keeps going almost infinitely. If I go over 100, oh. It actually starts getting louder. That's now, so you rarely ever are going to want to go over 100%. That freeze function is quite cool. Just keeps it going. You could do some fun automation with that. But the thing we want to think about, in my opinion, is this low cut, high cut bit. You don't need to worry about this too much. Deviation. Actually, we'll talk about deviation. Yeah, actually, let's talk about deviation now. So see, deviation here. So a quarter note at this tempo lasts exactly 500 milliseconds at 120 BPM. What you might find is your delay, because lots of things are going to happen on quarter notes, different snare, kick, rhythms, guitar, things are going to be popping in on those quarter notes very regularly. You might find your delay just gets a bit lost there. So we can set this deviation a little bit so that the delay is just a bit behind the quarter note. And it's going to create some musicality. So let's try it with the metronome, and you'll hear it's not going to land bang on the metronome anymore. It might, I don't know how much deviation we're going to need to notice it, but let's try this. So this is only, let's try 5%. It's a good even number. Well, you know what I mean. Okay, quite noticeable that. It's deviating 5% away from that click. That's probably too much, actually. You probably need about 2%. Maybe 3.5, something like that. Yeah, it's just off of the click now. So if you get another, well, we don't want snare delay probably, but all of your drums are going to be landing on these quarter notes at some point, or your guitar stabs. This is going to get lost a little bit. So a bit of deviation is good. This is the really important bit in my opinion though, which is the character, they've called it. I don't know what clip threshold does. Let's have a listen. Turn the metronome. So, yeah, okay. So it's clipping the signal. So if I put the clip threshold really high, you still hear the impact of that snare. If I put it really low, it's much softer. Again, we don't need to learn how to delay snares, but let's just leave it where it was. If you want a harder sound, set that higher. If you want a softer sound, set that lower. There we go. We're learning together once again. I keep saying I'm going to talk about this spread, don't I? So if I set this all the way, we're not going to change the frequency of our snare drum at all. Now, the effect of tape delay is that it does change the frequency, the sound somewhat, but we're not EQing it at all. So you can hear it's an almost replica. It's a bit more distorted and smeared. It's a little bit darker, but it's very similar to the original sound, right? So when we think about distance and things sort of fading away, think about something that's a long way away. It sounds darker. You tend to just hear the lower frequencies. In delay, we probably want that kind of thing, right? We don't always, but you can see the default they had here, I think, was about 1.5 kilohertz, 1500 hertz, and about 500 here. We're cutting the frequency range of the delay to a really small little group. So that would look like, on like an EQ, it would look like us doing this. So here, that's what it would look like on an EQ. It's quite a severe cut. And you don't want your delay to take up a massive frequency space because it's going to just invade everything. So that default setting there, honestly, I think is good. I'd maybe cut more low end even. Oh, it only lets you cut so much on this. Oh no. There you go. You have a very small frequency range if you want. It's too much low end in that, I think. Yeah. You could, can you drag the whole? Yeah, and you can drag the whole thing, so if you just want the high end, probably don't want that, do you? But yeah, somewhere here is good. It's about right, a bit more low end. That's about right for me, so it's almost bang on where it started, right? So they've obviously thought about what this is going to do. Let's do spread, see what that does. It's over there. It's more kind of over there. Probably just keep it in the middle. It's up to you. So then we just adjust how much delay we want to taste. I normally find I'm sort of below the 20% mark a lot of the time. You actually don't need a great deal unless you're using delay as like a very deliberate effect that you really want to hear. If you're just using it to supplement like a vocal, I wouldn't put it too high. So how might you think about your delay? Well, this is our normal tape delay. It's going to be really nice on like lead guitars, also on clean guitars. I wouldn't put it on just like standard rhythm. I wouldn't put it on bass or really any drums. It's going to cloud up your drum sound pretty quickly if you do. You can also, if you get a stereo delay, so let's do this one. This might be a digital delay, I don't know. Yeah, I think it is. So you heard that go left and right there, and let's kind of, now you've still got these high cut, low cut things. Can we link these? Ah, that's what I meant to do. Oh, right. So you can link them if you want them to both do the same thing. Most plugins hopefully allow you to do this. Stereo link, so any adjustments I make will happen to both. Oh, that delay's very fast. Okay, let's... There we go. So you heard it pan right and left. So stereo delays are great for if you have like a central thing, like a vocal, but you want to hear it a bit wider. Stereo delays are good for that. Because you're recreating the sound, but you're not clouding it up in the middle. You're letting it move to the sides. It's quite cool. You've also got quite a lot of deviation here, haven't we? 15%. That's quite substantial. So, stereo delays are also a useful tool. But other than that, that's probably most of what you need to know for your delays. Then you've just got lots of different types of delay. I mean, we've got this. This is a classic one. Is it the Pulsar? Is that what it's called? The Stellar Echo? I've forgotten what the original thing is, but... Oh, there you go. Okay, let's do... Oh, we've got all these different... I can't remember how this works, to be honest. Oh, this is more like a reverb type thing, really. We heard what that did. Oh. Yeah, ping pong effects. Wow, flutter. Yeah, there's all sorts of things. Oh, you've got your high pass, low pass. Yeah, so again, you need to learn these plugins really if you're gonna use them. So play around with delays, lots of fun to be had. They're great for just adding vibe to stuff. Like I said, you're gonna put them on your vocals probably, your lead guitars, clean things, stuff that you want to just have a bit more sparkle to. Reverberation, reverb. This we probably would actually put on a snare drum, unlike the delay that we were just talking about. So what types of reverb do we have? There's a few. The main ones are plate, spring, and I suppose room reverb would perhaps be the best vague category for the third one. It's not really important how they're all made or what they do. The best way to describe room reverb would probably be to say that we're sort of we're putting the sound in a literal space. So you could make it sound like you're playing in a hall or a chamber or like a small steel drum, or in a submarine. Whereas spring and plate reverbs are more like effects that are crafted from metal sheets, like metal plates or metal springs. They're physically I don't know much about how they're actually done, but look up that if you want to find out about it. You don't need to know really, you just need to know how it sounds. So let's just try each one. So I use quite often this lustrous plates reverb. And we'll just talk about, we'll go through the different sort of things you can think about with your reverb on here, and then we'll briefly just go through the other types of reverb. Because plate reverb is a very standard type of reverb sound. If you think just plain old reverb, it's kind of what plate reverb is. So, let's turn this up. Right. So we've got a dry and wet, that's just controlling how much of what we hear. So dry, snare drum, wet is just the reverb. There. So let's set this about, I don't know, let's have a bit too much to start and we'll mess around with it. There's a lot there. So what do we need to think about? Well, we need to think about how long the reverb goes on for. So we set it to max. That's still going for a long time. Set it to minimum. Oh, right, it took a second to adjust. Faded pretty quickly. Much shorter sound. I think I would probably err on the side of these shorter regions here for what I actually want for like a snare drum. That still takes quite a long time to fade, doesn't it? I keep that quite low. Yeah, so now it sounds like we're in kind of quite a big room, but not, I mean here, like... I mean, that's like you're in a huge, like the Mines of Moria or something. I think that little light means it's working, so there we go. Okay, turn the reverb up a bit more so you can hear it. So width, this is going to control how stereo wide our reverb is. Snare drum, I love just having it wide like that, but we're going to talk about what we can do with this. Very wide, let's go all wet here. Very wide, or right in the center. Very different sounds. Central, wide. Yeah. So wide is cool with a snare because you hear the snare in the middle, but then your reverb goes like, it's in the sides. So you can see by default it was set quite wide, right? Because people just like that. Modulation, don't bother with that. You can, but you got better things to worry about. High and low cut, these do matter. So reverb, generally speaking, particularly if it's a continuous sound like a guitar or something, you don't want too much of your... Oh, some car alarms going off, brilliant. Sorry about that. Stopped. Okay, you don't want too much low end because you're going to cloud up the mix. So let's have a listen to a pure wet sound. I'll repeat. So there's not too much low end, but there you go. That's all the high end stuff. That's not going to sound nice, so we need to cut some. Might be about right. Let's cut some of the high end. So the more high end we cut, the further away it's going to sound. If you want, I actually like to leave quite a lot of high end in with my snare drum. So I want the reverb to feel like it's sort of smacking me in the ears a little bit, speaking of. Okay, so let's cut some of that out. Let's go like halfway, just over. It feels quite distant now. Let's turn it back up. Yeah. So you can think about what kind of sound you want. If you want it to sound really distant, you're going to cut quite a lot of that. If you want it to feel quite close to you, you're going to leave some of that there. If you want it to feel quite wide. One thing we did skip is the pre-delay. So this is where we have a bit of a delay between the initial sound and the delay coming in, and the reverb coming in. I tend to just leave this where it is, around 10 milliseconds. We set this longer, and let's turn the reverb quite high. Oh, let's go even longer. Right, you can hear that. It's going like splat. Now that's ridiculous, right? That's more just a delay, isn't it? Now, if you have it on 0, it's like one continuous sound. If you think about how reverb works, it's where the sound bounces off of the wall, and it doesn't move. The sound doesn't move at the speed of light. It's not just instant. So the bigger this is, kind of the further away your sound is going to feel like it is. So that's too much. I'd say anything under maybe that 40 millisecond mark is probably alright. That feels nice and connected to the snare drum hit. If I go here, I mean, yeah, around the 40-50 millisecond mark, it's starting to sound like I'm hearing like 2 hits. So, yeah, anywhere up to there, maybe. You can go further, depends what sound you want. I just leave it on 10 most of the time, but in all honesty. That's the kind of thing I think about. Now, we can also EQ our reverbs further. I tend to just high and low cut, but if there's an annoying frequency in the reverb, so let's just hear it on its own. There's a bit of a like a low mid thing. But I would honestly just do this on an EQ. Something about there I don't like. Yeah. But, I mean, I would have this on a send, probably, if I were going to be EQing my reverb like that. I wouldn't just be on the channel like this. If I wanted to EQ my reverb, I'd have to put it somewhere else. I mean, yes, you can do, you know, technically I could do that little as a bell and cut it, but I'm not going to do it on here. Don't even hear how much it's raining outside. It's going for it. It's March the 12th in England right now, so you can't hope for too much in the way of good weather. Anyway, we're going to get into a little trick that I like to do with reverbs in a little bit, but let's just talk about the other types of reverb. Let's talk about spring reverb. This is a little guitar plug-in. Ooh. So, let's just turn the mix up. Ooh. That's what it sounds like. Let's turn the tone down. What's it doing? Okay, so now obviously, what styles have we got? Boutique, simple, vintage. Let's try vintage. Okay, now that sounds silly, doesn't it? But let's just mix it in. So that's what a spring reverb sounds like on a snare. I wouldn't use it, but it sounds quite nice on guitars. A lot of old school guitar riffs and things have a bit of spring reverb on them. It's a cool effect. It's a bit more of an effect than a go-to reverb for me. It's a very purposeful thing you might want to put on. You know, I wouldn't put it on as like just if I wanted a generic reverb sound, I'm not going to use spring reverb. The other thing is you can use like a room. So I like this Verb Suite Classics from Slate Digital. The room space designer on Logic's very good as well. So here we've got all these different types of rooms. So chambers, and you can choose the length of your reverb. Let's go 2 to 5 seconds. Wetsuit, what's that going to be? Right, chamber, let's just try this. Ooh, doesn't sound very natural, but if we turn it down, yeah. No, that feels more like a natural sort of sound. Yeah. So that's from an impulse response. They will have recorded a chamber somewhere. And that's what the echo sounds like in there. Let's try halls. Concert hall. Bit different. You can affect the decay here. Make that really long. Keeps going. Large church. Whoa. Lots of low end in that, so good thing is we've got an EQ here. We can cut some low end. Cut some mids as well. Yeah, a lot of pre-delay in that, it seems. So it's a big, I mean, there's going to be pre-delay because the wall is probably so far away from your sound, you know, your snare drum sound, that it takes a while for it to hit the back wall and come back. So, yeah. So you can think about these things. You can look at the width again. So let's talk about a little trick that I like to do with my reverbs. So I like to have 2 sends, and we're going to have... Let's got these random buses. We're going to have 2 different ones. We're going to have our far away reverb and our close by reverb. So we're going to call this one verb far, just VBFR, and verb, let's just say NR, near. I'm going to use these lustrous plates for both of them. So let's create our far away reverb, and this is, oh, there's so much stuff going on outside. Right. Oop. So we've got our reverb on ascend. If I mute it, it's just our snare. So for my reverb to sound far away, I'm just going to solo it. Now it's going to be 100% wet. I'm going to set the pre-delay around there, about 10. And I'm going to make it really dark sounding. On a bit of high end, you know, enough. Something like that. And we're going to cut some of the super lows, but... Okay, that's cool. Now I'm going to put it to mono. I'm just going to have it in the middle, so it feels like it's distant, you know, far away. Yeah, now that feels like it's over there. You probably want some headphones on or speakers for this. It feels like it's quite far away. I'm going to set the decay about here. I don't want to, again, this takes a while to decay this plugin. Something like that's good. Let's bring it. I do want a bit more low end in that, but I don't want it too much. Got to be mix conscious here. That'll do. So that's going to be our far reverb. Now let's open this up again and let's solo this one. Oh, okay, and I'm going to... Oh, hang on. Right, cool. Now, let's kind of do the opposite for our nearby reverb. We're going to go super wide. We're going to cut the low end out. I'm going to cut a bit of high end, but... Okay. And I'm going to set the pre-delay a bit longer. Takes a second longer to get there. Going to have this nice and quick here. It's going to fade very fast, so it feels like a bit of a slap in the ears. Okay. Now, if we combine these two, so listen to how they sound different. One's going to sound far away, one's going to sound like it's right in your ears. So this is the far away. That's the in your ears together. Now let's keep them about that balance. Let's blend them in with our snare. Oh. So without, with. Okay, that's pretty cool. Oh. Let's mute them. So with, without. Now it's take the damper. It really needs. We need to dampen this a lot and not have much reverb. It's lasting a long time. So that there, it's cool. It's very three-dimensional. It's now close, close by, and also we've got the far away. Very three-dimensional. Let's just go in and out of them. And what I love to do is I leave these on and I send so many things to these. It's about creating, for me, like an ambience in the track, like a continuous space. You could do this with like a room reverb instead if you want to use like one of them, or like a hall or a chamber or something. Don't do it with a spring reverb, that sounds weird. Plate reverb just works for this. It's a really cool trick, and you can send things. So I'd send my guitars maybe more to the sides and less in the middle. You could control how much you send to each one or how loud each one is, right? But I think that's a really cool little trick for your reverb. So play around with your different types. Don't overdo it, because reverb can really wash out your mix and give you a lack of definition, but it also adds a lot of vibe. So try that trick as well that I've thrown on the end there with the sends. If you're not sure about sends, check out the instruction on that lesson. Very important thing to learn is what your mixing style is. Now, this is a hard thing to learn because this just comes through repetition and through mixing, but you can speak to others to try and help you sort of guide yourself a bit here. I always mix quite dark. I think I just am quite averse to really harsh sounds. And so I tend to mix too dark, and then in the mastering process, or just as part of my continuous process, I have to remind myself just to check the brightness and just bring more back in, more in that high end, more in that treble side of things, with EQ or saturation or whatever. And it's very hard to become aware of these until you consult with someone. And this is where, if you want to book a lesson with me or just drop me something in the community, you can do that. It's really important to be aware of what your tendencies are so that you can just be aware of them as you mix. I only found out about how dark I was mixing when I did a lesson with someone off of URM Academy, and he just boosted the high end of my mix by like 7 dB, and it sounded great. I was like, man, that's all it needed. So it's worth learning this stuff. Learn how you mix and what you do, what your tendencies are. Like I said, send your mixes to a load of people. They don't even need to be audio engineers, but just ask them, like, how does this sound compared to other songs that you like? Because you might find that you mix really bright. You know, if you like that in-your-face sound, you might find that you overdo it. Or if it's over-compressed or it's too distorted and oversaturated. It's important to learn this stuff. So reference, listen to other tracks, but also ask other people, because you can be very blind to your own habits. I'm sure there's plenty of things I do that I'm not aware of. So it's a continuous learning process, but make sure you check in on that. Referencing other music is really important for the mixing process, or the mastering process particularly. Now, that comes with one important caveat, and that caveat for me would be, do this once you've finished your mix, basically. You need to reference your track against others, because you need to know at least you're in the ballpark with your sound. And you need to think about what you might need to learn and develop for your next mix to make it better. Also, if there's a sound you or perhaps someone you're mixing for is aiming for, then you need to kind of know what that sound is. The better your ears get, the better you get at referencing. Now, the problem is when you start referencing too early, and I still do this, and I need to stop myself. You'll have a process, and you'll develop a process for how you mix things. Like I said, in the last lesson, I mixed dark. I just do. But that's not a problem if I know how to fix it and know how to correct it along the way. But what will happen is, if I start to reference too early, I'm going to overcompensate, and I'm going to fix that at times and in ways that perhaps are not natural to what I like to hear. And it's going to interrupt my thought process and my vision. So I always save the referencing, if I'm doing things properly, till at least the later stages. You don't have to wait right until you finished your song to reference, but I would say reference at the end. Don't question yourself too much. Obviously be inquisitive and curious about how you're doing things, but I'd say reference at the end of the process. Otherwise, you'll just be battling yourself. And also what happens is you compare your half-done mix with fully finished songs. And it's like, give yourself a chance. Your half-mixed song is not going to sound as good. Even if you're on the right track, it's not going to sound as good as a finished song, particularly one from a professional. So stop referencing when you're not even finished, If you really are confident that you can listen with an open open set of ears and just take in what you need, then go ahead. But I think this piece of information probably applies to most people. So just be careful with referencing. Do it. It's important. Save it to the end. Just a quick PSA. This is for if you've recorded your drums and you need to clean everything up, clean up all your recordings. If you're just using MIDI drums, you don't need to watch this. What we're going to talk about here is taking your drum recordings and tidying everything up. We're not going to talk about editing here, we're just going to talk about cleaning up the actual audio file. We'll get into editing on another lesson. So let's take this snare here, and now this is actually like a mixed, semi-mixed drum kit from quite a while back, from a mix I did a while ago. So let's just hear this snare drum. This is the band's recording, and they didn't record with the best equipment, but this is what it sounds like. Just the top of the snare. Now you can hear all that hi-hat bleed, right? Doesn't sound great, and we can't really mix our snare with all of that in there. So if I just turn on these things, ignore the fact there's a lot of reverb on that, so I can turn that off, to be fair. There you go. That's what we had before. So let's hear this snare drum without the control on. You can hear the kick and the hi-hat very present there. Not quite as loud as the snare, but very present. Let's turn these on. I've isolated that pretty well. So, a couple of little tricks here. Now, quite often, in all honesty, I find, although it's a bit of a long job, I quite often find the best thing to do when it comes to snare, particularly toms actually, and the kick as well, so any shells basically. When it comes to gating and getting rid of any extra sound that we don't want, the most foolproof method is just chopping, just going right up to this. So I'd click here, I'd zoom right into where the hit is, and just before I'd make a cut when it cut here-ish, and you have to get used to what the distances might need to be. I'd fade out the end, and I'd just have like a one very gentle fade in there, and that's how I would do my edits. And then I cut all of this so there's no noise, and then I'd just be left with that. That's too short. Okay, so I'd let that go. There you go. And that's how I do it. And I would just go do that on every snare hit. It takes a while, but you know, you can spend so long trying to adjust things like your gate, you know, your drum gate plugin or your whatever it is you're using to limit the sound, that sometimes it's best just to bite the bullet and just do this. Now, obviously, yeah, it does take a while to do it on the kick and the snare and the toms. But bear in mind, it's only really kick and snare. I mean, unless you've got a very tom-heavy song, you know, toms tend to just appear here and there in the song, whereas kick and snare are always like there throughout. So that's your first method of drum gating, literally just manually cutting everything. There's a couple other tricks we can do. So this is a trick from Nolly. It's using FabFilter Saturn. You're going to need that plugin if you want to do this. And so what we've got is I've got two bands, and the bottom half here is not actually active, but the top half is, and it's everything above 1000 hertz, 1 kilohertz. Now, all you need to pay attention to here, actually, that drive probably should be down at 0, and I've got the subtle tape on. Notice again, everything below this is actually turned off. There's no saturation below 1 kilohertz. Now, the important bit, that's actually, I think I just left these on to taste, actually. I used it as I had the plug-in anyway. I thought I'll boost some treble. Anyway, the reason this is on here is this dynamics dial here. So let's just bring that back, that little bit of snare drum that we've got. I'm going to show you what the dynamics dial does. So I'm going to turn it back to where it normally sits. Let's get rid of this gate as well. So I'll turn it down. Here we still get the snare drum, but it's cutting out all of that. I mean, if I turn it up, it's cutting all that hi-hat out. So this is great for recordings where, particularly where the hi-hat's really invading the snare drum sound. And you can do the exact same thing with your kick drum as well. You can actually set this parameter a bit lower for your kick drum. Now, you might find you lose a little bit of high end out of your snare drum. You can just boost that back. That might be why I did these little boosts here. So that's the first thing, because it's not actually a gate. Because the thing is, you know, even if you manually gate this stuff, when you do hear the hi-hat, when you do hear the snare hit, the hi-hat's going to come through with it, whether you've gated it or not, because they're happening at the same time, and that volume is going to go through the gate. So this trick is actually for cleaning up the sound itself, and it's something that gating won't fix. So this is a great trick. I believe the Black Salt Audio Silencer is something to check out to do this with as well. I think it might do the job of this perhaps a little more easily than this does, but it does the same thing anyway. So then I've got a drum gate on. So this, and that is cleaning up some of the sound outside of the outside of the it is cleaning up everything other than the snare hits. I'll turn it off. There's a lot going on. So depending on what drum gate you use, I've got the Slate Digital one here. You see transient detection. This is the one that's going to dictate how much it picks up. If I turn that down, it's cutting everything. If I turn it all the way up, I've got the threshold actually. Threshold's the important one as well. So you need to just play around with these dials, and you've got the release time in your gate, so that's going to control how quickly the gate sort of cuts out. So let's put these back roughly where they were. So you need that transient detection to just be set so that it only the snare hits go above it, and then this is going to adjust sort of the sensitivity, I suppose. Then release is going to be how quickly the gate comes back in. So if I set this really fast, it sounds really unnatural. If I set it really slow, we get all that extra noise there. So obviously about there, just gave us enough snare. If we go any further, yeah, too much there. Yeah, a bit much there. Got another kick drum on the end there, so let's. That's too snappy. You can hear it cut off the end of the audio there. So transient detection, again, it depends what gate you're using as to what these look like. The Fab Filter gate, I think I'm aware is very good. I don't have it, but I've heard it's good. D-bleed, no, I had that on. I don't know. These dynamic filters, I seem to remember, are quite good. Yeah, let's not mess with them though. So these tricks you can use on your kick, your snare, and your toms, and they're just going to clean everything up. It's really important to do that. So the Saturn trick is the main one I wanted to show you. The gating, like I said, what I tend to do, honestly, quite often I just manually gate, particularly if it's very problematic. You can spend so long adjusting the settings on these gates that you might as well have just gone through and manually chopped them yourself. Particularly on the snare drum where you have lots of ghost notes. I often find that I put ghost notes on another channel. I think I've done that. I've not done it here, but I often find that actually I'll just cut out ghost notes and put them on another channel. I often want to mix them differently as well. So I find with gating, quite often doing it manually is just the way. Yeah, you bite the bullet, you're going to put some time in, but like, I think it's just so much hassle figuring out the gating settings. I think it's worth trying that Black Salt audio. I've heard very good things about it, so think about that. But yeah, that's just a bit of an insight into the gating that you might need to think about. Right, let's get started with the mixing. So let's start with the kick drum, the most satisfying bit of the drum kit. I'm using the Matt Gartzka kit. Now I do have a preset, but I'm not going to use it. And you can actually mix within this kit, which is phenomenally useful and cool. But I'm going to mix within Logic because I want to just show you how that works. And I'm not going to go super in on the mix here, but I'm going to get it sounding as good as I can in a short space of time. And we'll talk about the basic steps just to get a bit of extra something out of your kick drum. So the first thing you need to do, if you're not familiar with EQ, compression, saturation, go to the mixing masterclass, like the overall one, because there's a lot to do with the thought process behind how you approach those things. I'd at least watch the EQ, compression, and saturation lessons before you look at this. Even if you think you know about those things, it's probably worth just checking them out anyway. Let's think about this sound. What do we want? So let's start with EQ because it's just a good place to start. Okay, so remember we talked about high end and low end, so let's start with them. And I'm actually, rather than trying to hear things in advance, I'm just going to mess around. A bit more high-end click out of that is cool. I don't think we're going to want less, so... probably get even. Let's go a bit lower. So what's quite cool, when we mix the high end, we get the kind of click, whereas when you start coming lower into like the upper mids here, you get a bit more like spikiness that I don't love. You get more of that splatty sound, which isn't so much for me here anyway. Now, I don't love a super clicky kick, so this is all going to be mix dependent, right? But this is going to dictate how upfront you want your kick to be, right? So I just generally, this is something I do, and you don't have to do it, but when addressing the low end, I actually like to do a low cut with a boost at a certain frequency. Normally it's around the 40 mark, but it's not very much. I might even cut that a bit more steeply. Reason being, everything below about 30, 40 is not massively useful information for the kick drum. I'm going to just I'm not going to go for all the low end that I want here. I'm just going to cut probably up to 30 or 40 and just boost a little bit of tasteful sub. Now, if you don't have good speakers or a subwoofer, you might not hear a huge amount of this, but try and listen if you can. Yeah, so that 40 there, that's where I can start to feel it like attacking a little bit, like as in thumping me. Whereas below 40, when I'm boosting, I didn't really feel it much. Feels more like a whoomph. Whereas when you get to like 40, I feel like I'm hearing like a like an actual sound. Just a little bit more thud in the kick drum there. And now what we've done is we've cut the kind of very dense information below 30, was it, 4 hertz. So, yeah, a little bit more thud and a bit more click now. So we've kind of scooped things a little bit. So now I'm thinking about my mid-range. And we'll come back. Actually, tell you what, before we think about the mid-range, I want to think about where I want to place the emphasis for my kick in the low end. So your low end is kind of anywhere from like 200 all the way down to 0, basically. So let's just test out, like, where do we want to kind of get the main woomph out of our kick, you know, the body. Let's just have a listen. Well, that's all just going, whoa. That's not good. I don't think we want that. Ooh. Now we're starting to feel something. Ooh. Now that's 70-ish. That's a bit more subby. That's given us some thump now, some thud. See how little there is without it, right? Boost quite a bit of this. So if we go too low, it's not going to be super responsive, but 60 hertz, it's just generally, I quite like boosting there. So let's boost some of that until... Oh my god, can you hear the wind outside and the rain? I'm so sorry if that's off-putting. I'm going to have to watch this back and see if it is. It's so windy and rainy outside. So, I want to boost that, and I'm going to boost it a little bit, but for now... Something I like to do is think about I have like 2 peaks that I like to address in my low end. I like to think about the sub, like, thump, like the kick. But I also like, I know it's a kick drum, but I also like to think about somewhere around the 100 hertz because 2 purposes for this. One, I like that slightly higher up feel as well. It's a little bit more audible. It's not just something you feel, you actually hear the, like, thud. Also, on things like phone speakers, a lot of people listen on phone speakers or headphones that don't have much low end. More of that's going to come through. Your sub isn't going to come through much. So it's a good thing to be conscious of. So let's see if we can find another peak. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. Let's just see if we can find another peak that we kind of like the sound of. I think 100 was good. I like that. Let's just... Let's compare it to the other one. That's more thud, right? Let's just put these at about the same volume and let's just bring them up together and then decide what we want more or less of. So I'm going to highlight these 2. This is what Pro Q3 is good at. Okay, it's kind of kicking us a bit more now. So, it's getting louder. It's peaking at minus 0.6. So it's gone a solid, like, 3.5 dB louder. So let's turn this down because we don't want to trick ourselves. Yeah, so you can hear it's a lot more scooped, and you know what? I think I can get more low end out of that still. And I think I want more of this. Yeah, it's kicking me a bit now. So, you know, that might look at, I mean, 4 or 5 dB. That might look like a lot. And again, this is something I would reference and come the mix. I might find that's too much, but yeah. So, now there's a bit of a, let's think about the mids. So the mids are going to dictate how kind of slappy and modern your kick sounds. I mean, you can get away with actually cutting a lot of these and just like leaving yourself with like the extremes of either end if you want that like super metalcore thing. See that kind of click? Like think volume 3 Slipknot, like that was, yeah, maybe not quite like that, but you know, so there's something around there that I don't think we need. But yeah, I mean, these middle frequencies, I think to a large degree dictate the clickiness, like almost more than what this high end does. So again, this mid-range bit is going to be more mix dependent than these other two parts, I think. This just sounds better to my ears than the unmixed kick drum, right? Now, by necessity of boosting these and boosting that and then taking the volume down, we have taken the mids out. So, you know, we've scooped this. You know, if we were to just drag the volume of them down, you see the mids would have to come down with them. So, let's see is there anything we do want to boost in the mids? There can quite often be some cool attack ranges in your upper mid. So let's have a listen. So you notice around this 1.5K we get a more classic rock. It sounds like a more old school organic kick drum if you boost that. You're getting more, like, you're feeling more of the beta hitting the... It's not slap here so much as like aggro. Kind of like a bit of that. This feels a little more aggressive. Let's see what we've got in the low mids here. Let's listen. See, I don't know how useful any of that stuff is. Yeah. We don't have too much of it. I don't feel a need to take it out, but there's not much there to my ears. Yeah, so without being in a mix, this is not necessarily where I would stop mixing, but that to me does just sound better. Let's just volume match it. Oh, perfect. Oh, it's like a tiny bit louder, but barely. So that mid-range, I'm going to adjust based on how it sounds in the mix. I'm not going to go messing around with this region. This is even something, what I think I would do is I'd turn the mix on, play this in the context of the mix and go, where do I want my kick to poke through? I'd sweep round and find where it sounds good and settle on something. Let's leave it where it was just for now. I think it sounds organically quite cool like that. Okay, cool. I'd say that's a good starting point for our EQ. Again, we're going for medium touch here. We're not going heavy-handed. We're not going light touch either. We've made some pretty sweeping moves, you know. But we've scooped the kick quite a bit, to be honest. And it's going to give us that more modern sound. I like a fairly modern sound. The more mid-range you have, the more, like, I guess, classic sound you're going to have. You can still sound pretty meaty with that, don't get me wrong. The latest Loathe song, Gifted Every Strength. Oh my god, the kick drum in that sounds awesome. It sounds like a proper old school, like, Dead kit, but it's like very muted kit, but wicked. So let's add some compression. Now let's go through kind of some of the classic compressors that you might put on here. 1176 you might chuck on here. So let's have a listen to this. It's doing almost nothing there. I'm going to set the attack. That's the attack as fast as it can be, release as fast as it can be on there. Set the ratio nice and high, and we'll just see what this sounds like. I don't know why I've got this like little clicker thing. It's set to a weird setting, but it's moving things okay. Right. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so let's just get... well, you can hear what... yeah, well, you can hear that. We're getting some room, aren't we? there. I don't think that's what we want. So let's just hear what happens if we turn the ratio down. Not a great deal. So put it on 8. Why not? Put it in the middle. So let's adjust some more of these settings. I'm actually going to crank this even more just to hear it. I'm going to hold on to this. There we go. So you see what happens there. The moment I bring that release back, we lose some of that room. So I don't know if we need much of that room, if any. So let's just, because we've got the room, we'll have the room, the drum room to mix there. So, oh, I just realized, I think it's because in this, well, this is a lesson for you. I think we're probably hearing these. Hang on, let's just mute these. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. Right. So we were hearing, there you go, there's a lesson for you. The drum room was mixed in as we were doing that. So, okay, we've still got plenty of kick there. So, out of interest, let's see how it sounds with the EQ quickly. Yeah, actually, funnily enough, that just makes me want more of that now. A bit more of that 100 rather than 60 hertz. That's the only thing I'd change, I think, there. And yeah, a bit more of that maybe. But anyway, so there's our kick drum. Yeah, we had some room mixed in. I should have paid attention to that. So there you go. I won't delete that because let's be honest about how we're doing things. So, right. Can you hear? There's a few things going on. It's still giving the same effect. We can hear the kick going. It's like it's slowly falling out. Now that could be wicked if you want like a rock, like a thumpy rock kick drum that goes vroom, vroom. You know, you hear it go vroom. It's like slow. Whereas so we bring this release back. We've tightened that sound up massively. I mean, we're compressing the shit out of it now, but let's keep a little bit of that. Okay, let's take the attack down now. Let's see what happens. So we're getting more of that transient, but we're compressing so much that it's just squashing it. So we need to compress a lot less. So I'm going to put the attack somewhere in the middle. So what's this doing? Let's... Right, it feels like it's brought some mid-range out in the attack, which is cool. So the low end is more controlled here. I honestly can't hear much of a difference between those ratios. So I feel like the kick feels just more up front now. Not doing too much. Let's see if we can get a bit more out of it. Ooh, it's starting to... Can you hear it crunching up a bit there? That's kind of cool. So we're getting some, like... Okay. We're getting some... What's the volume like? Ooh. It's feeling way more forward now, right? So... And it's about the same volume, but it feels like it's coming forward. The low end's a bit more controlled. See that if we speed that release up, we get more of that woomph. I think we'd like a bit of that actually, you know. just a tiny bit. Right, that's feeling more aggressive. Funnily enough, we might not need so much of that high end now that we've compressed a bit. So down a tiny bit. Careful at making adjustments. To be honest, what I should probably do actually is EQ after. Rather, what did I just do? Let's undo that. I can take some high end out, I think. And I think there's... yeah, you know what? I'm pretty happy with how it sounds, actually. Let's leave it like that for now. So far, let's check. So that was before, and this is after. And let's check our volumes. So we were at minus 4.6. Oh, we've gone up a decibel. Let's go down another decibel. We need to. Okay, let's do this with the gain plugin just to be totally accurate. Don't want to just go up a dB and then I think it's 0.8 that I need. Hang on, let's. Oh, it's different samples. Right. So we're going to peak at 5. Oh, hang on. Right. So minus 4.2. 4.7, so we can actually, it's only subtle adjustments here, but I'm trying to be very accurate with the levels. Okay, it's feeling more forward and that low end's coming through a bit more. I think we could get away. I'm going to keep that gain plugin on. I think we could boost a bit more, just general low end. Let's just... There you go. And I feel like it's got this kind of sort of thing that I don't want. Something that... Maybe not. Maybe... See, you've got to be careful. Again, maybe this is stuff that we just... Unless we're very confident we can hear it, we just leave it. So, it's sounding a bit stronger. And that's going to have a bit more impact. I think... It's a little louder, but it's definitely... Yeah, it's definitely sounding better. Now, what we need to do is add some saturation, I think. So let's think about what we can do here. Saturn 2 is just such a go-to for saturation on things like kick drums. So I'm going to do some multi-band saturation where I'm going to address the low end and the high end kind of differently. So let's call the low end sort of sub 150. Let's have a listen, solo it. Let's hear what these different things do. Let's turn the drive all the way up from beginning. Right, we're just starting to smear that, aren't we? I don't know if there's any benefit to this really being driven. Not hearing any benefits to that really. Something to think about is this dynamics knob. It's quite useful. Let's see what this does. Also, the kick's lasting longer. It's taking longer to trail out. Let's turn it down. Let's control that a bit more if we want to. So, hear it trail off there. Again, you need some good speakers for this, but... That's kind of controlling the length of the thud a bit more. Let's just boost it up a bit more now, just to account for the fact we sort of shortened the sub sound. Okay. Maybe don't need too much, but a little bit. Okay, let's start driving this. So that's our, I'll tell you what, let's go from about here. Trying to avoid hearing really any low end in this. That's totally driven. That's not at all. So we start to lose the impact, like the clickiness when we drive this a lot. What different sounds have we got? That's a bit brighter. That's softer, so the tube feels a bit brighter. Let's just try straight up saturation. That warm tube's got a lot of brightness to it. Let's try transformer. A bit more controlled. Oh. That's an interesting sound. It's getting a much longer attack. Okay, I don't think we want that. I quite liked the tube. It was quite... we did clean tube, didn't we? Oh, no, warm tubes. Okay, weirdly brighter. Let's see how that sounds. I quite like this dynamics in it. It feels like it's smearing the upper end a bit. Now let's see if we can use the EQ on the Saturn. Ooh. Quite like something about that mid-range there. Get some real click out of the presence. What about this treble? Oh, I don't know if I want that. Now we've boosted something that I don't know if I want. Yeah, that, I don't know if I want that. You can hear some of that coming through. So, how are we on volumes? We've gone up a bit with the Saturn, so let's just turn our level down a bit. Okay, so we're peaking, what's this? Minus 4.2, 3.2. So let's turn this down 1 decibel. Let's do it on the Saturn because that was boosting quite a bit of volume, wasn't it? So let's just turn that. Oh, I shouldn't have turned this one down, hang on. Should have turned this one down by go about that much. That's the output gain to be safe. So minus 4.3-ish. Oh, it's still a bit louder. Let's do it on Pro Q3, I think. I'll tell you what, let's just do a gain plugin. You could get rid of these gain plugins when you're done if you want to. So that's our original sound. Peaking at 4.3. So to me, there's more low end in that. There's more aggression, more stomp. It just sounds better. That's going to sound better in a mix, I think. So now, you know, it's going to be hard to, you know, I was going to put this in the context of a mix, but for now, I think that's a good starting point for our kick drum. Could kind of take it or leave it with the Saturn. Kind of like smearing the upper end transient a little bit. Bit more clicky now. I'll maybe take some treble out. That presence back down, but yeah. Okay, so I think we've got a pretty decent kick drum. Now what we can think about as well is clipping. This is going to give us the JST clips great. I like to just absolutely smash this. Oh, it's going to get a lot louder. Like, right, that's too far. But how far can we take it? We'll talk about what this does, but now you notice minus 6.4, but it feels louder even though it's technically quieter. So if we boost, let's just turn this down, but it's kind of destroying the sound a bit there. Let's hear what okay, I don't feel like we're destroying the sound there. So let's get this to, right, that's minus 4.5. Notice how much louder this feels. Immediately feels louder. That clip is super useful, and this is going to help you at the mastering stage massively. So before, these are the same volume, bear in mind now. This is before, this is after. Tell me that that second one doesn't sound way louder, and it's not. That's actually quite funny. That makes me laugh. I'm going to save this. We talked about channel strips in case I need to come back to this. Save channel strip setting as, let's call this, oh, I don't even know where this, okay, let's call this school kick. Okay, so that's sounding pretty good. Pretty happy with that. Still got it. Okay, snare time. So we've done kick. We're going to do a very similar process with the snare. This is our sound. I'm using the Matt Garstka kit. I realise I've been saying his name wrong. It's Garstka. G-A-R-S-T-K-A. Anyway, using this, so you've got 5 snare drums to pick from here. Knurled bare bronze snare. I just picked this because there's a couple bits that... yeah, let's go with that one. There's a couple things I just wanted to point out about it. So let's start with the basics. EQ, and I mean, the first thing to do is pick the snare drum you like, whether that's live, you know, picking an actual snare drum. Likelihood is your drummer just has the one snare drum, so that is your snare drum. But otherwise, you know, making sure you tune it right, dampen it in the right way if you want to. Anyway, this is the sound we have. Now, the thing with VSTs, you have the benefit of already having a pretty strong sound. So that's our snare drum. Now, we need to look at snare top and snare bottom. So let's talk about these. I'll tend to just mix them together, in all honesty. The thing you want to maybe think about, so where is our, okay, snare top, snare bottom. So let's just play snare bottom. Yeah. That's just like the fizzle. Let's play the top. That's the body together. Bit of crack to it. So if we turn that fizzle up, getting quite aggressive there. I mean, that sounds quite splatty as well. You lose like the thump of the snare drum. So it's just worth thinking about how much of that you want. I think it was pretty good on that -7 there. Let's turn it off. Actually, oh, it's because it's the one shot. I was moving the wrong thing. I thought it wasn't doing anything. Right. Okay. There we go. Let's blend as much as we want. I actually like just a hair more. Notice it feels like the snare just gets brighter. So before we go EQing any brightness in, get that balance right. Make sure they're in phase. These are going to be in phase if they're in a VST. But if you're recording it, just make sure that the two things are in phase. That little button there. It'll get a lot bassier if you make sure they're in phase. Sound a lot fuller. Something to do. You can do that with a gain plugin as well. Now, I tend to just get the balance right on these and just mix them together, to be honest. Unless there's a notable, like, you know, say I heard something that was in one part of the snare but not the other that I didn't like, then I think about EQing that out. Chances are I'm just going to mix them together. So let's get started. Let's work with that same process we did before with the EQ. Immediately, I just feel like I want it to thump a bit more, you know? I'm going to do a big old low shelf and just... Okay. It's just thumping more. We need to be careful actually, before we do anything more. Need to get rid of the room sounds because I need to make sure I'm just mixing my snare. Now, if you were to do the stereo, the multi-output on this, you'd be able to sort this out. We can talk about how to do multi-output, but it really is going to be kit dependent. So that's our snare on its own. Got to be careful to get that right. Let's just check we got this balance as well. So maybe do want a bit less snare wire, you know. Yeah, about there. I get 1 dB more than the original. Okay. So, a bit more body. There's actually, I think there's another... leave that there for now. Think about the high end. Again, microphones tend to be dark, right? You tend to want to bring brightness back. Getting a bit clicky there. Gets a bit sizzly there. We're picking up more of the snare wire as we go lower down here. Yeah, it's getting a bit snare wiry there. That's a nice bit more. That's a nice level of natural brightness to me. Just feels a bit more forward. You can have your snare drum really up front. I like mine to sit back a little bit, so yeah. So let's think about, okay, I want to get the sort of body of the snare to come through a little more. We've added some just general low end, but I want more, and tell you what, let's check the volume balance here, see if we like what we've done. So it's hitting 6.4. Yeah, so we've made it quite a lot louder, about, what was that about? I feel like this output isn't accurate on the Pro Q3. Okay, so there's a subtle difference there. Put a bit of brightness in, we could bring more in. So first off, I want to get some more thump out of the body of the snare. Let's find where it is. Ooh. Feels like can you hear, even though we're going into these lower frequencies, it's not giving us much because there's more snare body a bit higher up. That 140 there feels like the body of the snare. So does that 200. Let's try. I'm going to be a little bit tricky here. I'm actually going to put 2 EQ points in, and I'm just going to boost them together. Not actually something I normally do, but let's listen. I feel like we're getting a bit more of a whack now. It's got louder. So let's just turn it down. Yeah, it's a little louder still, so let's roughly match it. Yeah, you can hear more of that upper mid-range coming through before I apply this, so. Yeah, so it's starting to sound a bit darker now. We'll think about how to bring some of that back, but I wanted more of that body in the snare. So let's think about like the upper mids now, actually, I think, because I want to think about where I want my snare attack to come through. Oh, can you hear the cat snoring? See, that's all tinny up there. Don't think we want that. I feel like that's where we've got a bit more presence. Bit higher up, maybe. Okay, now let's think about it. So see, we're boosting the volume a lot here. So and I'm just creating a bit of a curve here. Some people like to do this almost the other way, where they cut things. I kind of like doing it this way. So before, after, subtly different. Let's think about like just the mid-range, like the middle mids, what we want to do with any of that. That's that papery sound. I don't really want that. I think there's room for some more of this mid, sort of central mid bit. See, I don't like that stuff so much. Just like giving the snare a bit of body there. So we've created a new EQ curve, really. I wish I could it's on the Logic EQ. You can just bring the volume of all of these down. I suppose we could do, hang on, let's see, could we maybe just 6.7 on that particular one? If I just, okay, yeah. No, it's annoying. Let's just undo. Yeah, see, what I want to do is just drag them all down, but it's not possible. It's quite a handy little thing you can do on the Logic EQ, which you, funnily enough, would have thought they could do here. So let's see the difference before and after. It's not going to be huge because we've volume matched it. That's our before. That's our after. It's not massively different. Bit more low end. I think we could boost the low end a little more. Let's do some more of that. Good to try and get this right, you know, before you start compression. So we're in a half decent place, I think. Oh, I just realised I've gone out of focus. I hope I wasn't out of focus for too long. I guess you're not looking at me, are you? There we go. Okay. Sorry if I went out of focus either way. You should be looking at the screen, not me. So anyway, we got a slightly different snare sound. I mean, these are so well recorded, these, that honestly, you could probably do almost no EQ on here. There's one little thing we can talk about. It's finding the snare node. Now I can hear it. You can see it. There. Now, you've got to decide if you want that or not. For some snares, it's a bit more invasive. I think I might take a tiny bit of that out. Now, depending on your snare tuning, that's going to be in different places. Notice this body here, this bit that's sticky. How do you catch it again? I forgot how you do it now. You see that highest bit there? That's where I boosted. You know, at 200 Hertz, where I said the body of the snare was. Found it there. So, this is let's do before, one more time. After. Kind of mostly added low end and just cut a bit of mid-range. So, let's think about compression. I'm going to use the same compressor as the a similar one, slightly different actually, as I did on the kick drum, just for the sake of running it the same. So I'm going to set the attack on release super fast. I'm going to smash the input, turn the output down. Tell you what, it's not actually receiving much signal. I'm going to put a little gain plug in here, because you can see I've smashed the input and it's not actually doing that much gain reduction. So I'm going to turn the gain up a bit, so it's just to feed more into this plugin. Right. Okay. What happens if we just... Can you hear that ring coming through? It's really picking up the ring now. Either way, we're compressing a lot here. So let's do a before and after. Now notice actually that's technically quieter. Yeah, it's funny that. So they feel about the same volume. So let's figure out what we want to do with this compression. I'm going to try and see what these different circuits sound like. I'm willing to bet I don't notice the difference. I think that's to do with the release. Can't even hear a difference. Okay, let's play around with these things. Let's let some more of the snare through. Let's let a bit of attack. Let's turn this attack time down, get a bit more of the transient. That feels like a bit of a sweet spot. Actually, I think I want slightly slower attack, you know? Let's release it just a little slower. Actually, no, maybe not. I actually don't want to attack that too fast. So, I like it way up there, I think. Be really honest with you, I can't hear the difference between them massively. So, now, sounding a bit bombastic, isn't it? Just maxed out the input. Now technically, if we were to volume match these, be about here. That feels a lot louder though, right? Let's get perceived volume match, shall we? Right. Way more impact here. Just gonna have fastest release, just let it drop out. Now let's just blend this in a bit. That's our natural snare drum sound. That's our compressed. Quite a lot of it. So, you see I've been pretty heavy-handed. You might argue we're catching a bit too much of the snare ring. Think about having less of it, but man, I quite like just smashing this. Can't pretend that I don't. The actual, yeah. So, before. Now let's just, I'm going to put another gain plugin in. This is just for the, I wouldn't always necessarily do this. I'd probably just turn the fader down, but just to get the volumes about the same. See how it sounds. It's before, after. Sounding a lot thicker, there's a bit of distortion going on. So, I quite like that. Let's try these ratios, see if this affects it much. Honestly not hearing much difference. So, it's pretty cool. Let's try a different compressor. I know we're spending a while on this now, but let's try a different one. Let's try the distressor compressor. So you notice different compressors are going to have different sounds. Right, let's do 6-1. Why not? It's probably a good place to start. So we're gonna okay. Let's we're letting a good amount of that snare whack through. Feels like it's getting more of the snare wire, this one. So if we slow the release down, notice it's more just sounding like a pop. Bring more of the tail in as we bring the release down. It's nice to me. It's feeling more up front. That's getting too much of that now, so let's try 4-1. Quite like that 4-1 there. Let's just drive a bit more input. Ooh, get a real impact now. Okay, let's volume match this one. It's gone loud. Oh wow, it's got a lot louder. So let's. Oh, let's be careful. Okay. That's the sort of perceived. It's interesting what perceived volume does. It sounds louder there. Oh, it is. Sorry, it is louder there. See, this is where we need to be careful, right? Kind of squashed the sound a little bit much there. So this might be something we want to blend in, you know. Maybe get more of that faster release just to have more of the snare. Okay, it's feeling less choked there. Let's just compress it a bit less. Okay. Right, we'll turn the output up a bit now. Oh, so output before, about there. I'm looking at this output here. So that kind of does something. It's filling the sound a bit. So obviously it's getting louder there. Yeah, I prefer what that's doing. Let's do one more. We're doing a lot of compression here. This is half me figuring out, to be honest. Let's just do the Pro C2. More generic compressor. Let's do that 6-1 that we had. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. 6-1. Oh, it's... Ah. Sorry, still running out of there. Right. Let's let some more. So I'm just varying the amount of attack just to see how much of the initial thwack that I want to let through before we compress. Yeah, you lose the attack when you bring it there, so let's just... I think somewhere there is good. Sounding a bit of body. Let's try and combine a couple. That's over compressing it now. I think that modern is just adding the right kind of thing, isn't it? So we're gonna have a bit of a long signal chain, so I'm gonna ignore the other compressors. So the volume is minus 10.4 is where it's peaking. Actually, tell you what, let's actually take these other plugins out. Now it's actually technically quieter. So that's minus 8.9. Let's turn them all on. Yeah, we're about, yeah, we can actually, that's about right on the volume match there. So just neatly line these up. Let's get some saturation on now. Let's think about that. I'm going to go with, I want to be able to control this, so again, Saturn's a good one. Let's think about how we want to saturate each part of the snare. Why not? Let's just stick with warm tape for now, actually. So I'm just going to crank this. A lot more of that snare ring coming through. I think what we might need to do, because we've compressed that, I'm actually going to do a bit of surgical EQ, find that snare ring. This. Right. There's an annoying, it's a combination of harmonics. It's a little hard to get. What we can do to treat that, actually, if we want to be clever, we could use Soothe. I don't know if this is going to work very well. With a slightly slow attack to let the transient through, fast release, and I'm going to be quite selective here. Let's listen to what this is doing. Can you hear that? Can hear the whistle, but okay, I can hear the whistle of the snare drum there. Let's turn my thing down again. Can I maybe? Okay. It is dampening it slightly. feel like I'm hearing a bit less snare ring. It's a bit of a not very neat way around that. So let's hear our before and afters quickly without that. So it's before, after. Now there's a couple of things we can think about. Saturn is we're gonna end up smearing our transient a bit with this, but it's a cool thing to add some body. So what I'm gonna do, I'm actually gonna split this in half between like the lower frequencies and the higher ones. So this is our low end. I feel like it's getting a bit thumpier there. So you notice if I put the dynamics on this one higher, it gets a bit smeared. Actually, if you bring them down, maybe turn that bass up there a bit to compensate. Could be cool. Yeah, it's hitting a bit more. Let's look at the high end. Getting some presence out of that. Add some treble in. You want some of that. So you know some EQing as I go a bit. Okay, I'm going to turn them down just a hair. Yeah. Let's turn up. This Saturn is such a powerful plugin. Just do a quick before and after. Our snare drum has got louder, so I'm going to turn this down. Before is that. After. Actually, I can turn that up a bit. Just sounds a bit more powerful. Maybe more low end in that than we need. So, again, we're doing this in isolation. Now, you'd probably want to think about your mix, funnily enough, when you're doing this, but one last little thing. Transient Designer is quite cool. I believe it's this one. No, I haven't got that plugin. Can I run the demo? Oh, okay. Right. Great plugin. You get quite a lot more of that attack there. So this is a transient designer. We need to be careful again about the gain. So it's 2 before. That's still getting louder there. So now we're getting a bit more of that initial pop. Okay. Don't know if I'd necessarily maybe have quite as much of that. Okay, something like that. Okay. So notice our snare's not got any louder. That's peaking at minus 9.3. Let's just get this. Oh, it is getting louder. I can't remember what point it got louder. Let's just do another gain plugin. Again, I wouldn't normally do this many gain plugins, but that's roughly gain matched. That's before, after. So it's just got a bit more fullness. I'm finding again, so I'd probably, there's like a bit of snare wire. Actually, I want to cut some snare wire out. I'm just going to cut it out at the instrument level. I'm actually going to turn it down. Where are we? Snare bottom. So this, I want less of that. Yeah, cool. So, before, after. Tiny bit, oh, it went up a tiny bit of volume, didn't it? Tiny bit. Okay, we can think about reverb now. If you look at the way I set up my reverbs in the mixing and mastering, you'll see what I would do here. I'm going to send this to, let's just, we're not going to spend ages on this, because actually go to the mixing and mastering, all the basics of mixing, like MASTERCLASS. I'm just going to whack on, I actually want to whack on a room, a room sound here on the end. Maybe not that, let's... Okay, no, let's go for... a bit more high end in that reverb, I think. Bit wider as well would be cool. So you can just feel it slapping a bit there. It's kind of cool. So before, after. A lot more thump, a lot more power in that, I think. See, I've had a lot of low end. So I wanted to do this authentically. I didn't want to just show you the perfect combination. You see, I tried things, not everything went the way I wanted it to. It's a little bit of trial and error. And realistically, what I would actually do is do a lot of sample replacement as well. So I do this whole process, but with numerous samples. You can do it in the Gartska kit here. So what I would do is I would have, for example, my snare. We have one shots somewhere. Here. So I'd maybe bring in a little, why is it so quiet? Right. Let's hear what this sounds like. Something like that's got a bit of attack to it. 13th. It's got some body. Ring. Ooh, thump. I like this. So notice these one shots. Let's. What's that? Need to bring it in. See, it's changing the sound quite substantially. Notice that fills things out a bit, having a one shot. So I do the one shot without. Sorry, the snare without the one shot. Now I'd have to mix this differently, but I'd maybe think about getting a one shot in there for more consistency. So now, before, after, yeah. So it's sounding pretty strong, I think. That. Oh, we forgot one last little thing just to get it absolutely slamming. Clip. Like, how far can we push this? So, interesting point. It's only a tiny bit louder there. It feels way more forward. I'd maybe do a little bit less. So look at these meters when I turn it on and off. A bit louder, let's just turn it down a bit more. That's actually, yeah. So it's peaking there. Oh. Yeah. So just brings it forward a bit. Not a huge amount. So yeah, difference one more time. That clip might just be killing it a little bit, so can think about what we want to do with that, but yeah. Cool. That's giving us a pretty solid snare. Ooh. There we go. Bit of a long one, but hopefully useful. On to the toms. So I've muted the rooms again. With them you've got this. Sounds good, but let's just work on the instruments themselves. As with the kick and the snare, normally what I think about is getting some one-shots in here. I don't know if we have one-shots for the toms. No, we don't. I think about adding some one-shots to my toms as well, but so look at the sample replacement lesson for that. I would normally, in terms of my mixing process, what I would do is, so let's just isolate like just the first tom here. What I would do is I'd look at each individual tom and look at the EQ like points that I want to, like problem frequencies. I'd listen to each one and go, okay, there's a bit of like something there. Tiny bit of that there that I don't want or something. And they're normally in the sort of 400 up to like 1.5K range. That kind of sound. I'd normally just go through each tom and just look at those things. But today, we're just going to mix these all together. So, let's do the same process. Let's go sort of look at the high end. Oh, cat sneezed, right. Oh, got a lot of attack when we go lower down. Okay, I would cut some of this low end rumble here. I'll be careful with that. You want some of it, right? And then let's think about boosting the low end. So I'm not going to do a shelf. I'm just going to... It's already got quite a lot of low end, hasn't it? So I would do a very wide Q if I wanted to boost this. Okay, so it feels like the impact is there-ish. And there's an annoying upper mid thing there, so I've skipped that a little bit. So with toms, generally, you're going to get a bit of slap in your upper mid range, so let's look at that. That's too clicky. I don't think these need much doing here. If you wanted a slightly more organic sound, you might boost like the mids there. Maybe a tiny bit. Let's just volume match this. A couple of dB down just to get roughly in the ballpark. Just feel a bit more up front, a bit brighter. Let's look at our compression. I'm going to use the 76 again. Wait, it's the 116. Okay, we're probably going to want quite fast release on this. Going to set the attack and release pretty fast. Okay, you can really hear it starting to pick up the high end there. See, that's really clicky when we catch a lot there. What if we let some more of that through? So let's... Yeah, super clicky. So let's try and bring this release down, see what happens. So we can control a bit of that subby rumble, but it's just compressing so much. So let's just bring this way down. Okay, so the question is, do we want that kind of clicky thing? You know, sometimes with compression you have to take it quite far to hear what it's going to do. It's giving us some attack. Let's do fast release. Nice bit of attack that's providing when we just don't compress it too much. Let's try a different compressor. Let's just go with the standard Fab Filter one. So yeah, we're getting a nice bit of attack there, I think, maybe from those toms there with that compressor on. Maybe a bit much. Is there a blend? Bring in. So we lose a lot of low end when we keep that release quite slow. So if you want to control that, get a lot of sub when we have that. So maybe let's control it a bit more. So we're getting a bit more attack there. We don't have to necessarily do that, but oh, you heard how much that did. So you can hear there's not, these toms sound great. I almost don't want to overdo them really. I feel like the compressor isn't offering me a huge amount, in all honesty. Oh. Sounds a tiny bit more polished. Let's see what some saturation does. Again, let's go with Saturn. Hear the actual tone of the tom coming through. Now remember what this dynamics knob does. Kind of acts like a noise gate. It's quite useful. I like a bit of saturation, you know. It softens them in a cool way. They don't sound drastically different, do they? I think they sound pretty good, you know. What happens if we bring the rooms in? Is that just going to mess with everything? Because rooms are a big part of your tom sound. Yeah. You can't hear a massive difference in what I've done there. I've only done some subtle moves. And I don't want to just do some random stuff for you. I do feel like there's a Slate Digital VM transient shaper. Now this is quite good because I want to get more low end thump out of these, and you can actually focus where the low end comes in. So on transient I can focus it. Here we go. Just on the lower frequencies, so I can get more impact just on them. So it's hitting more with the lows there. So you don't have to have like, and we could turn sustain down. Now we don't have much ring of the toms. I want to feel like they just sort of hit and drop out a bit more, you know. And this is all low end focused, really. Let's listen before and after. Get a little bit more slap to them. So again, if you wanted a bit more power in your toms, you'd probably think about having some one-shots in there. Room samples are going to make a big difference, so play around with them. Yeah, shorter one for this. We can talk about reverb, that's the other thing. Again, send. So let's tell you what, let's just do this on here. Could add some reverb on the back end. Big, if you want big, you know. Yeah, so let's get rid of some of the low end in the reverb. Getting feeling a bit more distant maybe could be cool. Let's blend that in. Cat's meowing at me. Got a bit of space there, right? All right, set the cat out the door. So now I almost feel like I've given myself a harder job by working with such a great drum kit here, but you can hear they just sound a bit more controlled, maybe a bit more rigid. Might work in a more solid metal kind of mix, but yeah, the sort of things you can think about, like I said, if your toms are sounding a bit cloudy, it's this mid-range here, sort of anywhere like 400 to like 1.5, you have to trust your ears. That sound gym, I've put it in the resources for the mixing module. The sound gym thing is really good for finding these frequencies and training your ears for them. Honestly, not a lot I do to those toms, so sorry if that's not... This should be helpful, hopefully, but yeah, we're just applying the principles that you've learned, and you have to be careful when not to overuse them. So, I mean, honestly, once you bring the rooms in, it's a bit of mid-range in the rooms I'd maybe cut. I was in the overheads. Rooms sound cool. Yeah. So, don't overdo it if you don't need to. but hopefully that's given you just a few little things that you can try out with that. Let's have a think about our overheads and our rooms. So we're going to do these on separate tracks, and we're just going to listen to how they sound. The different, let's call this, I actually already got that set as rooms. Let's do overheads. We're going to have the same drum track on both. I'll have these as overheads. Now, some VSTs will allow you to mix individual cymbals. Sometimes your hi-hats and your rides will be, they might have spot mics on them. But more often than not, you're going to find you're just using them to balance the volume, and really mixing at the overheads and the rooms is kind of the main thing you're going to be doing. We can talk about mixing overheads and rides, but it's mainly going to be EQing that you're doing there, just cutting out problem frequencies. So let's talk about these overheads and the rooms. I think they're kind of the priority. So with overheads, these are our upfront cymbal sounds. Let's think about how bright do we want these. That feels really quite upfront, a little bit harsh. Feels about the right sort of distance there. If you want it to feel a bit more upfront, you can boost some of this. If you just want more cymbal sound in your overheads, if you feel like you don't like how the kick and the snare and the toms sound, you could think about kind of cutting some of them out. You see, now we're just mainly hearing like our hi-hat. Oh. These lower frequencies are going to be where we find, more body from the kit. I don't like to get rid of too much of that, to be honest. I think the thing to be mindful of with your overheads is if you're mixing your kick and your snare and you're like, why does my snare not sound right after all this mixing? Just double check, or your kick, or whatever. Just double check that it sounds weird in the overheads. And if it sounds weird in the overheads, you might want to think about maybe actually cutting or EQing some of these lower frequencies. Same with the rooms as well. I've made that mistake before, where I go and do loads of mad EQ moves to my snare and then realise it was all because it was in the overhead. It sounded weird in the overhead. So if you find your snare sounds a bit weird, it might be that you need to address the overhead. So I honestly don't do a lot to these, if I'm brutally honest. I will search for problem frequencies, so I don't even want these any brighter, to be honest. Could maybe get a little, just adds a bit of sweetness there. I would maybe think about the upper mids. I can hear like a whistle here, but I can hear as well. Yeah, you can see it coming through. Could hear that. That was annoying me a bit, but I mean, look, that's such a minor set of moves, right? Bit brighter now, so we can do that. I don't honestly tend to compress my overheads, but we can talk about it. So just listen to how everything changes. Let's set fast attack, fast release. Let's get a decent ratio. Let's just think about how it changes the sound. So it's a lot louder now. Let's just turn it down. So let's change the groove to something. Let's go on to the something a bit distant, like one of the crash cymbals. Sounds a bit further away, doesn't it? So I can hear the compression there. It's going a bit overboard. So let's keep the compression fairly heavy, just so we can hear what it's doing. Let's turn that release really slow. That cymbal feels really fixed in place now. Feels like it's moving a bit more. So if you want to stiffen up the sound of your cymbals, stop having them washing forwards and backwards so much, you could go for a slower release. Think about attack times. Let's put the release just like, I don't know, here. So when we bring that attack time down, So notice now, what's happening is when we put the attack really slow, we're getting more of the kick and snare coming through because we're not compressing them, but we are compressing the cymbals. So that slower attack time is going to allow you to control the cymbals because we're going to let the kick and the snare come through. So if you feel your cymbals are too loud, you can have that slower attack, let the kick and the snare come through. Funnily enough, to me, feels like the snare and the toms didn't really get much quieter there, but the cymbals did. Just a little bit. Set that threshold lower. Obviously the kick and the snare are going to be the loudest things in there, but the cymbals are going to wash underneath a bit. So if you want to catch them, you have to set your threshold a bit lower there. But again, like I said, a little more controlled now, I guess. A bit more rigidly in place. Yeah, so that's something you can do. I don't even know if I honestly would have compressed that. I wouldn't do saturation and stuff personally on here. You could use your transient designer thing if you wanted to. You know, if you want less of that attack. Oh, is that my demo done on that one? Let's do it on a different. Oh, whoops. Oops. Right, let's do it on a different transient design. Okay. What's it doing? Oh. Okay. Turn your attack down. You know. Actually, to be fair, one clever little trick we can do here. This is just on the Slate Digital one. I've got a transient designer, but I'm just focusing on like the lower kind of frequencies, and we're going to turn the attack down with just the kick and the snare. So if they're coming through too much, so now we're keeping our cymbals, but less kick and snare. So that's a smart little trick for you. Or if you want more of them, there you go. So it depends how much cymbal you want. That's quite a handy little trick there. I'd almost be tempted to reach for that before I think about compression. So compression is if you want to control your cymbals, that slower release is going to kind of hold them in place a bit better. Other than that, I don't tend to do an awful lot with overheads, so just a quick one for this one. Okay, rooms. These are important. So, I like a lot of room sound in my drum kit. I just want to hear it, you know. A lot of modern producers love drier kind of kick and snare, or they want the reverb and stuff, but they really want the kick and snare up front. I really want to feel like I'm in a room with the drum kit, so I do spend time on these. So, listening to that, again, I'm not going to do a huge amount in terms of high and low frequencies here. They sound pretty good. There's maybe a bit of low mid. We could cut. Now, with rooms, you can think about where do you want to place them. Because if we start making it darker with a low cut or high cut, feels further away. Boost it back up. Feels like we're more kind of in the room a bit, but I quite like cutting a bit of that. Just makes it feel a bit more separated from the overheads, which are often quite bright. Something you can play around with. Other than that, get a bit more aggression from that 1.5K. Kind of like a bit of that. That's the original. Don't even know if I'd necessarily make these moves. Yeah. Sounds a bit further away. The main move was just cutting there. So that's something you can think about doing. But you want to blend it with the overheads. Very roomy there, don't ever want quite that much. There we go. Feels like he's in more of a space. So getting that balance between the two of them is quite important. Now rooms, what's quite cool, you can compress them quite heavily if you like to do that. It's quite common to put a distressor on, I seem to remember. So I've turned the input gain up quite a bit to catch this. Let's do just light kind of compression. So let's listen to how these sound as we start to compress them. I'm going to turn up quite a bit. So how bouncy do we want our rooms to be? That slower attack is going to let more through. So if we want our rooms to bounce a bit, we could let more attack, or have a slower attack here, more like close to 10 would be slower. It's quite energetic. Let's look at our release times. So somewhere in the middle feels controlled. If I release quickly, feels a bit closer to us. If I release slowly, feels much more controlled and distant. Quite like something in the middle there. These distortions do much? They don't seem to do an awful lot, do they? Right, so let's look at the mix. So what before? Okay, let's turn it down a bit. Sounds kind of cool. It's got louder, I think. Let's hear it before and after. It's definitely got louder. Feels like it's more energetic though. Does that feel more exciting? Sounds different. Maybe let's not cut that high end so much. Feels like the room's come to life a bit there. It's kind of, funny enough, brought in more top end, hasn't it? Compressing quite a lot there. Don't need to do quite so much. Definitely added excitement, so I'm adjusting the mix here. Let's try mixing that in with the overheads and see how that feels on and off. Definitely feels more energetic with that compression on. It's kind of a choice though. What do you like? It's filled some mid-range frequencies as well. I don't even know if I would have done either of them. They sound so good on their own. So part of what I'm learning just doing this, because I've got a mix and I'm going to do a walkthrough of my Matt Garska kit mix, because I did that a while ago. I'm pretty happy with how it sounds. And we'll talk about what I've done there. Yeah, with part of the problem with modern VST, there's not an awful lot that needs doing. So we can do it before and after, overheads. It's not a massive difference there. Maybe sound a bit more energetic with what I've done, but small moves. Yeah, it feels like it's filled the low mids weirdly, which is interesting. So yeah, not too much to talk about with them. Now, one cool trick you can do actually with rooms, if you want to really get a big sound, is blend in like a big room. So if you want to sound like you're in a big old room, like literally find an impulse response of a big room. That's a bit too much like slap on that. Let's try that. So suddenly it sounds like it's in a bigger room, right? If you want the room to just sound bigger, you can just send it to a room reverb of a big room and just blend some in. Kind of cool. Sounds bigger. Getting louder there, but... So you got some choices as to what you do there. Like I said, overheads rooms, I'm very light touch with. I'm more just fixing problem frequencies if they're there. Soothe is often a good plugin for this stuff, but you can very much overuse it, so be careful. But fortunately, these modern VSTs are so darn good. There's often not an awful lot you need to do, so hopefully it's just giving you an idea of what I might think about with the rooms, but otherwise, not too much to be doing there. Okay, let's think about our drum bus. So you can see here I've been using this is the preset actually that I made that I can attach for you all if you want it, that I use for the Gastka kit, and this is what I have on my master bus. I'm actually going to turn it off because I'm going to show you how I would more conventionally, let's get better in frame, there we go, kind of more conventionally how I would mix drums, you know, say I didn't have this kit. So what I think about is having a channel strip like this, the SSL 4KE. There are other channel strips, you know, channel strip plugins as API. They're quite popular. This is just one that I like. So what I'm going to do, I'll program in a little drum beat, and I'll probably skip this so you don't have to watch me program one in. Try and get a few little details in there. This is I'll just go through my standard workflow for this plugin, how I use it. So I'm going to turn it off a bit so I can hear it a bit through my monitors. Right. I quite often think about, honestly, when it comes to the high shelf in this plugin, 8 kilohertz, I almost don't even bother moving this around. I just leave that there on the frequency and just adjust the brightness to taste. It's much more up front there. You have it very up front if you want. Right, so immediately louder, but shift to it here. So immediately our drum kit's just more up front, the whole thing. So do that. I also look at the low frequencies. This I might adjust a bit more. The kick is kind of sitting around sort of up to the 120 mark, so let's just boost this up a bit, see what we want. I like that about there, actually, about 200. That was where it was before, right? They've clearly thought about this. Giving us a bit more oomph, isn't it? Yeah, so we've got more volume now, you know. It feels like we're getting more snare body as well, having that low frequency just rise a little higher there. Let's go even higher. I feel like I was starting to hear like low mids out of the kick that I didn't want there, so I'll ignore that. I like to play with this mic pre thingy, the saturation. See, it's going too far there. Just gets a bit more, yeah, it's a bit of something out of the kick particularly. Yeah, snare has a bit more snap as well. I like to play with the width. Let's do this with, I'm going to put a couple of crash cymbals on to test where we might want the width to go. So this is going to Be perhaps a little unnatural to switch cymbals like this, but I want to test the width a little bit. So, you've got some choices here, because we can go narrower. I feel further away now. It's quite interesting. I feel also quieter, so that damn driver again. If you've seen a few other videos here, I'm honking the horn. Right, so it's interesting because if we go narrower, it does feel like the drum kit is more central. I don't think that's probably what we want, so it's probably pretty good on the width, actually. There's something kind of cool about going narrower. Now the cymbals would have to come up in volume, but let's go. Yeah, I'm not even going to play with that. I'm going to leave it where it was. Let's put it on 100. Bang in the middle. Now this is the interesting bit, compressor. I don't play around with this very much. I put the ratio on maybe like 3, 4-ish. And I just adjust it. It tends to be to like kind of hit the 3 decibels here. Let's do fast release for now. So let's turn it way up just so you can hear it. Yeah, okay. So we've gone up in volume, right? Or is it peaking? Let's have a look now. Oh, we've not gone up a huge amount. So let's see, where are we at? You could maybe think about doing a cut at like 20 Hertz if you wanted to, just to cut some super subby stuff. Right, more lively, right? Had a lot of brightness in, that snare's popping out. I'd maybe turn the snare down a bit now. So yeah. Yeah. I can't remember what it was on before. I don't know if I've done anything. I didn't actually look at the numbers. So, yeah, let's just go to, let's stop those cymbals moving around now. Let's just put them where they were there. Let's put them on the hi-hat again, actually. Okay. Yeah, much more kind of modern sound now. So, let's have a look. What else did I put out of interest? So I had EQ, compressor, right? So those were on the master bus. Let's compare how the master bus sounds on the plugin here with what I had. Sounds like that compression is doing a bit more, that limiter. Yeah. Different kind of sound. I think this sounds a bit more natural. Could look at throwing a limiter on. Let's try reverb. A bit of reverb's cool. I would probably do this. I don't know if I chuck reverb on the master bus generally. It does sound kind of cool. I think I was probably trying to go for that big room sound if you look at how I was mixing the drum rooms. Well, we'll just leave it on that. We need to get rid of the loud. We need to get rid of the low end, really. So yeah, I do this on a send, to be honest. You like that? Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know if I'd necessarily have that. So this is most of what I do here. I'd maybe do the clipping here as well. I'd consider that if I didn't want to do it on individual kick and snare, you know, but I probably would just do that on the individual instruments, but you could clip here. Ooh, maybe, yeah. Nah, maybe not with the rooms, actually. So Honestly, quite often, all you'll see on my drum bus is just that 4K there. Nice, just natural lift from what we had before. Again, compare it to what I had on here. Let's maybe just do these. Kind of prefer that 4KE on there actually. I think it sounds a bit smoother. Similar sound, right? It's not hugely different, but I love that 4KE plugin. It's worth having a look at. So there you go. Drum bus for you. You'll probably notice from my mix walkthroughs that I'm very keen to try and match volumes, or perceived volumes at least, when I'm mixing. Now this is where parallel compression gets a little tricky. So typically parallel compression would be where you take your drum kit, whatever it is, your kick, your snare, toms, or just the whole kit together, and you send it to a parallel bus, or a send. And on that send, you have some really heavy-handed compression. And then with that, you kind of, you achieve like a really slappy sound or a really lengthened sound, depending on what you're trying to achieve, to add some like energy to the drums. And it's a really effective technique, it works. However, I prefer, if possible, mixing things in. So using the mix dial to get that refinement, because it's very easy with parallel compression just to send your kick, snare and toms to another bus, do your parallel compression thing, and then introduce that with your original drum kit sound. Problem is, it just starts getting louder. Of course it sounds better, right? You start hearing those kicks and snares like really hitting you, and so it's hard not to like how it sounds. So the way I like to do parallel compression, we're just going to do it on, let's just do it on a snare. So I'm just going to isolate, I was just doing the drum bus mix, I'm just going to isolate a single snare drum hit. Okay, well, we won't do it quite such rapid repeats on here. Okay, so it's already pretty compressed, right? But let's say we wanted to parallel compress this, maybe to get some more slap out of it. So let's, I was about to do this end. Let's not do that. So let's use the distressor. This is quite a good one. So there's all sorts of compressors you could use for this. You could use just a bog standard one. I'm going to just go on the nuke setting, and I'm going to watch. Okay, you can already hear it's getting a lot of that slap, right? I'm just going to crank everything into it. Right, you can hear that. So I maybe haven't even touched anything. Oh, that distortion adds some tail to it, which is interesting. Let's keep that. Why not? That'd be cool to get a bit more like explosion out of the snare. It's actually, when I say it's tail, it's really, I think it's just hearing a bit more of the room. So maybe we don't want that, I suppose, on our parallel compression. Can't hear much difference with distortion too. Yeah, I can't hear these doing much. So, okay, so let's just play with these settings. We want to get a real slap. Okay, we're losing the slap by taking that attack down. Okay, now let's... Ooh. It's a real fine... Look, if I go a bit further, we actually start to kill the compression a bit. If I release way too slowly, it's not working. So... Now, if the release is too fast, we get a lot of that tail. So let's say we just want to get the slap. So, see, I'm just using my ears here. I'm not like using any methodology as such. I'm just trusting my ears. So, bit of a fine line. Right, we've got a lot of slap. I mean, the original sound, it's a proper snare drum, and that's just slap, right? So, let's blend some of that in. Let's hear it just on and off. it's kind of impacting more. I think we need to actually keep some of that tail a little bit. Can you hear that snare, the room sound extending longer there? That's maybe over compressing. I'd maybe think about actually just like 10-1. Yeah, let's try that. Maybe go 20. Yeah, the nuke setting was just a tad too much, so. I also think it's slapping a bit more. I've got it coming through a bit quieter. There we go. There you go. See, yeah, actually, I think let's test those volumes. Right now, the volumes are about even. A lot more slap now. Part of my mistake there was I actually had the volume coming out too low of this distressor. I was wondering why it wasn't sounding too powerful. Okay. Yeah, that's maybe too much. But you can feel, so only, what, 20% blend, 30%? Now it's like slapping us in the face a little bit. Also getting more of that room sound, which is kind of cool. So you don't have to do this though with your parallel compression, right? So we could do, let's see what other sounds we can achieve. Again, we want to just crank the input just to really exaggerate whatever we're doing. So let's think about, can we get rid of that slap? Oh, now we're getting like the, tail, like a lot of it. Oh yeah, that distortion 3 gives you even more. It really does distort it. Hear the snare ring. You could even think about, you know, if you wanted to, say you had this on a send, have a transient designer to bring even less of that splat through. Let's blend some of this in. What's the output volume? We need to turn that up quite a bit. So now if we turn this up, now you hear what it's doing. It's different. I mean, all of that room is coming through, right? So it depends what you send. You know, if we were to send the snare, let's just turn the room sound off and see how this compares. But let's see how I'll everything. I think it's just, I'm going to turn all of these off just to be safe. Oh, still got that sound. Have we got reverb? No? It's just kind of okay. There you go, listen to what that's doing. So if you want to lengthen your snare, well, there's your settings. Copy and paste. Doesn't need much, because that's what we get if we do. So if you want a longer snare, you can do it as well. So we had two different settings, and like I said, I just used my ears. I couldn't actually tell you what the last settings were. I just played around with it. Now this is more how I think about parallel compression. I could have this, and I could have the splatty one, the slappy one, in series, one after the other, and then I don't have to send them anywhere, and I can customize how much I want to each tom or kick to affect it. So when you're doing parallel compression, this is how I suggest you do it. There are some amazing engineers, better engineers than me, that will just send it all to one place, and that's fine, and they will. That's how they teach it. This is just how I like to do it. So well worth doing this, because you can get some really blown out sounds and just blend them in, and that's how you get that really bombastic snare that's like exploding at you a bit, like this one. Yeah, quite a difference. Right, we're mixing the bass. So before we get on to the actual mixing, we need to talk about the instrument, because it's rather like the guitar, there's a lot that you can be missing out on. Excuse me. There's a lot you can be missing out on if you're not careful. I mentioned this in another module, can't remember which one exactly. I think it's the bassline playing module, probably. That if you're a guitarist and you don't have brilliant fingerstyle technique or like slap technique, I would just pick. I think fingerstyle sounds great, it's awesome, but like it takes a long time to get really good at it. I'm okay. I'm alright. I'm nowhere near as good as I am when it comes to just picking the instrument. And for me, I have to think about where I put my time, what I put my time into. I'd rather just pick it. So start straight off with that. But anyway, let's get into some of the actual instrument. If you've got an active bass, change the batteries. Make sure you change them. Maybe just for safety, change them every like 3 to 6 months. Maybe probably more regularly than 6. Look up the life of your batteries. You know, it's worth doing. But just change them. If anything, what you could do, if you want to be smart about it, put a fresh battery in, play at full volume, and register how loud it's coming through. And as the batteries start to die, you might start to notice that you lose volume. And if you notice that, if you measure it again, then you'll know you need to change your batteries. Fresh strings. Now, I've got old strings on this. They need changing. I can tell they're just a bit dead. They've been on for ages, so you can like boil your strings. I think some people do that. It's annoying as bass strings, like for a 5-string set, it's like £30 or like, what's that, $40? I don't know how much it is in the US. Is it how much they charge for strings over in the US? So it's just worth doing, and if you're doing it to record a song, it's worth just having a fresh set. You need to change these probably a lot more regularly than you want to, which is annoying. You can bring some of that brightness back, but it just doesn't feel the same. So we're going to be mixing some bass today with some slightly less than ideal strings on. All of the that sounds bad. All the points are going to remain the same. It's not going to change anything about like how we mix. It just means we're fighting the elements a bit. But maybe that's a good thing because, you know, you say you're mixing for someone else, you might get sent some bass tracks with not the freshest strings on them. So these aren't too awful for the record. They're just a bit dull. They're not like terrible. So when you're playing, if you want that aggression, which I'm thinking a lot of you probably do, get nice and close to the bridge over here and hit the strings hard. Like you can see I'm dropping in there. It's not quite like the guitar where like the guitar you can kind of pick in a lot of areas across the sort of where the pickups are, and it kind of sounds pretty similar. Different on the acoustic, but on the electric it sounds pretty similar until you get like right to the bridge. Now bass is similar, but you're going to get more of that aggro back here. So you don't have to be crazy about it, you don't have to go like way back. But that's where you're going to get that mid-range bite. So picking back by the bridge if you can. Now, what you want to do is learn your dials, the different things. If you've got an active bass, you're going to have quite a few things to learn here. I can't tell you exactly what to do because, my bass is not going to be the same as yours. But we're going to do a bit of a live bass mix. So I'm just gonna write like a very basic bass riff. I'm going to just track it. I'm going to show you exactly how I'm going to use. I have a. It's funny, I was watching CLA, Chris Lord Alge, is that how you say his name? Alge? Oh, whoops. I was watching him, and he was saying all he does is bass into 1176, and that's basically it. I was like, and his basses sound great. So, but I'll show you my method, and it's a method a lot more modern producers use as well. So anyway, let's just get going with it. Let's set our input to the right one. Wrong one. No, that was the right one. I just didn't have my volume up. So, first, we were talking about tones, weren't we? So, right. The first thing I want to do, actually, is I'm just going to record a basic part. And all my settings on my instrument are just in the middle. There's a little switch here that I'm not going to play around with because it's somewhat unique to my bass. Basically, you want to make sure you're using humbuckers on your bass. I could go for like single coil sound if I want to. Unless you're going for that single coil sound, if you're doing anything vaguely rocky, you probably want your humbucker sound. So let's just record. What tempo are we at? That'll do. Now, bear in mind, we're going to adjust the tone. So, Cat wants to come in. Of course, I've got to prioritise him, haven't I? Where are we at volume-wise? Okay, we're good. Right. Let's think about, right, I'm not going to have the amp on. Oh. I thought it was the batteries. I changed them and it wasn't. It's like clicking every now and again. It's not my input, I'm not clipping there. I don't actually know what's going on. I need to get that looked at. Anyway, recorded an alright part. It's the most boring part in the world, but, well, not the most boring, but we just want to get a measure of things. So, okay, so our question now is, what more do we want out of the instrument based off of how that sounds? I honestly think it's a pretty good starting point. Could try turning the treble up maybe. Let's try it again. I think halfway mark for that was good. Let's turn the mids up, see how that sounds. I realised the metronome didn't stay on, did it? Turn the mids up, see how they sound. Again, a little bit of that's okay, but a little bit of cloudiness. I know that's going to bring in a bit of aggro when it comes to the adding distortion, so I want to keep some of that. What about the low end? Let's boost some low end, see how that sounds. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit too much low end, so turn that down. Now be very careful when adjusting the dials on your bass, because if you just turn them all up, you can end up getting not such a nice sound, so just careful you don't turn them all the way up. Now the other thing to think about is the pickup blend. Maybe you should have looked at that first, but right, a lot more mid and a lot less low. We go to the bridge, let's go to the neck. Kind of low mids there. I like just blending in a bit of that bridge pickup. Let's record that. Let's compare that with our first recording. A little bit bloated in the mids. Let's just bring it back a bit more. Try another one. Bring the treble up and the mids down, I think. Let's try one more time. Cool, a bit more string noise. So, we've got a decent bass tone now. So, let's just say that's our part. We've recorded our part, well done us. This is, and I'm not exaggerating, the 4th time I'm recording this video because of technical errors. So, I'm going to try not to go absolutely mental right now. I'm doing that thing where, you know, where you talk in your polite voice because you're going absolutely batshit insane inside. So we're going to go through how I get my bass tone. So, that's our DI, and this is our dark glass, which I'm going to use as my sort of primary modern metal tone. Now, these are my settings. Low mids, if we boost them too high, we get that. So, kept them pretty low. Now, bass, it's easy to go overboard with this. We're going to kind of blend a few tones together, so good to keep this just controlled. Drive and treble, I've just boosted these as much as I can before it starts to fizz up. Same with treble. Kind of becomes fizz above that point, right? Turn these up a bit for you. We'll leave them this volume for now. They're going to be a bit quiet. They're going to get louder when we hear them all together. So that's a pretty decent tone, right? Oh, just tell you about the high mids. That's where you get a lot of your presence. So 1.5 kilohertz there. If I take it down. About there, we're starting to feel a bit of the bass like come forward. So not the low end, but you know, the presence of the bass. So that's a pretty solid tone. I've not messed around with the microphone choice here. I just think it sounds pretty good. Could mess with it, but I'm happy. I like to blend this with a few other tones, and the next one we have on the list that I like to blend it with is a more classic rock bass tone, which is the Sans amp. Show you my settings for this. I've approached this in a very similar way. This has got a bit more low end. This is the Honeycomb Canvas Audio Honeycomb. I like this compressor. It controls the low end. We talked about that a second ago, just keeping that in control. Got the drive quite high. I quite like that kind of almost synthy sounding drive. Blend is just, so that's the DI, we don't need any of that. And you see, I've not really touched the settings a great deal at all. Mids boost too much of the harshness. Low, it's low enough, it's got enough bass in it. And the highs, again, for this particular tone and my bass and how I played it, I didn't need to boost anything. It sounds quite nice where it is on that amp. So let's blend these together and we'll talk about an important point. So currently you're hearing both, and I found a blend that I like. You could boost this, or you could boost more of this. Depends whether we want a more modern or a more kind of classic sound. I like, you can see they're pretty level there. Now, I like to get a bit of string noise. So this is our DI, but that's not really, it's not doing an awful lot because I've scooped it all the way up to just these higher frequencies. Very quiet, and I've compressed it a lot. Or not, yeah, quite a lot. It's just evening everything out. Now when we blend this in, I'll turn it down, turn it back up. Can you hear it's just, it's making it feel like there's actually a bass player hitting the strings, which sounds like an obvious thing to say, but it's important, I think. Let's turn it up a bit. Actually get the definition of the pick. It actually sounds to me like fingers, but you get the definition of the pick hitting the strings. I like that. I like to be able to hear that. That's a bit of an optional one, but I like that. And, before we move on, quickly, we need to check things like phase, because bass is very phase dependent. So what I did, play these two, for example, Sans amp and the B7K together, the Dark Glass. I'm going to flip the phase on the Sans amp with a gain plugin. Suddenly, a lot more low end, a bit more of a scooped sound, but we've got far more like punch in that tone now. Sounds a lot less cloudy. When we bring those strings back in, we get that clarity as well. So this is sounding pretty mean. But what if we want to control our low end? Again, DI. Now what I've thrown on is the sub kick, and I've turned it's on the B7K plugin again. I've turned the pedal off, I'm just using the sub kick microphone. You don't have to use this, you could do it without. But what we've got here is I've cut this down to just the low frequencies. And then what I've done from there is compress it a ridiculous amount. You could actually throw a limiter on here if you want, but I've just gone for 100 to 1 compression, very fast attack. I've actually not gone for super fast release because I want to hold it. I want to hold the compression, hold the tone of the bass, so it's a nice level low end. It's very important. And from there, I did another one of these because if you notice here, you can hear some upper range distortion coming in that we don't want, so got rid of that again. So that's our sub. And when you blend it all in, check everything's on. Yeah. It's a pretty mean tone as far as I'm concerned. Now, when it comes to mixing this in with the song, I've cut a bit of bass there. You could think about boosting anywhere in this region. If you need presence, it's a good place to boost. Now, I like the tone as it is at the moment, but we might find when we get into the mix that it is missing something, so I don't want to play with it for the sake of it now without having it in a mix. But something there could add some real nastiness, so that's an option for you. And I've added some saturation on the end, Saturn 2. Notice I've actually turned it off for the low end. Saturating the low end can be risky because you end up just distorting everything and losing clarity. And so I've actually just done quite a lot of saturation on the high end. If I turn it off, back on, it's a bit of presence. And then, let's bring the bass back in, shall we? Okay. So So that's our bass tone in 7 minutes and something, whereas it took me about half an hour to film the actual full video all the way through. So hopefully that's given you all the information you need. So what I've done is 4 different tones, and I checked the phase for each of them. So if these 2 are in phase, which they are now, I then only need to check the phase of this one, right, the strings. And I did end up flipping the phase of that. You can see on the Pro Q3 plugin here. I also flipped the phase of the sub. It's a very important thing to do. Check your phase with doing this process. But you can hear they're sounding pretty mean now. If you want a bit more sub, more low end if we want. So it's cool now, we can affect the tone of our bass just by boosting and cutting things, and this is going to be much more mix dependent when you get to that stage. So hopefully please tell me that that's given you everything you need, and then I can do away with bass mixing, at least for this afternoon. Thank you all. I'm going to check that this is not corrupted or something, and hopefully that was helpful for all of you. Okay, let's talk about getting our guitar tone right, and we're going to talk about the source tone. In other words, the thing that's coming out of your instrument. I can't stress enough the importance of getting this right, and certain things are easier to achieve than others when it comes to getting the source tone sounding as crispy and as fresh as possible. I was just watching Binging with Babish, I think that's why I said crispy. Just making fish and chips. There's a couple of things you can think about. First off, you just want some nice fresh strings on here. It's important. And I've actually just visually spotted something that I wasn't going to talk about. This thing, we'll talk about that in a second. So, we want fresh strings, right? That's important. And I don't have them on, these aren't particularly fresh, but the fresher the strings, the brighter your tone, and the less you're going to be fighting to bring in high end, and the less you're going to rely on your amp to get that high end. Guitar strings aren't too expensive, so when you're recording, I'd say just grab a new set. I lean towards finding the thinnest strings I can that are not going to like dip when I start whacking them for the tuning that I'm in. So I've got 10 to 52s on at the moment. I do hit the strings quite hard, and even in standard tuning actually this 52 can move a bit. So I love 10 to 46s for standard tuning if I'm playing just more like generic rocky stuff. So fresh strings, one of the main things you can think about. Now the other thing, if you notice, I've got one of these. It's a little fret wrap. They're about £10, I think. Can otherwise be replaced with electrical tape or toilet paper or anything, a sock. And I also have, what you can't see it because I've got a cover on the back here, but I've got some foam in here. So what we're trying to do is trying to mute any extra noise that might come through. So you'd be surprised how much you can hear. No, you're not going to hear it now, but the springs in the back here. Now, if you don't have a tremolo, it's not going to be a problem. But you want to think about muting the strings up here. These extra little bits, they start ringing out, and there's not much you can do to control them without just actually muting them. Now, some guitars have the strings like kind of come round the back here over the top of the bridge, and you want to think about trying to mute them as well. Again, some electrical tape, something like that might do it, or if you don't want to be too delicate, just like a sock there or something. Now, we also want to just make sure that our guitar is set up as well as it can be set up. So we need to think about intonation. That is something that you can fix yourself. You can adjust with these little screws here. I'll leave you some links to how to sort your intonation. Your action and your truss rod, again, these are things that you want to be thinking about just to make sure that they're at the very least not hindering your tone. I just set them up so the instrument is as friendly to play as possible. I don't really think about tone with things like action and truss rod adjustments. If your frets are not level, you're going to start getting some buzzing, and that's going to be you can get away with that kind of thing a little bit when you've got a lot of distortion, but anything slightly cleaner, that might start to come through your amp, and you don't really want to have to get away with it with a distortion. It's still not going to sound great, but it's just you can mask it a bit more. Now, things like fret leveling, these are difficult, quite technical jobs, quite time consuming, and you do have to pay a bit of money to get them done by a guitar tech if you want to get them done. You can learn how to do them, but the money you spend getting the tools, probably messing it up, which I've done before, and then paying to have it fixed. You can spend a bit of money setting your guitar up, to be honest. So this is something you might just want to do when you feel you need it. A guitar setup in itself isn't often too expensive, right? Just getting the action, the truss rod, the intonation, fresh set strings, cleaning it up. Things like polishing the frets makes a difference as well. Now, what you want to make sure you do is just keep your volume and your tone all the way up, unless you're purposefully turning them down. You want to think of your guitar as being on default settings with volume and tone just all the way up. And pickup choice is going to be important. Now, most rock and metal stuff, you're going to be on your bridge pickup here. You might want middle for a more spanky kind of interesting sound, or your cleans, and same with your neck, you might use that for your cleans. If you have active pickups in your guitar, make sure that the batteries aren't too old. Probably replace them every 3 to 6 months just to make sure it's not that the battery power isn't sort of dropping. It can just gently fade away and you don't necessarily notice that it's going. So probably every 6 months is okay. Maybe just check that, but depends how good your batteries are, so it's hard for me to give an exact estimate of that. Then yeah, I mean, you can think about the type of pick you're using. I don't know massively how much difference that makes. Really, I'm more interested in technique and if the pick is going to lend itself towards me playing comfortably, which is then probably going to get the best performance out of me. So when I'm thinking about pick choice, I'm not really thinking about tone, to be perfectly honest. So those are just some considerations for you before you even think about actually playing a guitar. Okay, there's not too much to say about playing. Well, there's loads to say about playing, but with regards to this, if you're a rock player, hit the strings really hard. It's about all there is to it. The harder you hit the strings, the less you're making the amp do the heavy lifting. Amps love aggression, and you don't want to just rely on overdrive for your tone. Now let's just demonstrate this. I can just show you, you'll see this straight away. If you doubt the importance of this, we can quite simply play two of the same parts, get the volumes matched. One I'll play gently, one I'll play hard, and you should pretty immediately hear the difference. So I'm just going to play. Okay, I'm just going to play a really basic chuggy thing, and I'll do it gently, and then I'll do it hard, and hopefully you'll hear the difference. Okay, that was gentle. Okay, I mean, you can see the difference, right? Now, one of them is just louder, so we'll make sure we match the volumes on these. You know, it's funny, they are a similar volume. Let's start with our gentle tone. We'll move to more aggressive tone. Gentle. So you've got far more mid-range coming through. I did actually catch some of the other strings there, which wasn't great. Let's just maybe retrack that to get it slightly cleaner. Okay, so we've got clean. And aggressive. Clean. Aggressive. So you got way more like mid-range bark out of the aggressive tone, which is what we need if we want our guitars to come through. There's something kind of quite even and smooth about that, but there's a real mid-range bark that we get out of hitting the strings harder. So you really want to hit the strings nice and hard when you're playing to get that kind of forward feeling in your guitar string. You want to probably downpick where you can to really dig in. Dimebag loved his upstrokes, and it's quite a cool fact about him. So you don't have to downpick everything. I think there's a bit of an people get a bit obsessive over downpicking. It's like, it does sound good. In the right context, it does make a difference. But yeah, generally you're going to get a bit more aggro out of your downpicks, so maybe think about using them. So yeah, that was just to demonstrate, just hit the strings nice and hard. I mean, yeah, if you want a more rounded tone, don't hit them as hard. But if you want that conventional and good conventional, forward, like mid-forward tone that's going to help your guitars poke through in the mix, give the strings a good whack. Yeah, let's think about setting up our clean tone. I've just gone for let's just put these in the middle, fairly bog standard settings. This is the Archetype Nolly, so we're going to talk about VSTs, and anything I do here, obviously you're going to have to repurpose to whatever VST you have or virtual guitar amp. This is a pretty good sort of generic-ish amp sound, like not generic in a bad way, it's just like, it's really solid. All three of the amps on this Nolly thing are pretty solid. So let's just record a very basic like C major chord arpeggio. I'm going to use the middle pickup. I'm going to pick with sort of medium pick attack. You don't want to be too gentle here. Remember, if you play really gently, it's going to sound a bit feeble. If it feels a bit loud, you can always just turn it down. So I think medium pick attack here is good. That'll do. Right, so immediately, let's turn it. So there's immediately quite a lot that I want to fix there, and I can hear a bit of a frequency coming through that is from my guitar buzzing, which is, we talked about that, that needs sorting. So there's some immediate things I want to think about with this, and rather than just give you vague instructions, I'm just going to go through one at a time how to fix this. Immediately, I want less gain. much cleaner already. So before I even think about EQing, I'm just getting the gain right. Let's turn it down more. I like a little bit of fuzz. These different volumes do different things, but I can't quite hear much of a difference on this amp, so I was just messing with them. We'll ignore them for now. Okay, so it feels a bit cloudy. Can we boost some treble? Just a little bit. Don't want much, we go more. It's getting a bit plinky there. Just enough for some clarity. Okay, let's see what the mids do. Oh, I quite like cutting them, they felt a bit cloudy. Let's boost the bass. Do we want any body out of this? Quite like having. We might be getting into bass territory there, but yeah. Let's look at this bright switch. Probably not going to turn it off now we've done all this, but yeah, I mean, that brightness is nice, isn't it? Okay, so we got a basic amp tone. Let's think about our mic choice. Now, the choices here pretty well, not limitless, I mean, they're limited, but let's try some different mics. Let's leave it where it is and flick through them. And I have in mind a microphone or two, but I'm just gonna flick through and see what I like the sound of. So let's go from this one from the beginning. Okay, so I had in mind, I like this one. So closed back and open back, CB-OB. Closed back is going to be slightly more bassy, open back is going to be less bassy. This sounded quite nice, but on reflection I think the open back might be the better option. Bit more controlled, we could bring some more bass back in. Nice warmth to that. What was interesting, when it played that condenser 414 on here, that feels muddy, whereas here, a bit clearer. Okay, so I'm happy with that. Now, we could consider blending in another microphone, but they all, let's face it, they all sounded pretty similar, didn't they? Let's think about microphone position. Darker, brighter in the middle. So we're just controlling brightness here, really. Today's not my day, the screen just stopped recording again. I know why it is, it's running low on memory on my PC from all these videos I've been recording. So, let's catch up with where we were. I have done a bit more since then, so I'm just going to run you through what I did. That's, yeah. We got onto EQ, fortunately, so that's where I settled on. I don't know if we talked about the distance, settled on about here. It's a bit of low-mid information that I just cut. If you bring it back here, it's nice and clean. Oh, so let's turn these off. So, come to these. Bit more clarity, just bringing the microphone a bit further away. So then we got onto the EQ. Now I'm not going to talk you through too much, I'll just cut some things in and out so you can hear the different frequencies. Just listen for what these do. Notice these high frequencies. There's not much high frequency in the guitar, they don't do an awful lot. So, that's where we got to with our EQ. What I wanted is more warmth. If you notice, if I turn it off, nice pristine sound. Turn it on, bit of warmth. So I brought these mids back a little bit, and a bit of low end. Quite like that. Now let's talk about reverb and delay. These make quite a difference. So let's just isolate the delay. I'm going to mix it all the way to the top. So you see I've cut a lot of the lows. Don't want all of that in our delay. Quite a lot of the highs. So it feels a bit further away. Feedback I've left in the middle. Ping pong. It's interesting, but it's not quite what I'm looking for. So, a bit of modulation, we can have that up here. You want a bit of a weird sound. Now, we went for the 8th note dotted delay. If you mix that in. It's nice. Turn it off and put the reverb on. Let's try this and mix it all the way to the top. That's the reverb I went for. You can see I've done lots of cuts here. If I bring this all the way down, all that low end, get rid of all of that, and that high end. It's a very narrow sound. Probably get rid of all low end. And then, it's quite a large, because it's a narrow sound, I can get away with mixing quite a lot. So with the delay as well. Now I called it Friday the 13th because it's Friday the 13th today and I've had some really bad luck today. So let's just save that. It's a nice tone, and then I've just double tracked it. Got that same tone on the right hand side. Now I feel like what we've got is a warm tone with clarity. We could turn the reverbs off and the delays off. Let's just hear how they sound without them together. Sound nice and clear. Yeah. If you wanted a bit more precision out of your tone, like we could think about, for example, or a bit more clarity, we could think about boosting the high frequencies. Some annoying ringing in my guitar that it's just unique to my guitar, annoyingly. And we could also talk about a bit of saturation. It might be nice. It might just make it a bit murky, but let's have a go. Doesn't honestly do a huge amount, does it? We could talk about some compression. An LA2A might be a nice compressor to throw on here. These are quite good because you just turn them on and see how it sounds. Bit too noticeable, that. Like I can feel things ducking with that, but you could throw some compression on there just to level things out a bit. You could do a bit of Renaissance Axe, the Classic Waves plugin. Let's see how this deals with it. To be fair, that is leveling things out nicely. There's a reason that's a popular plugin. Renaissance Axe, good for just leveling your guitars. So yeah, we got a nice tone set up. Right, we did the boring bit. We got the clean tones. Let's get some nasty tones. Right, I like this amp. Classic EVH sound. Like EVH amp sound, not like Van Halen, but let's just track like a basic metal riff. Okay, a little messy, but let's do another one of them. Can we do it first try? Oh, no. Huh. Is that it in the end? Okay, not the cleanest playing, and that is an important factor with your mixing, but clean enough that we can get a tone together. So, I've double tracked, that's the first thing to think about. So we're going to hard pan left and right. Now, the thing to think about when you mix your guitars is they're going to be probably panned left or right. So you want to get your tone sounding good left or right. And they're going to be double tracked. So, you know, getting your source tone right is important. So I'm going to try and achieve my source tone with it panned just to one side. So let's start messing with our amp settings. Let's try the other. Right, quick change of plan. I'm actually going to change to the Archetype Nolly amp because that amp that I was using, though it sounds pretty cool, doesn't have as many options, and I want to take you through the kind of options you can mess with. So, much better articulation actually, I have to say, in this amp. So let's start from default settings, right? Everything in the middle. And let's just walk you through one at a time. So let's start with the amp settings. What do I want? Right, sort the gain out. Seems anything above 3. Ooh, we get a bit of liveliness out of 4 or 5. Yeah, I think 4 and a bit. Nice articulation. If we go up here, no articulation, right? So let's turn the treble up, see what that does. Ooh, that really brought that forward just enough. That's too thin on 8, 6 and a bit. Towards 7 is good. Right, let's try the mids. Right, we're getting more Metallica sounding when we start cutting them out. Getting a bit more barky. I like it about there. Like a decent bit of that. Let's try bass. So the bass, if you listen to what it's boosting, it's like quite low bass. It's all like cab noise that you don't need a huge amount of. So let's try resonance, see what that does. I like the resonance a bit more than the bass there. Tone needs to have a bit of body, right? Let's see what presence does. It's our aggression, really, isn't it? I don't feel like I want a huge amount of that. Now, I'm not going to mess with master and output. They do affect the tone slightly, like a real amp, but we're going to leave them for now. So, let's try different microphones. Let's just work through them one at a time. Let's compare that. That's just the metal sound, isn't it? 57. What I did quite like, I'm going to make a note. Oh, funnily enough, was the angle condenser. We'll come back to that. We can blend some of that in. Let's play with the position. Try, so, oh, distance. Tightens up around there. So, now what I want to try instead is this angled condenser. Now I like the low end in that. It's good, and I want to bring some of that back in, I think. So, let's get a sound we like out of this. Gets a bit harsh there, so... Remember, we're using this for low end, so we don't need too much of that fizziness. A little bit's cool. Actually, I don't mind the fizziness from that, so let's try distance. We lose, you know, kind of lose what we're going for there, which is the fullness. So let's go with our Dynamic 57 and bring this in. Now, where this plugin falls short is what we really need is a microphone blend, whereas when I start bringing this in, it just gets louder, so a little tricky. So let's start with level all the way down, just bring it up. I went up quick. Trying to find that comfortable range where we've got some fullness without getting cloudy and muddy. I think it's about there. I think it's pretty good. Again, it's a bit annoying just listening to it out of the left ear, isn't it? But that's where you're going to hear it. So let's try and mess with some frequencies. Let's boost some top end. Forward. Those high highs bring it forward in a more natural way, perhaps. A little bit of that's good. Let's try the lows. Don't want that. Tiny bit maybe, but... Right, let's try like the low mids. Give some body. Tiny bit of that again. 400. Yeah, let's try some of these higher frequencies. Bit aggressive that. Brings it forward a bit, about 1.5k. A little bit of that. 800. Subtle changes, but you can hear that's quite a powerful... It's different, it definitely sounds better to my... It's louder, but sounds better to my ears with that on there. Yeah, clearer, bringing that brightness in. Right, let's put that on the other side. Well, just copy and paste. We could go for another amp sound if we wanted to, but that's tight. Given I didn't play it that tightly. Yeah, it doesn't sound very tight, it needs to be played tighter, but the tone is tight. I'm going to save that. I like that as like, call it Friday 13th heavy, because it's what we recorded today on Friday the 13th and it's heavy, and I like it. So, cool. Now, I've done this in drop D tuning on this guitar with some slightly old strings. It might not sound great on another guitar, so I probably should have made a note like PRS, you know, Friday 13th heavy. Okay, cool. Right, what next? Well, let's track stack these. If we want to feel like these are a bit more glued together, we could do some compression. A bit like before with the cleans, we could do the R-Ax. This is a good plugin. It's just distorting if we go too far, so... forward a bit. Now, great plugin for these tape machines, virtual tape machines, Slate Digital. Any kind of tape emulation is going to sound pretty good. Yeah, they just came forward, didn't they? So with these, without the plugins, I've got louder. Let's just turn them down a little bit. See if we like how that sounds. Oh, I've turned it down too much there. Right. Okay, a little bit. A little more controlled. And I'd potentially consider, so we can think about EQing. We can think about EQing these together. So a bit more brightness if we want them to come forwards. Probably would want more brightness in the mix. Presence here. $2.5K helps them come forward. Honestly, I think it's a pretty good tone. About low mids, we want some body. People quite often cut the lows, you know, just get rid of that subbiness, but cleans it up a bit, I guess. I'm pretty happy with that as a guitar tone. I think it's sounding pretty strong. We set our VSTs up, we did a bit of mixing. Let's just do a quick comparison of before and after. So let's do just this one in the middle. Let's just do our original nollie, so default tone. Sounds decent, but let's go back to where we were. Oh, wrong one. Back to default. Now that might sound way better on another guitar. I've just used my ears here and hopefully you followed a bit of the process of what we've done. So yeah, when you hear these together, sounds pretty strong. Now again, we'd want to do this in the context of hearing the bass as well, but I think it's sounding pretty good now. So hopefully it's given you an insight as to how I would use VSTs to get a bit of a guitar mix going on. Okay, microphone choice. So we've got two main things to think about. Obviously, price. The more you spend, the better your microphone is going to be. But you don't have to spend a silly amount to get a decent microphone. Now this isn't that great. I'm just using it because I only have two main microphones and my main vocal microphone is in the other room. So we've got to think about, do you want a dynamic or a condenser microphone? Condensers generally are going to give you the detail and the warmth that you want, but they sort of have more hefty requirements in terms of room correction and room treatment. Dynamic, not so much. The reason being, condensers pick up more of what's going on in the room. Now, if you don't have very good sort of dampening and soundproofing in your room, that condenser mic might pick up some things you don't want it to. So if you're going for dynamic microphones, and generally they're cheaper as well, my recommendation is what I use is the SM7B. It's such an industry standard. It's been used on so many all-time great albums. Michael Jackson's used it, Metallica's used it, like countless more. Also, if you're going for harsh vocals, you probably want a dynamic microphone as well. SM7B. It's just, you know, it's not cheap. It's like 300 and something pounds, probably like $400. So it's a bit of an investment, but it's well worth it. It sounds really great. It's a little dark sounding, but you can EQ that out. Again, condensers are generally going to give you a little more detail, a bit more kind of, it's hard to say, without recording into a condenser and then a dynamic to explain the difference. Obviously different mics sound different, but yeah, you know, if I had all the money in the world, I'd have a nice setup and I would have a condenser microphone plugged in probably for my vocals. Either way, you want to make sure you've got some sort of pop shield. You can see I've got this thingy on, sorry, I've got this foam thingy around here to stop that stuff going through. The SM7B kind of comes with like a, you probably see it, comes with like a foamy sort of shell, so you don't need a pop shield for that, but you will do definitely for your condenser microphones. They're very cheap, you can get one for like £5, so just make sure you get one of them. So I would generally recommend dynamic microphone if you're not so experienced. SM7B is a good one. There are cheaper options, of course. Condenser if you're a bit more experienced and you have a room that's a bit better adapted to recording. I briefly mentioned room treatment in the last video, so we can think about this a little bit, and you can do a little bit of DIY stuff if you need to. So you can buy these, I've forgotten what they're called. I'm just going to type in, bought it on Thomann, vocal booth. They're head booth, what do we call them? Reflection filter. Ah, that's what I've got. It's on Gear for Music. Basically, you can get these little isolation sort of round the microphone type booths. They're quite good for stopping sound kind of moving around too much. They're quite useful. It sounds silly, but just having loads of like pillows and duvets and things, even just in your room, is going to help. You can make a little pillow fort if you want, prop up duvets and all sorts to try and stop the reflections, make yourself a little recording booth. It's far from unheard of. Almost everyone's done it at some point just to get better sounding vocals. So don't be afraid to set up a childish looking pillow fort if it helps you get the right kind of room treatment. So it's not the easiest thing to set up, but I don't know how I would necessarily do it in here. Find some way of propping up a load of duvets that I could then put my microphone in. It sounds silly, but it does make quite a difference, and you'll save yourself a lot of pain when you then come to mix. So just think about those things before we get around to recording your vocal. I've been recatted. He's joined. Well, actually, it's not quite true. He's sort of forcefully joined in that I sat on the chair. I stood up. He sat on the chair while I stood up. I was like, I don't want to remove. He was sort of still getting comfortable. I was like, I don't want to remove him because once a cat's comfortable, it's like illegal to move them, right? So I quickly picked him up and dumped him on my lap. He seems happy. So we can talk about a few things with the cat. I'm sort of balancing my legs a bit. They're actually starting to ache already. Anyway, microphone technique. So first off, you're best off having a stand. You don't really want to be holding it. Can you see all the fluff going everywhere? You probably can't see that, can you? You don't want to probably be holding the microphone because you're going to change your distances quite a lot. But sometimes that's how you get the best out of your performance. You know, if you're really doing the harsh vocal thing as well, you might benefit from just holding the microphone. But generally speaking, you want a stand for it to be on. Now, if you have the time and the inclination, it's worth experimenting with distance from the microphone. Sound is very proximity dependent, and so if you're really close to the microphone, it's going to sound very bassy, very, well, close and up front. If you're further away, it's going to sound maybe a little more balanced, but it might also sound a bit tinny. So try and play to the strengths of your voice. Just because you have like a boomy low voice doesn't mean you need to back away, and vice versa. Just because you have quite a high-pitched voice doesn't mean you need to get close. Just play around, you know, fist distance away is a good sort of starting point, and then play from there. Try going further, try getting closer. See how they sound, you know, learn how they sound on your microphone and learn how your voice sounds. How his voice sounds, he's semi-snoring at me. It's more than semi-snoring, it's quite loud. Is he asleep or is he just... No, I think he was for a second. So yeah, just experiment with those things a little bit. Now this is something that I can't stress enough. Performance over pitch. So pitch correction is standard. It's done by a lot of people and I need it. A lot of people need it. Some people don't. And, you know, we can go over how to use pitch correction. It's something that we'll play around with. You can do it to a very tasteful and natural kind of level. But what you can't do is artificially improve performance. I'd much rather hear you sing your heart out and miss a few notes and we can fix them. As long as you're kind of ballpark close to the notes, we can fix them. But if you don't put the performance in, you don't get the right tone of voice, it really doesn't matter whether you hit the notes or not, it's not going to sound great. In all honesty, my main issue with my vocals is that I struggle with tone and getting the right tone of voice. Pitch, you know, I'm sort of okay with. I can be bad sometimes, I can be good on good days, you know. But vocal tone is everything. I'd much rather hear someone with a great tone that's a bit pitchy than the opposite. When people talk about bad singers, it's not really... I mean, it often is the pitch, right? But really, it's the tone of their voice more than anything. And so if you need to sacrifice hitting the notes cleanly to get a really great tone, go for it. It's fine. You can probably fix it. I know we said don't try and just fix it in post, but vocals you actually can do to some degree. So focus on performance. Hopefully the rest will follow. Now it's important that you double track your vocals. You don't have to double track them, but it's a really great way to add some thickness to your sound. Now double tracking doesn't just mean copying and pasting, you know, copying one, pasting it on another channel and hoping it sounds thick. You need to actually record two different versions, ideally quite closely aligned. We can edit that, but you know. So make sure that you get at least 2 good takes or two good takes worth of comps. You know, so whether you have to do 5 or 10 takes that you can then comp to get 2 strong takes, that's fine as well. But you don't just want 1 good take, you want a couple, maybe even 3 just to be safe. Like I said, focus on performance, you can edit the pitch. That double isn't going to be mixed in so loud, so it's less important that the performance of the double is like amazing, but it's still going to make a difference, so ideally you want that double sounding good as well. The way I treat it is I just record the vocal 10 times, or however many times, often more, I'll be honest. Hello. And then I pick the best one for the lead, and then I'm a bit less picky when it comes to the double. I just make sure it's kind of thereabouts. Cat is dropping fluff like no one's business. Me? Aren't you? He was stormy last night and he slept on my bed. It was quite cute. He is what they call a scaredy cat. Okay, so let's say you've done a few vocal takes and we need to think about which ones you want. Now, I'm going to show you, this is the bridge vocal that I recorded, and it's 3 separate takes. You can see how many did I do? 9 total. And it's kind of, you can see it's some of the latter 3. It's take 8, 5 and 9 that I've comped together here. This is a comp that I've saved. Actually, I've got, when we get into the mixing thing, I've got the actual recording. Where's it? Up here somewhere? It's this one here. Here. So what we do when we comp this together is we go through and we pick the part we like the most. Now, the only things you really need to think about are vocal tone, like consistency. And to be honest, you can just trust your ears here. You know, sometimes I find I play around with the placement of a vocal. Sometimes I sing it a bit deeper. Sometimes I sing it with a bit more nasality. And it's hard to blend those. Like, say I did one take quite early where I was quite chest voicey, you know, very deep like this, and then when I was more like that. You know, if we try and comp between those two, we might get lucky and it might work in a certain spot, but generally you need to find consistent takes. So sometimes comping isn't just a case of picking the best takes, it's picking the most consistent. Obviously you just want the best takes, right? But if you find that there's a particular tone of voice that you found later on and then your voice got tired, maybe it's best you go back to it and try and do that again so that you have a few attempts to comp it. So this is the comp that I got. The pitch is decent. So when we comp this, all we need to do, press flatten, highlight these. Now make sure, this is very important, fade in 1 on all of these, just so that you don't get any little clicks and pops when it switches between these. Notice the comps, I've tried my best to make the comp happen in the space where there's no vocal, where I'm taking a breath or just pausing. If you need to comp mid-word, try and pick these moments. You can visually see where the vocal is quieter. You know, when you're in these big, it's hard to blend like an extended note in 2 halves. So if you're going to be comping vocals, make sure you're comping them in the spaces if you can. You don't want to be using the first half of one word and the second half of another, you know. So I'm going to put that back just because that's, yeah. So that's all you need to think about with comping, really. Not too much to think about. Just pick the takes you like. Again, go for performance over pitch. Just pick the performance you like. We'll talk about fixing the pitch. Okay, let me just take you through how I think about pitch editing. Here's that vocal that I played you earlier with the chorus. This isn't fully mixed. This was like the demo that I was recording the vocals to. Okay, so let's look at the pitch, and I do flex pitch in Logic. A lot of people use Melodyne. I just find it a pain in the arse, and I feel like flex pitch is just good enough. Every now and again it doesn't quite do what I want it to, but anyway, the way we go through and pitch edit, I'll link you some resources on how to do it, but essentially all I do is let's reset this one, for example. Right, so that note was a bit flat. So you need to know if you click and hold, it gives you the note. Right, it's closest to an A, and that is, we wanted the note A. That's me singing an A, apparently. And this wobble is how sort of I'm deviating across that note. So you can see I'm wobbling around quite a bit. So if I double click, actually it was meant to be A sharp, wasn't it? So I thought I was closer to A. Oh, it should probably be there. Huh, funny that, I missed that. So this note here is now on A sharp where it's meant to be. Now we can adjust the vibrato, which is the deviation. Now if I put it on 0, if Funny enough, can't really notice that too much. Don't do 0 vibrato, you're going to sound like Kanye West. I think 70% vibrato is like a good amount where you maintain like the original sound of the vocal whilst just leveling things out nicely. So all you need to do is you need to know which notes you're hitting, and then just double click and it just puts it on the note. I've already done it on this, so a lot of these are pretty good. If I just undo it, let's just right click and reset. Blimey. So I did a bit of correction on that one. Oh, that was like one of the flat bits in all fairness. The rest of it wasn't too bad. So if I just undo all of it, let's just quickly do reset all. Yeah, you can see it all. I think I was consistently a bit flat there. You can see the whole thing dropped a bit. I had to raise the pitch up on all these notes. Now, I go through these one at a time and make sure they're right, you know. There's a couple things just to think about, things I've maybe not heard people quite get right when it comes to this sort of editing. We need to know the notes that you're hitting and then kind of click and adjust. Obviously, this is all stuff that you don't have to do if you feel like your take, if you wanted a little more raw, particularly if you've got more like a classic rock or even just a softer part. You might not want to correct everything, you know, if you want that energy and that real life feel, then correct minimally or don't at all. What we can look out for, so something like this is what I want to talk about, the beginnings and the ends of notes. So it's very natural to kind of slide in and out of notes. You can see I've sort of slid out of this one. So when you go to correct this, I actually sort of made a mistake here. Really what I should have done, kind of chopped that end off there and corrected as such. So the reason being, what Flex Pitch is doing is it'll look at your notes, so I've got it here. It'll take an average of the note and it'll tell you how far sharp or flat you are. Now, as far as Flex Pitch is concerned, that's part of my note, and obviously that bit is not part of the note that I was trying to sing. There. So really what I should have done is actually chop that off and now double click. So that's my note. And when you start adjusting the vibrato, if we go back, notice it's dragging. That's a lot of movement for that bit of the note there. So when you're making these edits, just be very conscious of the tail and the front of these notes. You know, so here, that little rise, that was obviously... Yeah, my voice just kind of flickered up a bit before I hit that note. So I'll probably actually clip that there. So, when you're making these adjustments, just make sure at either end of the note, it's very natural to rise into notes or fall out of them. Just kind of chop them off and then just deal with the core of the note in the middle. I've put a little YouTube video for the basics of flex pitch, because we're not going to show you everything to do with flex pitch. A little bit of private research won't do you any harm. But if you can get the hang of that, then I don't honestly think you need to use Melodyne. I've got Melodyne and might just be me, I don't rate it massively. I tend to record my vocals in a separate file and I will bounce them out to mix them. I've actually done a bit of mixing in this file, so there's that as well. But yeah, hopefully that gives you just a bit of an insight into how I use flex pitch. Not so much how to use flex pitch, but how I use it. Let's find a note that we just want to move the time on. Okay. Okay, they're all actually alright timing wise. The pitch clearly needed some work, didn't it? But so let's see what we could do here. So that's where I wanted that to come in. You can see I've dragged this, not quite bang on. And so if you want to create a point that you want to move, you simply click and drag and you will move the note. You wouldn't tend to do that in the middle of a note like this. It would tend to be at the beginning or the end to line things up. If you sing a line too long or come in too early, you could, for example, take this and just move it. So that's beat 1, that's where we want it to come in. Say I came in here, I would just make a point here, move it across. So yeah, you can see how that adjusts things. So that's all we need to do, is just move things on and off the beat as and where it makes sense to do so. You need to bear in mind when you start stacking lots of vocal harmonies, you might think, oh, it doesn't matter if I'm a little bit loose here, but bear in mind if you've got a vocal double, you're going to hear that when that's not lined up. So you need to line your vocal double with your main, and then when you have your harmonies as well, they're also going to affect things. So when you stacked, for each harmony I double track it and do it left and right. I've got 2 different harmonies here, so we've got 6 vocals at a time, if you include the double, which isn't, and so 6 vocals that are all just slightly off, whether that's pitch or vote timing, to be fair, becomes a little bit disjointed. So think about editing the timing on things. You can get Vocaline. It's a slightly expensive plugin, but that does a lot of it for you. I've not got that. I probably will get it at some point, but it's a hefty investment for something that you can just do yourself ultimately. Just saves you time, right? Time is money. So just have a think about that. I'll maybe drop some other tutorials for flex time. It's just something to think about using for cleaning up your vocal. Quick on here, so we quite often we've always talked about automation, how you can use automation to change the volume of different parts, and you got your verse, your chorus, your pre-chorus, whatever. But you'll notice, instead of doing that, I just have different sections. Now, these are both called Chorus Live, but actually, you can see, so these are my verses and this is my chorus/bridge part. You might want to mix these differently, or you almost certainly will want to mix these slightly differently at least. And I can just set my verses at a lower volume than my choruses and than my pre-choruses, and you can just start to layer things up in a way that makes sense. And so you don't have to try and like be clever about mixing your one vocal track that goes through the whole song. Just split it, you know, verse, pre-chorus, chorus, bridge. You can split it as much as you want. You can even have verse part 1, verse part 2. Now bear in mind you're going to use more and more plugins because you're going to be mixing each one, but you're probably going to mix them slightly differently. You're going to want them to hit the compressor at a different level maybe. You might want to compress some more than less. You might want different effects on some and not others. And you don't have to automate all of that. I mean, you could, but it's a lot of work. So just split your vocals into different channels according to which section of the song you're in. Okay, so part of the vocal cleanup process is thinking about breaths. And I don't think I've necessarily cut them here, but I think I cut them in the mix of the song. But we'll do it here just to demonstrate. Generally speaking, you want to cut breaths out. You just don't want to be hearing them. Unless you have like a big, like, you know, like a build-up type breath, like one that, you know, so you got a big vocal coming in and you want that there. Keep it in for dramatic effect. But your general breaths from one note or one sentence to the next, one phrase to the next, just cut them out. Right, that big breath there. Like, that doesn't need to be there, right? And I'm pretty sure I cut this. I would have cut this in the actual mix rather than here. So what I do, I make a cut kind of roughly where that word ends. Get rid, and then put a little... because I'm on flex, right. Put a little fade here. A little fade here. If I get this right... Yeah, okay, so we didn't hear the breath. I almost heard the breath in my imagination there, but... So let's go again. Yeah, don't need that, do we? It sounds like a hiccup. So we don't want that. Let's cut again. You can be get nice and close to that note. Cut to about there. There. Oh, I could see. So I cut that too close. Didn't get the T from turn. I can go a bit closer. There's a breath there. It's not too bad. Still want to cut it though, keep it neat. Again, the more we compress things, the more those breaths are going to come in. If it's not such a bad breath, I'm a bit lazy with where I cut it there. It's a simple process, and you absolutely want to do this on your harmonies as well, because you're going to get a lot of breaths in funny places as you start to layer things, doubles as well. And if you're keeping one in for dramatic effect, just keep it on the main vocal. You don't need to keep it on your harmonies. Simple but really important. And if you're paying, you know, a mix engineer to mix your music, you want to save a bit of time on, or save some, you know, some of your hours that you're paying him. You can do this yourself as long as you can do it cleanly. Like I said, just make sure you're not chopping notes off or anything, and that you are putting these little fades in. As long as you can do it cleanly, well worth adding in. Right, let's do a little mix of the vocal. Now, I'm using Neural DSP's Mantra plugin for this, but you know what? I think we're going to do it from scratch, because I want to show you, this could be a bad move, but I'm going to get rid of all of the plugins on here. I'm just going to go from the beginning. I just want to show you how I would mix something. So, first thing we want to think about is EQ and some of the sweet spots. If you go to the basics of mixing and mastering, we can talk about where they are, but a big thing for your vocals is going to be likelihood, especially with the microphone I've got, SM7B, boosting the high end. So let's have a listen. Let's work on what we need for this vocal. Oh, let's do it in isolation for now, just to get it sounding crispy. Right, very dark. I don't know if you listen to the other videos, it's very dark now. Come to be so intertwining, whilst every time we wave another turn into the... Okay, we need that, bro. I mean, look at how much brightness I've boosted there. It's insane. How have we come to be so intertwining, whilst every time we wave another turn into this wraith. Think about it. I mean, if you talk to someone in a room, right? Obviously they don't sing at you, but if I turn this off, how have we come to be so... You'd think they were talking through like a kitchen cloth or something. How have we come to be so... So I'm just getting a basic level of boost here. That's 12 dB at 8 kilohertz. Look how that. Don't be afraid. Look, I mean, it's changed the scale here. If I just move this back, it's going to look like that. Okay, so big boost there. We need, and you're going to be doing this kind of thing on most vocals, really. Not necessarily quite that much. This is a dark sounding microphone, but you're going to be boosting a lot. So it kind of sounds naturally crispy now. Not like we're going to add more brightness probably, or more like presence in some way. But for now, that's good. So now let's think about the low end. It's very common actually just to cut this low end. There's a certain amount that we don't need, so let's just think about what we could take away. Honestly, it's almost nothing there. We could... It's almost cutting nothing, I mean... If you just... I mean, there's almost nothing here, right? So you could cut around 100 Hz here. Some vocals have more. I'm singing higher up in my range. I think I'm maybe a little further away from the microphone, so we're not getting much low end. It's good to just clean up, I guess, here, but don't worry too much. So let's just go through the mid range. I feel like there's a little bit. Honestly, that sounds pretty good actually. Let's play around with the mid range, see if there's anything we do or don't want. But come to base or intertwining, whilst every time we wave another. Now there's something interesting about these lower mids here. They do add some body to the voice. And that's making me feel actually that there's some harshness here. When I boosted this, I felt like what happened was I stopped hearing the harshness up here, and I think what I'd sooner do actually is maybe take this out. Have we come to base or intertwining, whilst every time we wave another, let's go back to the beginning. Have we come to base? Have we come to base or... Let's think about how have we come to base or a bit of mud there. Whilst every time we wave another, there's a bit of presence there that's nice. How have we come to base or intertwining, whilst every time we wave another. So you see, this to me is a pretty standard looking, you can see this kind of shape. So before, after. Okay. Basic EQ there. Let's now think about compression. Now the first thing I tend to go for is Pro C2. I'm going to whack that up to there. It's basically a limiter here, fast attack, fast release as well. And I just want to feel like we're just leveling the vocal out. I'm not trying to make any massive changes to the tone of the vocal here. I'm just thinking about balance. I want this vocal just to sit really nice and flat and square in the middle. So you can actually visually see this. It's not always a good idea to judge off this, but it peaks way up here with that how have, but then sits around here and the standard kind of vocals. So I mean, even just eyeballing it, you could think about just going to about here. So all of those louder notes are just now not going to get any louder, basically. But we're keeping some natural dynamics. You can see, you can almost visually do this part of it. Just doesn't feel like things are popping forward now, in a good way. Yeah, it feels like it starts really loud and then it gets quieter. Whereas here, it still feels a bit louder. We can go a bit further. Just feels more level. We're not doing a huge amount of compression here. We're just stopping it from like really coming forward. There's a bit there, -6. It's a decent bit of compression. So if we go from the start, Ah, it's got louder, right? Let's just turn the gain down. So, beginning or without. Immediately so much better, right? Now, let's think about some actual like tonal compression, filling everything out. Now, the classic one is the black FG or the 1176. You know what I do on this? Just crank it up. Oh, have we come to be so intertwining? What's every time we waver? It's distorting a little bit. Oh, have we come to be so intertwining? What's every time we wave another turn until it's wraith? The thorns we bear cause us to bleed. So you can take the attack down a bit if you want a bit of movement, but oh, have we come to be so intertwining? What's every time we wave another turn until it's... Right, it just immediately, I mean, we can turn the volume down a bit, but oh, have we come to be so intertwining? What's every time we wave another turn until it's... Everything just comes forward when you do that, you know? We come to be so we take these compressors off. Oh, have we come to be so comes forward with the big notes and goes back. Put it back on. Oh, have we come to be so intertwining? We've basically eliminated all dynamics, which you don't necessarily want to do on you know, on like calmer vocals, but here I just slam it, man. I think that's all you need to do. You could do like more of a this is another option, the LA2A. Sometimes people use these in conjunction with each other, so they'll use the 1176 and the LA2A. But let's just try this one instead. Let's get the same level of reduction, like quite a lot. What's every time we wave another turn until it's wraith? The thorns we... It's hard to describe, but I feel like that I'm hearing the fact it's being compressed a bit more with this one. Oh, have we come to be so... Oh, have we come to be so... Oh, have we come to be so... I feel like that's maintaining more low end, you know. I actually think I prefer that. Oh, have we come to be so... Oh, have we come to be... I think, yeah, I feel like there's some low end and some maybe even some saturation come out of this. Oh, have we come to be so... So let's just hear that with the track. Oh, it's got a lot quieter. Let's just turn it up. Before any of these effects. It's just completely lost there, but with all these, oh well, these on. Bear in mind we've not got a vocal double on here, and no reverb or delay yet. So, compression on, sounding good. Okay, let's try the 1176 as a comparison. Sounds thinner. Okay, I feel like it's coming through with the track, you know? I think it's sounding pretty good. Let's think about saturation. That's going to add fullness. You know what I'm thinking? I'm going to try the virtual tape machine and see how this sounds. Let's isolate it first. How have we come to be so intertwining? whilst every time we wait for another turn into this wraith, the thorns we bear cause us to bleed. How have we come to be so intertwining, whilst every time we wait for another turn into this wraith? Oh, it brings it forward. How have we come to be so intertwining? Oh, one thing I did forget is you could add in like a little preamp plugin as well if you want a bit more warmth. How have we come to be so intertwining, whilst every time we wait for another turn into this wraith? Again, that's added some brightness. So that's a Neve 1073 preamp emulation. They don't, you know, you can kind of bring that back in other ways, but I feel like there's now some lower mids in there, just a tiny little bit that I want to get rid of. How have we come to be so intertwining? Do we want any more? Time we wait for another turn into this wraith, the thorns we... So one thing I would just be conscious of, and I think I need to sit this in the mix a bit better. I consider a little more low end in the vocal, maybe. Whilst every time we wait for another turn into this wraith, the thorns we bear cause us to bleed. Just to feel a little bit more manly and full. Okay, so we've got a preamp now, EQ, compression, we didn't use that compressor in the end, and saturation, and then another EQ. So before, completely lost, after, I think sounds pretty good. Now let's talk about delay. Now I'm going to use, actually I'm going to use the tape delay. If you look at the mixing masterclass again, we'll see how we play with delays. But let's isolate this. What kind of delays do we want? How have we come to be? I think I want the quarter, half note. How have we come to? Wait, don't. How have we come? How have we come to be so intertwining? Ooh, and this needs to be stereo, I think. How have we come to be so intertwining? You want to pan it, maybe? Don't want it all the way over here. How have we come to be so? Actually, maybe we do. Now let's think about. I'm going to get rid of some of the low mid. How have we come to be so intertwining? Let's offset it a little bit. How have we come to be so intertwining? Okay, and now I'm going to copy that same delay. I'm going to do one to the left, but I'm going to do the timing. Let's try quarter triplet. How have we come to be so intertwining? Whilst every time now, 30% is probably too heavy mix. Probably, it's just we're not really hearing that in the mix. It's just probably doing too much. So let's just blend it in at an amount that's kind of normal, you know. I think normally you probably want like 15%. How have we come to be so intertwining? And normally I'd probably send this to whatever reverb we have on the track. Let's do plate reverb is good for vocals, so let's do this one. Again, let's go for wide. I want width out of this.
Come to be so intertwining. What's every time we wave another thought into this rain? The thoughts we bear cause us to bleed.
Yeah, cool. You could also, if you don't have a vocal double before these delays, you could throw on a doubler if for whatever reason you don't have one. I quite like just this. I'm going to turn the delays and the reverb off. Waves doubler.
How have we come to be so intertwining? What's every time we wave another?
Let's get the volume right, just so it feels thicker. Just do one at a time.
To be so intertwining. What's every time we wave another turn into this ray? The thorns we bear cause us to bleed.
Just adding a bit of modulation, just thickens things out a bit.
How have we come to be so intertwining? What's every time we wave another?
I feel like I'm hearing these effects a little much here. Let's just bring them all down a bit. In these big busy sections, you're not going to hear a huge amount of these anyway. You don't want to just cloud your mix up for no reason. So what we've not done is we've not tested this on another part of the vocal, like the chorus. So what I'd probably go and do is I'd maybe save this channel strip preset, you know, save as channel strip, and I'd reapply it to the next part, whatever that is. And I go through one at a time and just adjust to taste. You know, I go, oh, maybe we need a bit more high end. One other little thing I like to do, I always need to check myself on things like brightness. So again, a lot of plugins here. I really like this Fresh Air. It's a good plugin. Link these, I quite like linking them, and just boost the high end until it feels natural and just fresh. It's a good trick.
How have we come to be so intertwining? What's every time we wave another turn into this ray? The thorns we bear cause us to bleed.
So I always need to do this because I forget how dark vocals can be and how dark I tend to mix. It's just... I mean, look how much brightness I had to add in just to get that sit right. I always need to do this. I keep forgetting to add brightness. Like I said, I just mix dark. Without. If I turn all these off. That's where we came from. Now we're here.
How have we come to be so intertwining? What's every time we wave another turn into this ray?
Oh, I forgot an important thing. De-essing. We need to talk about that. And that's going to get... Funnily enough, we've got a little empty space here. This is something you generally want to do before your compression. Find a de-esser plugin. This isn't... I love this one, but... So what de-essing does is all of them, it cuts out your S's if they're popping out too much. Funnily enough, the fact I didn't notice here probably implies that I'm not too bad with my S's being loud. But we want to de-ess as much as we can. If you do it too much, you end up giving them a lisp, so you don't want to do that. So with your de-essing, just keep adjusting it until you find that the S's aren't attacking. Essentially, it's just a compressor for that particular frequency where the S comes through. Now, where does that come through? Well, is it? Oh, it's not monitoring me. Oh, okay. It tends to be your upper mids and your high frequencies. So de-essing. So there you go. Let's do a before and after. Before. Let's do after. I mean, yeah, it's night and day, isn't it? So it's really important to do this stuff. But if you notice, for me, this process is way simpler than drums or guitars. And the thing is, right, this mix is really in your face and up front. And if you're going for like a folk song, you might not want this. It's very bright, it's very in your face. But you could put this mix over a clean section, and it would sound fine. It would sound polished. If you want something that's a little more delicate, you might not want to compress quite so heavily. But do not be afraid to absolutely slam the compressors with your vocals and slam the brightness. It's heavy moves that I'm making, really heavy moves here. An alternate to the Fresh Air plugin is a Pultec style EQ. Logic has one. It's the... it's the vintage tube EQ. Yes, so you could use this instead. Let's try this just quickly instead for brightness. High boost, you probably want that. Maybe 10. We come to be so intertwining, whilst every time we wave another the thorns we bear cause us to bleed. Really brings it forward, right? How have we come to be so intertwining, whilst every time I quite like 12k for boosts. How have we come to be so intertwining, whilst every time we wave another. So, Pultec EQ works well for that as well. Yeah, okay. We've got some pretty good vocals now. Okay, when it comes to mixing harsh vocals, the only extra things you maybe need to think about beyond what we talked about in the last mixing class. I mean, actually, better way to put this, everything we just talked about in the standard vocal mixing is going to apply here. You're going to want brightness, you're going to want a load of compression. But now with harsh vocals, what you can think about is more saturation. You could even think about actually verging into distortion with them. But other than that, it's the same deal. It's just brightness, saturation for that kind of fullness if you need it, you probably will. Compressing the absolute heck out of it, just slam. Things like delays and reverb sound cool. Again, you want to have vocal doubles. That's really all I think about with harsh vocals. Sometimes what you can do as a cool little trick is you could run a send and send your harsh vocal into like a guitar amp or like a ridiculously saturated sound and blend that in a bit to get some real nastiness. You could blend in an octave below if you want that, so you could have like that lower octave sort of double of your vocal. You're probably better off just like doing a harsh vocal that sits lower as well and layering that in, but you can do these double tricks. So honestly, not an awful lot to add here. I'm not going to approach it all that differently to how I did my clean vocals. I don't personally do harsh vocals. I kind of give a bit of grit here and there, but that's about it. So I know this is a bit of a boring lesson, but it's just how I think about it. That's all I do. I just, I've mixed a good few harsh vocals in my time, and that's it. Let's do the same thing. Okay, let's think about mixing our harmonies. It's important we get these right. Now, if you listen to what I said about panning, I'm always just going hard left and hard right with these, unless I've got a very specific thing I want to achieve. Pretty much just hard left, hard right with these. Now, what I am going to do is I'm just going to, and this is one way you can do it, the way I like to mix my harmonies is I get a good mix for my main vocal, which we've got here, and get rid of that. So I'm going to simply copy channel strip setting. Okay. Now all I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all the channel strips, all the plugins on here. I'm going to do paste plugins only. Bam. Now I've got my vocal mix from my main vocal on my harmony. I'm going to do the same thing on this harmony here. What have I done? There we go. Paste plugins only. There's a lot of plugins running now. You could probably run them into a bus, which we're going to do here. Let's just see how they sound, make sure they make sense, get the volumes right. I tell you what, I wouldn't have the delays and the reverb on them. We'll add them in because we're going to compress these. We're going to limit them a bit further. So, oh. It's about the right level. They're just supporting the main vocal without distracting. Don't even know if I love that harmony, but it works. So you can hear they're just supporting the main vocal. They're not like trying to distract. You can go for that thing where if you want like almost a semi-main vocal double thing. Those side vocals are always going to feel very forward. So now, all I'd really think about is I'd probably make a track stack, and I'm actually going to copy over the delay settings and the reverb. Oh, I didn't get rid of the breaths. Okay, so all I'm going to do differently here is I'm probably going to throw on... What limiters do I have? I've got quite a few, but... L2. L1. Did I buy that? Ah. I thought I hadn't bought that yet. And I'm just going to limit these. You can tell I struggle with that bit. Right, so. So I'm just basically, I'm slamming these, you know. They just come forward a lot. It's not just volume. Yeah, and now we blend that with the mains.
How have we come to be so intertwining? What's every time we wave another sudden turn?
So you can just slam them with a limiter. I'm glad I bought that. I thought I hadn't bought that. It's an 25th anniversary. Wow. Cat wants my attention again. Right. That's all I do, honestly, for my harmonies. Don't do much more than that, to be real with you. Yeah. Go. That's it. That's all I do for my vocal harmonies. It's just the same settings as my main vocals. So I'm like, that sounded good. And assuming I recorded in the same way for my vocal harmonies, why change things up, eh? So I think we've gone from start to finish vocal. I had a like kind of lazy mix before that for my track. This is actually a tracking session we're in now. Might save it. Why not? So there you go. Vocal harmonies. Now, bloody hell, he's vocal, isn't he? We've got the whole lot sorted. So well done everyone on getting to this point. Right, you know what's interesting? I've not got around to the mastering part yet of the mixing, or any, actually, I'm making all these modules as we speak, and I'm about halfway through the course. I'm on the bass bit. I wanted to go through the bass line of this song, but I got caught up because I was listening to this mix, and it's quite old, and it was the first mix I did for my band, so I was caught up in all sorts of things. I was over-referencing. The mix isn't that bad, but there's some problem frequencies, and it's a bit cloudy. So what I did, and I wanted to talk about this, it's a really useful plugin. It's a 32-band EQ, the GEQ from Waves. They have the classic and the modern. I like the classic because it's broader. It's a broader cue. The modern one is much more narrow, so that's a bit more surgical. This is just for general moves, so I think this is really good for your mastering. Let's just listen to the original mix for the intro riff and the new one I've done. Now, I've not tested this with the vocals yet, so we'll try it in a later part of the song, see how it sounds across the rest of the song. This might need to change, but this is the mix before. And this is with the EQ on after. Tell you what, it's a bit too high end, too much high end there, isn't there? Let's just do this. So you can, I've scooped out those problem frequencies and I've boosted some high end here. Let's reference this against, I think the track I was referencing was One More Time by Tremonti. That seems to ring a bell. I remember it was off this album because it came out, I think, around the same time. Let's try this. How does my mix compare? Okay, so that probably tells a story of the referencing. My mix is brighter here, the one I've just redone. Let's try the old mix. Versus Tremonti. There's some similarities there, on the individual instruments they do sound different, but the overall mix is similar. Let's compare it to something a bit brighter, because I've gone for a bit of a brighter mix on my updated attempt. Let's compare it to a nice bright mix. Oh, like modern Architect stuff is very bright. It's disgustingly good as well. So yeah, interesting, right? Now that doesn't feel so bright, so it's an important lesson in referencing. But yeah, this is roughly, I only spent about 5-10 minutes on this, so, I might kind of want to undo some of these moves. But this is just a lesson in going back and checking your old songs. Now, this can be painful because you might want to go and remix all your old songs, which isn't necessarily a good idea. But it's good for assessing what your old patterns were and thinking about how you like things to sound. So, go back and even try this on a track that you did recently. Give it a week, go back to it and do this process. Get like a 32-band EQ like this one. It doesn't have to be 32 bands, it can be less than that. You could even do it, if you want to be stricter with yourself, do it with like a 6, 7 or 8-band EQ where you don't have as many options, and reassess your mastering. Here we go, let's do it off again. Then yeah, let's try that with the vocals. Let's see how it sounds in the chorus. It's sounding a little harsher now with those vocals. Maybe I would take the high end down. See, now I'd want to go and rebalance the vocals if I were to do this. So this is why you can't just go and remaster your old tracks. The vocals now feel a little bit too harsh with that. So we've actually lost some guitars by cutting that mid-range, because I think that's where my guitars were sat, and we've got more vocal. So maybe what we would do, you know, if this say we were remastering, maybe we'd bring back some of the mid-range there for the guitars. So yeah, as you can see, this is a bit of a balancing act. Anyway, I just thought that was an interesting little aside into something that you can do, not only to master your tracks that are more recent, but also as an interesting experiment for going back over old ones as well. Now, before we talk about mastering, the important thing to do here is to get it right in the mix. We can try and fix things in mastering, but, you know, if we're the ones mixing it, why save all these problems till the end? Because they don't go away, they just get harder to fix when you're working on the final track. Now, you can do your mastering in a separate file, so you can actually bounce out your mix and then master separately. I just do mine on my stereo output chain, to be honest. It's not really any different. If your computer's struggling with all the plugins, then yeah, do it on another one. Or if you just want to do it fresh, you know, and compare with other mixes, you could do it on another project. But yeah, so things like an excessive low end or uncontrolled peaks in your kicks and your snares and vocals are going to lead you to having trouble getting loudness and balance and volume in the final stage of mastering. So those are just a couple of things to think about. So when you get around to mastering, if you've got your snare and your kick popping out too much, or if you've got too much low end, you're going to have trouble here. So those are just two things to think about. And just generally, if something doesn't sound right, it might get better in mastering. You might be able to sort of make it sound better, but your best bet is to just go and fix it in the mix. I don't know if this is maybe just like a prompt for you to do that as a listener, but just make sure you do. Okay, on to the actual mastering process. So I'm going to master, it's not actually a finished track, but it's a demo I'm working on. I did a rough master just to show Mike, the drummer in the project, and I'll just run you through what I've got one step at a time here. I'm gonna actually swap this plugin down here. Shouldn't make too much difference. So you need to know your tendencies when it comes to mastering, and you need reference tracks. That's an important thing that we'll talk about as well. But anyway, let's assume we've done our referencing and we know kind of what we want our song to sound like. So let's play the part without the mastering. Okay, let's just loop that one bit, because this is kind of the most energetic bit. Looping your most high energy part is a good place to start with your mastering. Yeah, things like choruses are good. Sometimes breakdowns. You probably want to part with the vocal in. Let's just call this instrumental for now. But anyway, first thing I'm going to do, I know I tend to mix pretty dark, and I love chucking on, we looked at this in the vocals, a Pultec EQ. I'm boosting the high frequencies here. We could do, let's try it as an alternate option, the Slate Fresh Air, and see what we prefer out of the two. So I'm just going to try the Pultec first, find something I like, just have a listen, see how it changes. I'm going to do the same with the Slate and see which one wins. Whole track just comes alive when that brightness comes in, man. Such a difference. Then on. Oh, now on. Not quite so much. Okay, let's try the Fresh Air. I love that. So that was on, I told you, yeah, 12K is where I like it on the Pultec. Let's try Fresh Air. I'm not going to mess with the frequencies here just yet. We'll maybe play around with these, but... Okay, one or the other of these is not doing exactly what I want it to. Let's just try one at a time. Yeah, that high air is not quite what I want. So let's add a bit of this high sparkle. I don't even want any of that, actually. I think I prefer the Pultec for that bit. Let's try the mid-air. You know what? I'm just going to do a bit of that, and I'm going to put the Pultec on after. Doesn't matter the fact that which way around they are probably, but no, let's blend this in. That's cool. Okay, got some more brightness now. So this is the next step in the EQ that I like to play around with. I'm not actually going to mess with this too much because I think I probably already found a bit of an EQ curve that I sort of like. So let's just try this on and off and see how it sounds. So off, now on. There's something around, I think it's here. Well, that's everything. There's an upper mid-range hiss somewhere that I want to get rid of. And I think... I'm losing some more highs. Can we get some more kind of low mid? I'm tempted maybe to bring some of this in. Some body. Or our lows, and like low mids and lows. Like a bit of that, that's cool. So let's do before and after. I love using this. It's a 30 band, it's the Waves GEQ Classic. I just love it for just like testing frequencies and seeing what I like the sound of. Let's try before and then after. Yeah, we've just cut some mid-range stuff. We might regret that, but no, that's cool. Okay, now actually we're now going to look at compression, master bus compression. This is going to be a really minor thing probably. And not minor, it's important, but like minor as in you're not going to be doing too much compression. So let's see what I set this to. This might have changed. Yeah, that's going off more than I think I've moved it in the chain here. So look, what have I got? Ratio 3:1, slowest attack, fastest release. And importantly, this high pass filter means that the compression isn't going to trigger on anything under 80 Hertz here. So the kick drum isn't going to trigger this compressor too much. So it's not going to feel like we're pumping too much. So I've got 3:1, and this is quite a common setting. Slowest attack, fastest release. I think it's the Dr. Dre settings I've heard people say. So let's just try this out. Actually, funnily enough, let's just turn. I'm gonna turn the gain down on this. Yeah, they're matched. So we're getting a bit. We're actually clipping on the end there. Okay. So what am I listening to? Personally, trail's funny. All I'm listening to is like the vibrancy of the track. I know it's a bit of a broad instruction. People talk about gluing the track. I want the compression to turn on, and I just want to feel a subtle lift, just kind of on everything. So let's just press play again and see if we can get that. Just That's not even a subtle lift. It's bringing up a lot of the upper mids. Does come forward though. That's pretty cool actually. Let's try a different one. Let's try the SSL. This is probably the most popular one actually. Let's get rid of that FG grey. It's the slate digital one, very popular. Nolly uses it a lot. Let's do the same ratio, same settings, and see how this compares. I'm going to put the high pass on as well, same-ish place. This feels more transparent. Let's try a bit more. I don't know if I prefer that. Subtle differences here. I'm going to go with the grey. I mean, they both do a similar thing. They both just bring the track forward a bit. Some of those upper mids come through. So now, we've done our compression. It's time to maybe think about saturation. We can also think about multi-band compression, but we're not going to get into that because it's something that I even am guilty of just throwing on for the sake of it. And that's maybe something we can come back to. You can multi-band compress to get more volume, but I think saturation is maybe a better thing to focus on right now. So let's look at what we got here. Saturn. So these are the settings I have. Do you remember the dynamics that we had here? Let's isolate the low end. So Saturn's great because we can saturate different parts of the frequency range different ways. Tell you what, let's be clever. Let's isolate the different levels of the frequency sort of spectrum rather broadly and see what we want to play around with. So let's listen to the low end. Yeah, controlling the dynamics is cool. If we go the other way, kick really pokes out a lot. Get more bass when we go to the other end. Depends what you want. Honestly, I'm not sure I'm going to mess with that. I'm not going to saturate the low end. We could do. Tell you what, let's do it. Let's listen. Actually, a little bit is okay. Actually, it brings a bit of mid-range out from the kick. Like really low mid-range is quite cool. So let's have a look at the mids. You come forward a bit when you turn that on. Let's try the uppers as well. Just hear it all together. Another alternative, we can leave that. We can just do something like slate virtual tape machines. It's quite cool. Let's try this. simple. I quite like that. Let's compare it to Saturn, but yeah, all that messing around in Saturn, I prefer tape machines. So there you go. That's our bit of saturation on the end there. Bear in mind, you want to be saturating on a track level as well to get distortion and to kind of smear things in a nice way. So that's our saturation. Okay, so final step. We want to be thinking about clipping and limiting. Clipping is very important. I don't know why I've got a gain plug in there. Right, so clipping, again, I do this on my drums on their own anyway. But it's just going to shave off those peaks and it's going to allow us to limit a bit harder. So let's put this on. Wow, that's working pretty hard. Let's turn that down. I honestly do this somewhat visually. You just want to see flickers of the clip because you only want to be clipping the drums basically. If you start clipping like the body of the track, it's going to really start hurting things. See, that's starting to distort the actual track there. I try not to judge this by the screen too much, just to make sure it sounds good. Then we go into a limiter. Now, I barely even mess around with the settings on here. Attack and release are set exactly. These I turn these all the way down just because I saw someone else do that who's very good at mastering. I can't remember who it was. And then I always just push this until I get, I don't know, push it as far as I can without distorting. But it's going to get a lot louder here. This is your warning, your pre-warning. I can already see the kicks and the snares are coming through too much because I've not mixed this track enough really. But yeah, let's push this and see what kind of luffs we can get. So we've currently got, for the record, no limiting happening yet. It will start to kick in a second. So the thing you want to be thinking about with these luffs, LUFS, I always struggle to get anywhere further than about -6. Some guys are getting to like -4, -5. You're getting stupidly loud at that point. If you can get to around that -7 mark, you're pretty loud. You know, people talk about the loudness wars. You want your track to feel loud. So really, in modern rock and metal, you want to be pushing this as far as you can. If you start getting more than 2 or 3 decibels of reduction, you're probably going to hear some audible distortion in your track that you don't want. Let's hear where this is at again. Let's go further, see what it does. Getting destroyed up there. Now, in all honesty, limiting is something I have to test on other other systems. We'll talk about that, but I sometimes struggle to hear the level of distortion that's going on just on my monitors. It's only when I go and listen in my AirPods or in my car that I start to notice. I can't explain why. I really don't know why. So limiting, I'll push it as far as I think is sensible. Try and go maybe a little further than that, and then we can always test it, and we can always come back. You can aim for like -6, -7. That's great. If you can't get it that loud, chances are you got too much low end, or your kick is popping out too much, or your snare, probably kick though. So play around with your limiting, your compression as well before that. Saturation is good for smearing that out, and so is clipping. So there's a lot you can do before the limiter to get as much loudness as possible. And like I said, saturation is a really good one for that too. So see how far you can get with that stuff. Limiting, ultimately, you could just go to a mastering engineer. They're not as expensive as getting like a full mix done. So if you really aren't sure and you just want the best outcome, you could just send this to a mastering engineer. But yeah, hopefully that's given you the tools you need to master your own work, if nothing else, just to a level where you feel it's competitive and you can really compare what you're doing to, you know, professionally released songs and get a real idea of where you're at and what you want for your track. Well, your track's done. Good job. Now we just need to think about testing it. So you need to test it on a few systems, and the car test is the ultimate. Like, if you're driving down a fast road and you don't want to put your foot down a bit more, which you shouldn't, but if you don't want to, your track's not there yet. You want to feel like you're like, you know, you want your Vauxhall Corsa to feel like a Ferrari in that moment. But genuinely, car tests are really good for making sure that things sound good. It's all well and good at sounding good on your monitors in your room. If it doesn't sound good in the car, no one's going to listen to it. You won't listen to it. Also, testing your headphones. I think AirPods, again, are great. You got to think, what do people listen on, you know? One of the main benefits of testing on AirPods is that everyone has AirPods. So if it sounds good on them, you're like, cool. Try it out your phone speaker. Now, I try not to optimize for phone speakers because it's mono and, like, you know, I just want my music to sound good as it's intended to be listened to. But bear in mind, you can't just intend for people to listen to it in a closed environment with like expensive speakers, right? So test in the car, send it to your friends, you know. Now, be careful sending it to people because they'll give you all sorts of feedback, particularly if they're producers and music or engineers or musicians of any kind. So, you know, take whatever they say with a pinch of salt unless you are confident that they know what they're talking about and that they want the best for you. They're not just trying to tell you all the million ways in which you're wrong about your track. But reference, and test it against other songs as well. You know, play something in your car, then play another song and go, what's different? You know, often if you think, hey, my track's really muddy, it might not be that you have too much low end, you might have not enough high end, which is the trap I've fallen into a lot. So test it against other things. You can consult with other people, post it in the group, you can do that. I'll happily give you some feedback. But yeah, reference, and then we can think about uploading it for release. So you're done. Finito. Do you know what that means? It means move on. You're done. No more playing around. No more, what if I boost this? You're done. Upload the track, save it, do what you're going to do, and move on. You don't want to go revisiting things because you'll just end up cocking around with something that doesn't matter. You're done. And well done. You've finished the song, and you've completely finished the song. It's not like you've just done a demo and you've finished writing it. You finished the song. Like, as good as you can get it, it's ready for you to release, whether you want to put that on YouTube or really go into like distribution and put it on Spotify and all that stuff, which isn't that hard to do, by the way. We'll talk about that. But congratulations. You got this far. We got this far together. Jesus, I've made so many videos. So, we've done it. Well done. Pat yourself on the back. Have a coffee, have a beer, whatever you want to do, depending on the time of day. Right now, coffee would be more appropriate, to be honest. It is Saturday, though. And you know what's next? We go again.